So I got like a billion different decks here. I can make trails of cold steel. Seed extractor does need clay bricks. She needs lime and clay. I don't know how to get either of those things. There's lime, stone, light mud water, and water. And there's clay. Concentrated mud water and water. Alright, so we just need some washing plants.
It's gonna need some muddy water.
Oi, tell me about the muddy water.
I'm glad it lets you make nice green landfills instead of the ugly sand ones.
Yeah, you can make those with mud. You can make any color you want with mud. I chose green, so I feel clean and green. Neostyrene. So is these need less? Yes. So we'll just like didn't leave myself much room for this, honestly. Alright, let's wash ourselves. So concentrated mud water is step 2, so that's what's coming out of this? No, what's coming out of this? Okay. Just gonna make another offshore pimp. I can find where the frick it is.
Please don't talk about your offshore pimps.
Offshore pimps. Oh nice, I have 4K landfills. Let's just grab those. Boop, 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 boop. And then the clay needs light mud water, which I think is this one? No, that's thin mud water, obviously. Thin mud water. Actually, hold on. Oh wait, I'm taking out the light mud water. Yeah, no wait, that's right. Light mud water. Yeah. I have escaped light mugler. In theory. There we go.
And then nothing happens, and then he comes.
Hey everybody, it's back! Tall, wide, and filled with nonsense. Why, it's Josh. And also, the Plinketto board is back. On this episode of Best of the Worst.
Well, Mike, we've got 10 movies to watch.
We're watching 10 movies?
Well, we've got 10 movies to choose from.
Oh, that's right.
Well, Mike, we've got 10 movies to choose from today. What do we have on the big board?
Well, oh dear God, it looks awful. Yeah. We have Invasion Force.
Keaton's Cop.
Keaton's Cop.
Keaton's Cop. Michael Keaton's Cop.
Crips with a Z. Terror Under the Hood. Is that about a car?
Yeah, probably. Living to Die, which aren't we all? So I'm assuming that's a slice of life picture.
Perhaps.
Some people play for money. Some people play keeps.
I'd rather play for money. Space Raiders.
This one looks fun. I want to see this one.
Yeah, I used to see that box in the video store.
Yeah.
But I never watched it.
No. Why would?
And next we have our player's choice block. So if the Plinketto ball falls and hits the player's choice box, you pick any video you want to watch.
Any movie anywhere?
No, it has to be one on the Plinketto board, unfortunately, or else I would watch a video that's 30 seconds long.
I would watch a movie that
so that I could get out of here.
Oh, that's true. I'd watch a movie that I didn't want to watch for a while.
Well, that would also be a wise choice. I would pick anything but something on here if I had a choice.
So,
what's next, Josh?
Next up is The Survivor.
Oh.
Evil holds the key to freedom.
He crawled out of a hay barrel.
Yeah, and there's another one behind him.
What a terrible, terrible cover.
It's really awful.
And again, we have Deathstalker 2, which is, for some reason, always on the Plinketto board. I don't know why.
Are we sure that it can actually...
It might be glued onto. Oh,
no,
it's not.
Come right on.
We have complete freedom of choice to remove this, but for some reason,
it shows up again. Next to that is Cyborg Soldier, which definitely is not related to any other movie that came out at any time. Perfectly original.
It is, yeah. Oh God, Ice Cream Man, which is Ron Howard's bowel movement, starring as a child molesting Ice Cream Man. I can't wait to watch that.
I have like a vague memory of this one. I don't know why I'd remember it.
Did it involve you being coaxed into the back of an ice cream truck?
Not by Clint Howard.
Okay. And lastly, Magic Kid. Well, I can't wait for the next 6 hours of my life. Josh, climb up on that ladder and let's pick our first videotape to watch on the Plinketto board Episode 3. All right, Josh, it's time to drop the ball and possibly pick a film that is good.
We'll see.
Okay. Oh, Jesus, oh, God. Oh, no. Oh! Well, we picked the survivor. Oh. Let's see if we'll survive. The survivor.
I'd like to apologize ahead of time. I have a bad feeling about this, but we'll see what happens.
Okay.
All right. So having gone over, we talked a little bit about the front with the terrible, terrible, terrible artwork and the legend, "Evil holds the key to freedom." Quote, "Thrilling, intergalactic terror," close quote, no attribution. Somebody said this sometime about something. A courageous survivor of intergalactic wars is wrongly accused and sentenced to life in the post-nuclear penal colony formerly known as Earth.
Have you any last words before sentence is carried out?
Don't do it.
Hello?
Is this thing on?
Play.
Fuck you, Seal.
Yeah.
Well, I've never seen.
Pussy.
This brutal wasteland is ruled by Kyla, a bloodthirsty madman out to conquer the Federation.
Kyla is such a little girl's name.
It is.
He's gonna get made fun of. Maybe that's why he became an intergalactic tyrant. Years of bullying.
Well, Mr. President, how nice of you to drop in.
Not that funny, guys.
But he wants to conquer the Federation, so this is his Star Trek.
Oh, all right.
You're gonna love this. All right. His terrorist group has kidnapped the leader of the free world, the Federation president, and holds him captive in a barbaric jungle fortress. Mankind's destiny will be under Kyla's tyrannical control unless the survivor can outmaneuver him, liberate the president, and escape this doomed planet. So I feel like we got some Escape from New York going on in here.
The premise of this sounds quite epic.
Yeah.
And grand scale. I don't doubt that there won't be any kind of budgetary issues
No.
in terms of the quality of the product.
Certainly not by the graphics and pictures on the back. They definitely make it look like a very well-funded and well-thought-out film.
What do we get if we win? Nothing.
It's a dumb question.
40 more minutes.
I would expect nothing less from a movie I've never heard.
It is presented in association with the Puerto Rico Investors Tax Credit.
Oh, they're my favorite film production company.
Mine too.
So oh wow. Okay, so it's a tax write-off.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a scam, essentially.
Oh, the full actually, it's the Puerto Rico Investors Tax Credit Enhanced Film Fund. So yeah, it's a write-off, but it's got Richard Mall in it.
Oh, Bull? Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, they got him.
What has he been up to? I guess being in that. Let's go meet the guys in the screening room and watch The Survivor.
We're at the screening room right here.
What? Get in the screening room.
Oh,
Right here, Mike.
We gotta.
Gosh, I thought you guys were just nameless crew members.
Oh
We don't have any crew members.
no. Oh, you just. Oh, okay. Let's go. Let's take the camera. We gotta go. Yeah, we're gonna. Yeah.
And cut.
Those poor natives.
We got kid.
Yeah,
President.
poor natives.
Some random soldiers. Action man, teach mom.
Wait. Yeah, all those natives who we've befriended.
They're gonna do something. They're not gonna have all the natives get blown up. Something will happen.
They will.
No.
The bomb's not gonna go off or something. Or they're just gonna kill a native.
Kill them all.
Wow.
Yeah.
They don't give a fuck, do they? Ah,
Thanks, Mr. President. At least your little asshole grandson's okay.
Wraps it up in a tight little bow.
all right, Rich. It's time to pick another movie. So, someone toss me the ball. Ball. Let's see what we get.
All right, come on, Space Raiders. Want that Space Raiders? Yeah, oh, yeah, no, by the way. All right.
We got Keaton's Cop. Yes. Keaton's Cop. Yes.
Don Rickles? That's exciting.
So we got Keaton's Cop.
Okay, so at first I was a little bit disappointed. I was aiming for Space Raiders, but then I noticed some things. I'm feeling a little bit more optimistic.
Right.
We have an all-star cast. We have Lee Majors, Abe Vigoda, and Don Rickles. And the other thing, that's a very positive sign, Canon Video.
Ooh, damn.
So it's a Canon film, which is great.
Yes.
He ordered this when we weren't looking. Honestly, we didn't know it.
Yeah, Mike, we cut him off. Was that before or after he ordered the silk shirts?
Keaton's Cop. When 70-year-old invalid Hyman Goldberg is killed by a hitman in a nursing home, Detective Mike Gable, Lee Majors, and his partner, Jake Barber, Don Rickles, get the call. So that's a promising start. That's
Why would you hire a hitman to murder an elderly person?
You just wait it out. Really, have you ever been to an elderly home? Those things are fucking just death houses.
Do you think they just hired like a kindergartner to sneeze in there, and that's how they...
I don't know. You just bribe that one cat that hangs out with the old person before they die. You ever hear about that one? They quickly discover that Goldberg was a mistake. The real target is Louis Keaton, Abe Vigoda, another resident of the home and a former mob member just released from prison. So they fucked up.
Yeah.
It's a movie about incompetent assassins that kill the wrong elderly person in an old folks' home.
This is beautiful. I love it already.
Look, this is no time to be stubborn. What hotel you're taking me to? It's a fine hotel. You know I can't tell you that for security.
Reluctantly, Keaton allows his old friend Barber to take him into protective custody, but takes an instant disliking to Gable. But when Barber is killed by the syndicate, Keaton teams with Gable to go after the murderers. In the tradition of such tongue-in-cheek police dramas as Midnight Run and Running Scared, Keaton's Cop delivers hilarity and action rolled into a white-knuckled case of mistaken identity. Well, that's not promising. Comedy? Bad comedy?
Well,
Bad comedy
Midnight Run
means
is like
not funny. I'm worried now.
schlocky action.
I'm worried.
Long distance? I want the number of Pete Costa. Costa with a K. K-O-S-T-A. He lives in the Irish section of town. What do you mean you don't have an Irish section? You keep looking now, wait.
I'll be fine. I mean, it's got Abe Vigoda. America's sweetheart, Abe Vigoda.
Have you ever heard of Keaton's Cop before? Probably wasn't his most memorable role, Jack.
Don Rickles is probably gonna roast some people.
Let's go find out what we got.
Like, oh, yeah,
What?
hey,
Oh my God.
fatty, you're gonna, oh, you're so fat, you know. That's my Don Rickles impression.
All right, Mike, this is our final chance to save the evening.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna try.
What are you rooting for?
Well, I'm hoping to get Crips.
Crips?
Or maybe Space Raiders. I feel like we need a little sci-fi or horror.
Okay.
Here we go, here we go. Here we go. Oh God.
No!
Up.
Oh, yes, yes.
Oh my God, it's
Oh.
Space Raiders!
wanted Crips.
All right, Mike, you landed on Space Raiders. I think you need to read it now.
He's 10 years old, and they've taken him 10 million miles into space. Not happy about this. Not happy.
That's a fine premise for a science fiction film.
Security breach!
What? 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 What's that from? Is that Battlestar Galactica?
The sound effect?
Yeah. Yeah.
Star Wars trademark and Lucasfilm Limited program content.
What?
Artwork and photography, copyright 1983. They must have a scene where he's watching Star Wars.
And they had to put it on the back of the box even.
They had to, yeah. I just wanted to see what film company made this.
I saw it's produced by Roger Corman.
Yeah. On a distant planet in a faraway future, also known as a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, a 10-year-old boy, the film's target audience, is about to become the unwitting captive of some ragtag intergalactic bandits.
Oh my god, this sounds like the most original movie ever.
This sounds boring. For many youngsters, this might be a problem. For brainy, resourceful Peter Tracton, it's the start of the greatest adventure a kid ever had. TV and film veteran. TV and film veteran Vince Edwards, The Victors, and The Devil's Brigade.
I don't know any of these things.
These are made for TV movies. This is the biggest star they could get.
Yeah.
And young David Mendenhall, Over the Top.
Oh, is that the kid in Over the Top? Because it's Stallone. He has to arm wrestle for the custody of his child.
Oh,
That's the child. Apparently, he lost the custody, and now he's forced to do shit like Space Raiders.
Now he was kidnapped by a band of intergalactic mercenaries.
Place is full of dangerous people. There's no telling what they would do to a little boy.
Oh, it's a space cop alien.
Hurry up.
Yeah.
Oh my god! It's Agnon.
Except the mouth moves. Those are great.
Yeah.
They shift the fun into hyperdrive in the nimble, fast-paced science fiction tale Space Raiders. All the awesome Star Wars trademark style weaponry and robot ships of the sinister corporation. Wait, there's not a comma there. I guess they have robot ships.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, I was
ships
weaponry
that are made of robots?
Yes, or a ship that is a robot.
Okay.
Are no match for these newfound allies who survive one narrow escape after another with courage and cleverness. Produced by Roger Corman, whose own space sagas from War of the Satellites to Battle Beyond the Stars range over 35 years of people-pleasing movies.
Of people-pleasing movies?
They forgot. Yeah, they
Not
forgot.
crowd-pleasing or something a little more... People-pleasing sounds weird.
Yeah.
It sounds like this was written by someone that doesn't have a lot of contact with humans.
No. And there's no quotation marks around anything. Space Raiders is a fantasy film's delight. The whole family can enjoy. Well, that sucks.
Good job, kid! I have a feeling. Could be wrong.
Well, this is setting something up, Mike.
Of course. It's going to use that skill.
You don't think it was just a random scene?
I don't. And I'm just going to go ahead and predict that.
Not just filling in this 84 minutes.
Not just filler.
Have a beer.
Goddamn rocks!
Because she does.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
It's like...
Goddamn. Drinking beer, blowing shit up.
Kids awesome.
Rated PG.
Oh, fuck. Do you think they had to put the Star Wars credit at the bottom of that just simply because they mentioned the name Star Wars in the
think so,
description?
yeah.
That's impressive.
This is gonna suck. Who put this on here? This was not part of the picks from yesterday.
Yeah, it was.
Who snuck this on here?
I did
I'm trying
not
to
sneak it on.
sabotage this
You know what I did
program.
sneak on there, though, was Invasion
Bye.
Force, and we didn't land on it. Look at this guy.
Look, you're a kid. You're no gunner. I'm the only gunner you got.
Yeah, get him, kid! Kick their ass!
I can't. This is not like the rocks. This is a real ship.
And those are real lasers they're firing at us. The defense shield can't hold out much longer.
Point, point, point! Murder, kid! Murder!
Yeah, kill him!
Now drink their blood! He loves it! Yeah! He loves it!
Got a taste for it.
Isn't so much violence?
He's got a taste for murder now, Mike.
Look! Oh, yes.
Gets the hose again. Yeah. Friends of Lambs. What a
I know all the references to the things.
Every last one of the references.
All of them.
All the most obscure references.
Just remember.
I can smell your. No, I don't.
That's from.
What's that from?
Star Trek 3, The Search for Spock.
What part
It's
of the movie
also
was
in
it?
Silence of the Lambs.
Are you
with
sure
Jodie
that wasn't the
Foster.
porn parody? Star Trek 3, The Search for Cock?
So today, we quite possibly watched two of the most mind-numbing, boring movies ever, and Space Raiders.
We reached a level. We definitely reached a level.
We reached a level, but first on the docket, this is a tough responsibility. I've taken the reins because I don't feel like describing any of these movies. So we're gonna see if Mike can remember The Survivor. Mike, tell us all about The Survivor. There's no reading the back of the box, Mike. You have to remember it from memory.
I was trying to get some clues on the Survivor's thrilling intergalactic terror.
No, it wasn't. It was not. It was not that.
This is the Escape from New York movie with Space Pliskin, the pun Rich Evans was so proud of that nobody cared about.
I liked it. I liked it. I'm right here, Rich.
Thank you. Thank you for your pity. This is basically Escape from Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
So where's Space Pliskin?
Well, I think that's the guy who already landed there. He's gonna be. He's gonna like, take control of protecting them.
Let's go for the Space Pliskin pun.
I like it, and I think it
Instead
should
of
go.
Snake Pliskin,
Yeah.
Space Pliskin.
Oh.
What's the thing?
Earth in the future is a penal colony. They abandoned it 50 years ago. There's an opening scene where a guy who needs oxygen through his nose, he's elderly.
Because Battlefield Earth.
Oh, maybe the
breathe the
air
atmosphere.
on the spaceship was so bad he needed to breathe clean oxygen. Blah blah blah. He sends a man with Italian accent, French accent. He says, "You criminal, go away on Earth," and blah 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 blah, disappear. And then the president of the United States, or I'm sorry,
Space. The president of space.
The president of space.
Yes.
President of the Federation.
President of Human Space Federation. Yes.
Ironically played by Admiral Paris from Star Trek Voyager, Tom Paris' father, who was in the Federation. There's a lot of connections here.
Makes sense.
He is on a big spaceship, and somebody reconnects power cables to make an explosion, and everybody escapes. Well, not everyone. 8 people. 500 people die.
Everyone important to the plot escapes.
Yes, on a space pod, and they land on Earth, and basically it's Survivor Man, aka French man with accent.
Action fellow.
Action man meets up with them, and they walk around the woods, and it's boring as fuck.
Accurate description.
Like we can run down the cast real quick. You've got Action Man, Teach Mom, Small Child, President, Don Lovitz.
The lesser-known younger brother of John Lovitz.
Yeah.
No, you look great. Put a hologram.
Thanks, John Lovitz.
You look great.
Well, that's Don Lovitz.
Yeah, and Bull from Night Court.
Yes.
It plays a bad guy named Kesha.
Kyla.
A millennial girl who's 20 named Kyla, who's always on her phone. But instead, it was an 8-foot-tall man named Richard Mall.
Hairy fellow.
Yeah, and he is the leader of like basically a post-apocalyptic gang of warriors who live on Earth, who are criminals.
Oh God, this is so fucking boring!
And then there are like Aborigine people, which we thought, I speculated might have been actual, like natives.
Some of them had T-shirts on.
But then it seemed like there was like this like multiracial, multi-ethnic, multi-aged group of people who would.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you a whole lot about that part because that's right about when I fell asleep.
Josh did fall asleep.
Yeah, for a
during the
minute.
screening. But the MacGuffin in the film was a briefcase that the president had, and basically you punch in a code and it would send for a rescue ship. And everyone wanted this thing to open it up. Richard Mall also had a nuclear warhead.
Sure, why not?
And a key to turn it on. And so at the end, it's like, you're gonna get the escape ship to come. Kesha, aka Richard Mall, the main villain, was also the son.
I can imagine people watching this.
Listen.
Well, that's how we felt when we watched the movie, guys.
Bull was coincidentally happened to be the son of the president and the father of the little boy who was on the ship, but his friend from Australia was a secret double agent who blew the ship up so that they could land, so that Richard Mall could get the suitcase to send for an escape ship to come and get him off the planet with his band of...
Does YouTube keep track of when people stop watching videos?
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. And it's right about now.
I'm sorry.
Goodbye.
Have a nice night, everybody.
Thanks for watching Best of the Worst,
Just
everybody.
check out now. Wait for the second ad break. Then check out.
Put them both before this movie.
There's going to be 32 ad breaks in the first 4 minutes.
Alright, we got our solder, we got our lead. Eat lead, punk.
So many ad breaks.
Eat lead, Talon.
No.
Oh. You sure? You don't want to eat lead?
Yes. If I wanted lead, I'd eat paint chips.
Good night, everybody. Good night. Thanks.
It could be arranged.
Martin Mull is a failed comedian. That's all I've got.
Martin Mull.
Or Martin Mull, Richard Mull, whatever.
Martin Mull is a successful comedian.
I understand that. I understand that.
He was Colonel Mustard.
I apologize to Martin Mull. But at least we have some kind of humor now because I missaid his name.
I think we should discuss how the action scenes are also boring. There's that scene where he encounters the big man. Remember? And it's like the Indiana Jones fights the guy who's 2 times the size, and you're supposed to root. And it was so boring.
Well, it's because you're numbed out of your mind before that scene even takes place. You're already out of the film.
I mean, yes, but the thing is, all the action itself, which normally in a movie like this would be enough to snap us out of our reverie of just like, meh, and get like, oh look, something's happening, was not even that good.
This movie makes a fight scene.
Yeah.
How does it do that? How does it accomplish this cinematic wonder?
How do I make carbon? Oh, there it is. Charred coal and steam in a liquefier. Oh,
Investors'
okay.
tax credit enhanced film fund very much either, because they didn't know what they were doing.
No, this was they needed to lose so much money before the end of the year.
And it still didn't work.
So their taxes would go down.
It still didn't work.
Yeah.
Well, no, the company who made this is Tax Haven was in Puerto Rico. It's a running open secret in Hollywood that every once in a while they'll make a larger budget movie that they know is going to flop, so that it looks like the studio itself didn't make as much money, so they're in a lower tax bracket. That's what this is for.
I didn't necessarily realize that happened on an indie level.
It's like one of those things, you don't do it. You look back on it and say, why didn't I do that?
We do get a mid-movie action sequence where lady who is a teacher or a mother, is forced to fight the native, and as it turns out, in a shocking twist, because she's a woman, she knows how to fight and kicks Adam Driver's ass.
Him in the crotch. It's just got a loincloth. ride the junk. Look him in the dick. Yes,
There you go.
Yep. Finally. See, that'll end it.
An early role from Andrew Driver.
Yeah, very early Adam Driver.
Adam Driver actually comes back later, and he saves her from one of the evil henchmen, and then he's like, "We're even." And then he goes away.
And then they leave him behind.
And then a few hours later, he dies in a fiery nuclear explosion that kills literally everybody except for the protagonist.
Thanks, dog.
And the lady doesn't even say, "Should we check that guy?" No. Hey, come on.
No, debt is paid.
Or they're just gonna kill a native. Kill them all. Wow. Yeah.
Like they could have said, "Let's put the nuclear bomb on the ship, and then the ship will go off, and everyone will be saved.
No.
We'll rebuild society down here. We will fix the Earth."
No, they just wanted to save themselves. Typical white people. Teach mom. We call her Teach Mom because she was kind of taking care of the small boy, right? Is that why?
We weren't sure if she was supposed to be the kid's mother or just like his tutor or nanny, or we didn't have any idea. It was never clear. It was never explained.
Yeah, his mother was never explained.
No.
We know through the film that Bull, the psychopath on the planet, was his father. Right. But we're never told who his mother is. And his grandfather is Admiral Paris.
Probably just some woman he raped. I mean, he was kind of a mean guy.
Don't. You have to. We were so close to getting through this whole fucking episode.
We never said the R word. The whole day, Rich.
And you just spoiled it. No, but you know what? You have to assume with any best of the worst movie that there is at very least implied rape. That's where I start the day, and hopefully it gets better. And it was better. There was no rape until Rich brought us back down.
Want to see how it works?
You could say he was doing a little night courting.
So have to cut that in right now.
So we definitely had trouble with the timeline of what Earth was doing in this movie. In terms of it was abandoned, then it was a penal colony 50 years ago, then they abandoned it. Someone says they abandoned it at some point. We're not really clear as to what it is, but we got a context clue.
No one gives a shit.
God damn it, Red.
I think we're focusing a little too much on the mechanics of the world, of the survivor, and let's talk about how the movie ends. So that we could...
We did already.
Oh, what happened?
The nuclear blast?
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure it's not what you're used to, but under the circumstances, it's the best I could do.
Keaton's cop. Who's gonna get Keaton's cop? Oh, Josh!
Oh, shit!
Tell us. All right, so Keaton's cop is a semi-wacky police kind of procedural thing, in which Lee Majors and Don Rickles investigate a murder, but they kill the wrong person, and then Don Rickles gets killed, and Abe Vigoda, who was supposed to be the one that got killed, helps Lee Majors find out who the real killer was, I think.
Game over? I'm taking a peek.
Hey, we're still rolling.
Nope.
The main plot point of the movie is that Lee Majors has a superpower to locate every window in every building and push bad guys out of it.
Oh my God!
With the window?
Oh my God!
Oh my God!
Oh my God!
Well, for the first part of the movie,
Listen, he doesn't follow through.
No, it happens. It happens. He tries to push the one guy, and then he gets stuck on the fire escape.
and then it never happens.
Oh, window! Window!
He barely even went out.
Oh wait! He's out.
Okay,
that counts. Okay,
that
still
counts.
Put some torso out.
Technicality.
He has to lift the legs up now, so he falls.
Damn fire escape ruined it.
Oh. That was his power ended. That was the last. It was the last one. That was all of the bad guy window juice he had.
Maybe it only regenerates if they hit the ground.
His power regenerates every time he fucks his dog.
Good old Blue.
God, Blue.
Good old Blue.
All right.
Or that woman.
So he has to fuck one of the dogs. It's mean. It's not even true. She's not an unattractive.
No, she's fine.
Trying to fit a joke into
Rich is
this
just saying
rotten
that
movie.
because they both can lick their own crotch.
I like your dog.
That was a deleted scene that Rich saw on the DVD that he watched ahead of time.
It turns out Rich is an aficionado of Keaton's Cop.
There's so many deleted scenes.
That was the porn parody, Clitoris Cop. Keaton's crotch.
Keaton's Cop.
Keaton's cock and Keaton's crotch. Two very different porn parodies.
Yeah. The one with all the gilfs is really off-putting.
There's the woman licking her own crotch.
In the old folks' home?
In the old folks.
There's probably some kind of old folks' home porn out there somewhere.
Rich, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna say this on camera right now. I've had friends who have worked at old folks' homes. They masturbate so much.
Your friends that work at the old folks?
The old folks. The old folks.
I thought you were ratting out your friends.
Well, they might too. They might too. I'm not judging that. I'm not judging any of it. But old people are just like they're just jacking and jilling all day long.
So back to Keaton's crotch.
All right. So in Keaton's crotch, Lee Majors has a lot of punch, and is.
Well, they don't let us see his punch.
Lee Majors has a punch-free contract.
He gets close.
That was one of my favorite parts of the movie. It was all the artful ways they hid Lee Majors' punch.
Bless him.
So Lee Majors made sure to cover his punch. Always the tasteful cutaway, so we didn't get to see that gut.
I don't really understand why this movie exists.
We had speculated, because there's a lot of old people in film,
Yeah.
that it's a way for people not to get kicked out of SAG because it's been too long since they've been in a motion
Because
picture.
it's a yearly thing you were saying?
Yeah, well, they have a certain limitation. If you're not in a movie for so long, you get kicked out of the guild, and then you lose any benefits that you obtain. And so when you're elderly, there's not a lot of roles out there. So perhaps they all pool their resources, and once a year, all the old folks make one movie that they can all act in.
Oh, don't get down on the old, Jack. You're gonna be one of them.
There's roles for people of all ages.
You're gonna be an old someday.
Oh, I'll be dead way before.
Die young and leave a great-looking corpse.
Have you seen?
Man with children.
Have you read our comments? I'm not going to make it 2 more weeks.
Because you got that diabetes.
That diabetes.
I always say you have diabetes, but everyone believes it. So I'm going to keep saying it.
Well, they think he has diabetes. They think you're an alcoholic. It's just.
I don't know why they would think that. I mean, really, it's weird.
It's pretty crazy. I can't believe that anyone would think that Mike is an alcoholic. I mean,
You have a little alcohol.
who are these people? What would these like? Why would that even be a thing? It's just.
I don't know why they would think that.
It's just.
I don't know why they would think that.
It's just.
I don't know why they would think that. Well, I'd like to address your point, which was probably the best point of our Keaton's Cop discussion, was what the fuck was the point of this movie?
Yeah.
Because one, it was not a good action movie.
Wait! I have no idea what just happened.
It was not funny. It was not a comedy. We're promised comedy because
Maybe gray around the balls, but there's still a home run or 2 in the back.
Oh, don't ever say that again.
Oh God, I don't want to hear about your balls, Abe Pagoda.
I want to like park on that for a second. Don Rickles makes no jokes in this film. Don Rickles, internationally known comedian, makes no jokes in this fucking movie.
Don Rickles is an extremely funny man.
Excessively.
yeah, and he does no jokes. And he gets shot in the back with a shotgun and dies.
I feel like he's trying to do like his Oscar role, like in that last, like he's just like, I'm sorry.
Sorry, kid. Crap.
So this is made by Canon. I have a theory that Menachem Golem, they just wanted to make an action movie, and they said, we need stars. And then they just found the 3 names they could get.
Whoever was available that
Don
week.
Rickles, he's a star. Put him in a film. Lee Majors, I know that name. Put him in a film.
$6 million man. Yes, many done.
Ed Vigoda, he's TV's fish. Everyone loves him.
Every year he's the
Goodbye, David. What? Oh my God!
That was that.
What was the point of that scene?
I needed an explosion.
Oh my God! Whoa! Wait till he gets
Abe Vigoda. We only get one take.
We had fun with the movie by coming up with all of Abe Vigoda's weird stipulations for starring in the film.
No, Abe, you have to remember to say words.
I need another ice cream bar.
You want words, that's gonna cost you one ice cream bar. I gotta bribe him with ice cream to save lives.
I want to go on the ferry. Make a scene on the ferry.
Abe Vigoda kept being in very weird situations that seemed to benefit Abe Vigoda.
Yeah, and not do anything for the film. I want oysters. We need a scene where I eat oysters.
There's the famous taxi scene where Abe Vigoda needs to get his hair cut, which is unrelated to the film. We think he's going to talk to a mafia informant, but really he just needed his haircut.
And he just wants to go around the block
And
after
then
that.
Lee Majors is in the car waiting, and Abe Vigoda gets his haircut, and he gets in a cab, and Lee Majors is like, oh, fuck.
Oh, fuck. What the hell are you doing?
I won't be in your film unless I can get a haircut and take a short taxi ride.
And I need a taxi ride. And then they go to this thing that looks like an ice cream stand, but somehow they have oysters.
Yeah, there's no oysters, but then there's also an ice cream bar.
Ice cream, yeah, and Abe Vigoda gets oysters. And they park the car.
Yeah.
Lee Majors gets out. He walks through the restaurant. They pans him through the restaurant. He comes outside, and he goes up and uses the payphone. And Abe Vigoda comes through, and he sits down, and immediately a waitress comes up with oysters.
What if you were Keaton's cop? Oh, hi, Sarkenzo. Thank you for the happy birthday. You probably already left.
Lee Majors and Abe Vigoda, and they get on a ferry. Oh yeah. And they get out of their car and they're riding down the ferry to an island or to the mainland or whatever. And Abe Vigoda just goes, I like riding the ferries.
But the only reason they were on ferry is because Abe Vigoda wanted a ferry ride.
Well, he had to get his car over to this other part of town.
No, it's explicit in the dialogue. He says at the very end, so why are we going here? I told you, I like ferries. Putting your car on a boat's a lot of fun. I don't know if you guys have tried it. If you have bodies of water.
You guys entering the Bronze Age?
Sure, yeah, we got the.
Yeah, I don't know what value Broads has, honestly.
The Lakefront Express.
The Unsinkable Express.
The
one that sunk.
Yeah.
And that's how you get to the island where the zombies are.
Yeah. The Milwaukee Island, as seen in Dawn of the Dead.
Yeah.
The Zack Snyder film.
Yeah.
The tropical Milwaukee Island.
Yeah. With the palm trees and the zombies.
They always get the Midwest right in films.
100%.
Have they ever made the mistake of mountains being in the background, just out of curiosity?
Probably.
Fucking Christmas Vacation.
Oh.
With Chevy Chase, when they're like, Illinois license plate, we're gonna go get a tree. There's fucking Rocky Mountains in the background. Yeah.
All in all, the most confusing part, because like it's pretty standard, but Lee Majors' relationship with the nurse is something I would like to point out because they're in an ordeal. Lee Majors saves the nurse and Abe Vigoda after Don Rickles gets shot. Lee Majors drops the nurse off at her apartment. Cut to.
That's when she kisses him.
She kisses him. Cut to they are lovingly walking down the beach and apparently in a relationship.
Yeah. I feel like we missed all there.
Then they presumably have sex, and she never leaves his house again.
That's true.
She's been claimed by Lee Majors.
She shows up with the key again, and his kid is there, just hanging out with the dog.
Do you remember when Lee Majors assaulted his
what's
ex-wife's boyfriend? Threw him out a window and nearly killed him for like no reason.
That's fine.
I do remember that.
Something happened. What happened?
And bye, Rich.
I don't know why.
Not enough purified water? What happened to my purified water? Did I break it?
What the hell are you doing to the galpad?
I peed in it. It's no longer pure.
It doesn't have enough oxygen. I broke the oxygen line. I'm burning all the oxygen.
So the emergency is your witness.
Why are you burning all the oxygen?
I don't know. I don't really. I'm not really meaning to.
You probably don't have like circuits or anything to control.
No, I do have overflow valves, but I haven't gone back through and like set them up all the time yet. So let's do that now. Actually, this is slightly wrong.
Our last movie, the savior of this particular evening, was Space Raiders. Rich Evans.
This is actually a joy for me because for once I actually understand what happened in the film.
I wanted to give you a little breather here.
Yeah, no. Space Raiders is about a band of like filthy space criminals, and they attack like a little corporate space base to rob stuff. And a little kid stows away aboard the ship they steal. And
There we
they
go.
go on
That was the problem.
where they learn to like the kid. And you
It's like, why did I stop getting anything?
things keep happening to keep them from getting the kid back home, and then everyone dies, like Rogue One. So I guess it's the best movie I've fucking played.
Wait, what? What?
So, does Rogue One have that alien prostitute lady?
Space prostitute lady looks a lot better than Uncanny Valley Tarkin.
Rich is throwing shade at Rogue One. Rich, do you know what throwing shade means?
What does that mean in the hip lingo, Mike? What does that mean? That sounds nice. It's like sunny day out. Have some shade. Ah, thanks, dude.
Hey, now I'm comfortable in this warm weather.
Continue. Step 1, this is produced by Roger Corman. He knows how to make a cheap, sufficient movie. And I think actually this was past sufficient. Like he
really knows how to use a low budget.
Yeah, absolutely. And we were marveling at some of like the matte paintings and the miniatures, and I don't know where he necessarily, bought those. I don't necessarily think that he made them himself, but they're really good.
Dave is easily summoned by the siren call
Don't go too cheap
of factories.
Yes.
We'll get to the music later, but you get some half decent music.
Yep.
Actually, I
And then
didn't
you need to
see any
wow them
pop-ups or
with
notifications.
Some of like the set type stuff, like you get some
Well,
really
since
nice
been playing
models.
all day.
I've been idling
Mask that really
while I was gone.
Every now and then, like you see
Back
like
to
an
the clicker.
office chair by a table.
Well, factory
like,
auto.
Chair in the office. There you go.
Yeah.
But there's enough quality that
Sorry.
you buy into the world.
They might, use the same hallway.
Did you not hear me
set
smack
a
my
few
microphone?
times. They
Not
might
really.
Use the same bedroom set a few times.
But the
Well, that's
idea
good.
is that the story and the actors
quiet, I should
will
say.
be good enough to distract you from that petty bullshit.
The opening of this movie could have gone very badly. The opening of the movie takes place in
So I
like, a
found
steel
out.
factory.
I knew this earlier, but
Before you get to the steel
I
factory,
recalled
there's
it
the establishing
this
shot, this
morning when I
amazing
was,
matte painting establishing
getting ready
shot
for
with
work.
spaceship and
Is
space
that
stuff.
the Factorissimo
And then once you cut into the factory,
mod
you're in it.
Yeah, you're
You're
ready,
into
you're
the
ready to
sci-fi.
believe it.
And by
The
by
buildings
time it's wearing on you. Oh,
are
wait, we're
still
just in a fucking
active
steel mill. And then
when you pick
we're
them
out, we're
up
out of there.
and
that
put
point, yeah,
them
we're
in
done.
your inventory.
Distract you with the stop motion bug.
That doesn't seem right.
Oh, hey.
The little buggy.
Seems busted.
Yeah, it's a bit busted.
Dave's picking up his iron production and putting it somewhere else while it continues producing iron.
Space Raiders take care of it.
Oh, and then you have to let it go. And don't think.
The
I mean, yes, that is
beer
a thing
can
that can happen.
was space.
Oh.
You know what? That actually, I could see that being true.
What?
Oh.
I did not notice this.
Kid, you're in my seat.
Maybe this is how they resolved. Okay, this kind of makes
Just
sense.
don't sit in any of the chairs. They belong to someone.
He hasn't been. They've just been pushing him around.
Try and find the dead guy's chair.
Excuse me.
Todd, care to take a guess
They
what
don't
I'm looking
walk
at?
around in a forest preserve that's supposed to pass for an alien planet for 45 minutes.
Every once
They
in a
don't
while,
do that.
every once in a while they land in California, but that's fine.
It's fine. Well, you gotta blow up the egg factory.
Yeah, you gotta.
Okay, I'm guessing this is whatever map, like the tab map for like it being inside of a factory.
They even go. They go.
All the
to
factories
like,
are in one
space
layer.
dock thing. That's
Yes.
like there's like a corpse bar in there, and it's like a hotel room, and it's like a filthy like spaceport, and then they leave, and they go a couple other places, but then they come back. So they vary up all their locations. To keep it
Because there is a
visually
max number of
interesting.
layers
There's a charm.
a server can support.
And
So I think this was their
appreciation,
solution
because
to,
we watch it. And, it's a knockoff of Star Wars.
layers, I guess.
Shove them all into one layer.
One really big. I'm guessing this just constantly expands like the world map.
That other one was surgical gloves.
It's a cash-in. we have a little kid. A little kid in the Star Wars world. Come on, everybody, come watch. It's like
I'm amused they are all spaced just far enough apart that you can't see them normally on the minimap.
One-to-one knockoff though. It's not like we're ripping off aliens and we got an alien monster running around in a spaceship.
Not at all.
It's similar in like the style
Wait, hold on.
of like the props, the grittiness to it that you got in the Star Wars films. But story-wise, it's not like you got it, and then Luke learns how to use the Duke learns how to use the Force. After Obi-Wan Papobi teaches him the ways of the Jedi.
So that means you can go to satellite view inside of a warehouse and view all of your warehouses.
They did an A+ job of making.
I can recursively fold space in on itself.
If you had a large enough robot network, I don't think you can get one large enough, actually. If you had a large enough robot network projector, you could be inside one warehouse and manage them all.
Yes.
With the robots.
So I could mod or create a mod that
Wanting it.
You know what? It's
has
also endearing. Like I could see watching this as a
a
kid.
ridiculously
There's a whole
large
sequence with Kid
connection
His
network.
name is
Child.
And then it would do
Child and Hawk, where like
guessing.
Hawk is like giving him beer to drink.
Possibly,
and having
unless
him...
like the robots are constrained by the quote-unquote walls of the region.
This movie is rated very highly amongst pedophiles.
They might
Leave
be.
me alone, kid. I don't want to get
Hey,
molested.
I'm trying to figure out if there's a way. I think there's a way to test this.
now! Please cut away now! Please cut away now!
If you can get robots to work in one hair warehouse and then leave while they're in there. Or like if you had a put like a storage thing in one warehouse.
So the music, I think we can do this, is quality music.
Have a
Absolutely.
request
Low
from it
budget
and then
production.
walk into a different warehouse.
We noticed something about it as fans of a certain franchise that
Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure?
No.
Well, surprisingly, the musical composer of Space Raiders, a B-movie made by Roger Corman, was the famous James Horner. If you don't know who James Horner is, he composed music for many films, the Star Trek films.
But notably, Star Trek 2
So
and
this
3.
one's in the bottom left.
People on 50 colonized planets are waiting for shipments, and we've got robots sitting on their hands.
So this one's right next to the other one. So
It sounds like Star Trek 3 music.
Yes, and there's a lot of music that Rich and I noticed was very similar to Star Trek 3, The Search for
Even I noticed. Like, the feel is very similar.
These films were made right around the same time.
Yeah, if James Horner wasn't dead, we'd call him out on plagiarizing himself. I guess we still are, but...
Well, it's not necessarily plagiarism, but it feels like offcuts. Like rough tracks and demos and kind of... Although, which is not to say the quality of recording, because it's definitely like fully orchestrated.
Yeah.
But it's just kind of like development of ideas. Fresh and new, and then we're able to be developed more to get into the Star Trek
Or I have this whole composition. I'm going to tweak a couple notes here and there and give it to you.
Roger Corman is a smart man, and he would be smart enough to say, you know, you did that Star Trek film. Do you have any like rough cuts you can give me that I can use?
Yeah.
Don't believe us? Here's a comparison right now.
And hit it.
I would say this is just a wise use of table scraps that probably weren't going to be used anyway. The lesson to come away with Space Raiders, if you're doing a low-budget science fiction film, don't go into the forest preserve and pretend that's some kind of magical, fantastic setting.
Yes.
It looks like a fucking forest preserve and your movie will be awful.
We can take them.
out of my seat!
Oh, I need to decide what I need here.
Okay, so we watched 3 movies today. Mike, what is your pick for best of the worst?
Well, I'm sure everyone else will probably end up agreeing. Space Raiders is the best of the worst. They take a low-budget B movie and make something out of it. When these two people failed, so Space Raiders is my pick for best of the worst.
I echo everything you say. Space Raider. You know what else Space Raider brought? Little heart to it. Teeny bit of heart. A lot of alien prosthetics and laser guns with no lasers, just kind of sparks. But I'll take it.
Yeah, firecracker gun.
That's probably a more realistic laser, Jack. This is a fucking efficient film. It's so efficient that I am going to skip over Josh and nominate this as my pick for best of the worst.
Well, but I think there's a Roger Corman flair that goes beyond efficiency, which is it actually tells a story, and there are characters in it. Sometimes they're a little goofy. Sometimes
You understand what's happening and why it's happening?
It's all simplistic, but it has that element.
And the efficiency, which is just that the budget goes where it's supposed to. The miniatures and the matte paintings are gorgeous. Everybody, like acting-wise, like there's some terrible acting in this one, even though there are some reliable character actors in this one. This, on and off, you know, you can depend on Abe Vigoda and Don Rickles, that's fine.
You have some major talent there, is the thing.
And it's kind of just fluffed off.
No pun intended.
Oh! That was a $6 million comment.
That was a $7 million fail.
I fucked it up. God damn it.
No, you didn't.
No, you
didn't.
You know, I successfully said Don Rickles.
You did. You did. I was here for it. You guys were talking about whatever, but he successfully said Don Rickles. Thought he'd gotten it wrong, and I was there to back him and say no.
Wait, you've always been saying Don Pickles? Don Wrinkles?
No, Don Lovitz.
Space Raiders, you go, girl.
Yeah!
But see, that's the hallmark of Roger Corman movies, is that everybody, it seems like a lot of people, like throughout the Roger Corman movies, people like are trying, and they really are giving their all to a movie that doesn't necessarily.
Fuck, it's cold.
Oh, my joints are frozen.
Oh, shit. So, Josh, it's really fucking cold in Wisconsin right now. What's the temperature?
Oh.
What the hell are we doing out here?
I don't even know anymore.
Well, we gotta get our movies. We're gonna take our minds off of all of this by watching some otherworldly movies, some sci-fi films.
Oh.
So the first movie we have here is Robo Chick. Although technically it's Robo Chic, but I think it's supposed to be chick. The perfect woman is now the perfect weapon.
Oh.
A madman is holding the world hostage for $1 billion.
Wow, that's a lot of money.
Chaos and violence rule the streets.
Oh,
Enter
what'd you
Robo-Chick.
do,
A
Trains?
computerized, humanoid, intelligent clone. That's the chick. An unstoppable killing machine packed into one of the hottest bodies around. The ultimate crime fighter, she's faster than a laser beam, more powerful than an atom bomb, and able to wipe out 10 men with a single blast from her ion
Dave's
shooting
trains have
orb.
finally gotten stuck.
I wonder what that could mean.
The challenge, can this bodacious bombshell wipe out the bad guys, save the world, fall in love, and get her hair done all in the same day?
Oh no!
So this is a over the course of one day movie, like Dazed and Confused. Or, it keeps going, there's so many things going on in this film.
Oh god.
Or, will the vicious scum take over the earth and get all of the great-looking babes?
Oh my god, let's go watch this fucking movie.
Holy shit.
It's cold out here, we could be watching Robo Chick.
The fuck?
Is it trying to do a Robocop thing?
Maybe?
Alright, time to pseudo-automate.
Multi-associate producers. Damn, dog! That was a boob joke.
Waffle stomping lead.
They're not even trying anymore.
Oh, beer makes everything better.
Okay.
We got 10 minutes to shoot this scene. We don't need any choreography. Just walk up to them and
Slightly push them away.
slightly push them out of the shot.
Amazing superpowers.
Over and over again. Well, let's see what else we can find in here.
Okay.
Oh, wonderful. This is Alien Sea, which the trailer for this played before Elves, and we immediately had to get it.
Wow. It stars Eric Estrada.
Yes.
Alien Sea. They invaded the planet and violated our women.
Oh no!
Can the alien invasion be stopped? Question mark, exclamation point. From an ancient prophecy to an alien conception. The future of the world lies with an unborn child. Mary Jordan, an innocent 18-year-old student, finds herself unexplainably impregnated after being after a mysterious 11-hour disappearance.
This guy doesn't always carry enough rocket fuel.
Yeah, how embarrassing.
Alien scheme to deliver a messiah to save the Earth from mankind's corruption. This is the Abyss. MJ-12, a secret government agency studying UFOs, wants to kidnap Mary and control the child for their own purposes. Well, duh. But Dr. Stone, Eric Estrada, wants the child dead at any cost.
He's got a freaking 10-train pileup over here.
Wants to kill a child?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm on board for that.
Alright, when Mary turns up brutally
I know
murdered,
I did it, and
spoilers,
it's completely
her sister Lisa vows revenge, only to find herself the new target for the alien conception.
It sounds horribly complicated.
I think we're going to get a lot of
It's a lot easier when you're playing with 3 other people and you can blame things on them.
Eric Estrada's teeth.
And it can even be their fault, and it sometimes, often is their fault, I guess I should say.
No way!
Yeah.
Oh, no, what the fuck?
It's impregnating the planet.
It's because I wasn't using chain rail signals correctly. I've since learned my lesson, but I haven't gone back and fixed all instances of that bad behavior.
So it's an older part of the setup then?
You're a bad boy. That's what I'm hearing.
I guess I should get off these main roads.
Just in the city.
He's just in the city.
Tinned copper watch.
It's no Mitchell, but it's pretty good.
So wait, this doesn't need any solder. That's weird as heck. This is easy. 10 copper wire needs this and 10. Okay.
I wonder what else is in store for our future.
I don't know. Let me dig around in there for a minute.
Okay. What? Please hurry.
Oh! It's yours!
It's mine?
No, that would be yours.
Oh. This is Yor, the hunter from the future. Although he looks like a barbarian from the past. In a primitive land of huge, lumbering reptiles, fierce cave dwellers, and ancient mystery, Yor, the mighty warrior, sets out on a quest to learn the truth of his own identity. This spectacular fantasy adventure takes place in a time warp where the past and the future mysteriously collide.
Well, that explains everything.
Yeah. Blending Stone Age brawn with dazzling technology.
Dazzling.
Yor, played by Red Brown, has mastered his primitive planet, but somehow he knows he does not belong. The only clue to these fleeting memories of another time and place in his gold... What? The only clue to his fleeting memories of another time and place is his gold medallion, a burnished bronze symbol of heaven's fire.
Is it bronze or gold?
It's bronze.
But it's gold.
Oh yeah, Roa, the priestess in the Forbidden Lands.
I love them Forbidden Lands.
Tells Yor that this is going on forever.
Oh my god.
Tells Yor that his answers lie in a fleeting island across the sea. A land where time and technology are paradoxically reversed.
What?
Haven't they already explained this to us?
No, it happens again.
It happens again? There, the secret of Yor's ancestry. Fuck this, I'm cold. Let's go
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, Mom just killed it.
Oh my god.
Yeah! Yours apparently somewhere nearby.
Okay.
We haven't established that.
What if he just said, "You're fucked"?
Oh. Oh no, what has he done to that stick?
Well, we have the scan of his penis.
So now we will 3D print replicas.
Here, just grab her.
We'll make a fortune selling dildos.
That's what we do here in the future. We sell dildos.
Gonna.
Yes.
Story is boring me.
Well, hold on.
After watching this film, I wish I was.
Well, I will say this. At the very least, we got to spend the coldest day in the history of the world in a nice, warm building.
Mostly.
Yeah.
We were mostly indoors.
Yeah.
That's the only positive.
That's the only positive. But the first movie we watched in our sci-fi extravaganza was Robo Chic, alternately titled Cyber Chick, I discovered.
Oh.
Thanks to IMDb. But,
Great.
But Josh, why don't you explain Robo Chick?
All right, actually what I want to do is go ahead and, I know we've already done it outside in the cold, but I think we might have rushed through it. So I want to go through this VHS cover front and back bit by bit and just talk about how wrong every single thing is. Every last thing. Starting from the top. Kathy Shower is Robo Chick. Now there were 2 Robo Chicks in the movie.
Right off the bat, it's wrong.
Right off the bat, it's
Right
wrong.
at the top.
The first thing we were watching the movie, and who noticed it at first? We were like, is that the same
I
woman?
think it was Jack.
Get down.
No, look, that's a different person.
Is it?
No. Look at her.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and first we weren't sure if it was.
I thought it might have been a different wig or she got a tan.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
that's a whole different lady.
It's a different woman.
The nose gave it away.
Yeah. Yeah, and we're also not convinced that this lady is either one of those two. But who knows?
Robo Chick
Lie
number 3.
number 2.
I mean, she's got the outfit, but that's it.
Yeah.
That car makes no appearance.
Those need to be chain rail
That's
signals.
also this car, RoboCop. Excuse me, RoboCar. I'm just wish I'm talking about the movies I wish I'd seen.
Sure.
RoboCar is like this piece of junk with like half of the body torn away. It doesn't look anything like this. This is not the RoboCar in this movie. Let's continue on. Part cop. Nope. At no point is she a cop at all.
I didn't even think about that.
No.
Oh my lord.
Part machine. She's entirely machine as far as I know.
Yes.
All woman.
No.
I don't
no
think so.
woman.
No.
No, not
all
woman.
machine. All machine.
robot.
The only part that's not a machine is the wig.
So yeah. All right. So moving on, having completely debunked the front, let's move on to the back. The perfect woman is now the perfect weapon. I mean, that's easy to just know.
Well, the perfect weapon, she does kind of lightly throw you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The perfect weapon is a small elf that stabs you in the crotch.
A madman is holding the world hostage for $1 billion. That was true.
That's true.
That happened in the movie. I'll give it that. Chaos and violence ruled the streets. Eventually, that came true with the circle jerk and the riot outside.
I wouldn't call it chaos so much as minor annoyances.
It looks like they're gangbanging someone.
Enter RoboChick, a computerized humanoid intelligence clone Yeah.
Which makes no sense.
Yeah, she's not a clone.
Yeah.
No, I don't know if she's not a. Maybe she's a clone.
They had to almost get the word chick into the
Yeah. If she is a clone, they didn't actually show anybody that she would have been a clone of.
Yeah.
If you're gonna tack on the C, can't you also tack on a K?
Yeah.
No.
That sums up this whole movie, actually. Like,
couldn't you have
taken another step?
Yeah.
To make it a little better.
That is a different lady.
Yeah, I learned a lot, Talon, when I figured out this intersection.
An unstoppable killing machine packed into one of the hottest bodies around. We've already established there are two. It depends
Color
on your
coding's kind of interesting.
subjectivity as to whether it was the hottest body. She wasn't unstoppable. She was stopped by a fucking electric pad with a welcome mat in front of it.
It's impossible to split the purple in the middle. But you can split everything else going into and out of it.
No. She's faster than a laser.
Especially like separating the this
No
bottom
indication of
component
that. More
is
powerful
really
than an
useful.
atom bomb.
No. Oh, God.
No idea. And
Because it
able to
means
wipe
that this
out
track
Superman
is,
with a single blast from her
as long as no
ion
one's
shooting orb.
transitioning
There
into
were
this
no
track,
ion shooting orbs
the
in
bottom
this
one is
motion
fully
picture.
that's probably the most
parallel.
disappointing thing about
We
the
were
movie.
looking forward to
you
that.
hear that and you're like, okay, laser boobs.
But it will
awesome.
still check
She might not be as
to
strong
prevent
as her
collisions.
mom, but she did hold her hand under that table while the forklift lifted it up.
She completely broke physics, and it was great.
To add more to your description of the box.
The essential
box,
general rule
this
that I
got lumped
learned
into our science
is
fiction
you need
category.
chain
And
going
we should
in
really mention that this is the
to
worst
any
comedy
intersection,
film ever made.
Well,
and
had all that
then
stuff been played
a
straight,
signal
if it was just a movie
for the
about
exit.
a sexy robot chick having to fight crime lords or whatever, it
Part of
probably
the
would have been
intersection.
great. But yeah, it's just nothing is
If you
worse
follow
than,
that general
than
rule,
bad comedy.
trains will always just work.
Oh, Jesus Christ. This is so awkward.
It's a slapstick comedy.
It's a
with
slapstick
repackaged
comedy,
schlock.
and it's just terrible. And this is the first movie that we gave up on, I think, right? Everybody kind of just left the room at a certain point. Some of us left the room and gave up. Others developed Stockholm syndrome, where we just started laughing because there was nothing else to
There
do.
was like 3 good scenes in a row, and we thought things were turning around.
Well, the first 75% of the movie is bad comedy attempts.
Yes.
And then they're like, oh, we have to have a plot now. And that's when the rioting starts happening, and she has to go out and do robo-chick things, and that's when they're trying to have it have some level of realism, and that's when it started becoming hilarious. So, like, from the beginning, if they had tried, it would have been a really good bad movie, but they were trying at comedy, and they failed spectacularly.
Well, what's the line? Why is it that a bad comedy is just bad, but a bad serious film can be funny?
Well, first of all, a bad comedy is not just bad. A bad comedy is fucking miserable.
Yes.
Yes.
It's a non-comedy.
Non-comedy is a specific moment. While you're enjoying yourself, then the joke happens, and the enjoyment drops. That's non-comedy.
Which is unfortunate, because we discovered after we started watching it that's the same guy who directed Elves. We didn't realize that ahead of time. And so Elves is like perfect bad
horribly
movie.
entertaining.
Yeah. But it wasn't trying to be funny.
But this movie actually made us miserable.
Yeah.
It wasn't boring, it should be pointed out. It's not boring, it was misery.
Yeah, right. There's a difference.
Yeah.
Couldn't focus on it if I tried.
I was wondering while we were watching it, okay, how many people have actually sat through the whole movie? Has anybody ever made it through this thing?
Our opinion was, we didn't completely. We didn't stay through the whole thing. I missed the funny part, apparently. Jesse and I were talking, I missed the funny part.
Well, I'm assuming RoboChick did not get the theatrical. It was a direct-to-video, 90s direct-to-video thing, and they're probably a good number of people.
But did they
rented it.
watch the whole thing? Did they rent it and start watching it, excited, and then be like,
thing.
oh, and then turn it off?
Oh yeah, from beginning to end.
From beginning to
we're
end.
looking at a number
From the
around
first
20.
appearance of the wacky scientist, they go, oh.
Yep.
Yeah.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Good. Now follow me. This is hard.
Well, I know what movie we're smashing in cold command.
Maybe I missed it in all the misery. Did they ever explain why he built a robot woman?
No.
No.
Not that I saw.
I don't think so.
No.
It just
Because if he didn't,
off...
there would be no movie. That's the reason.
Well, he starts off just like it cuts to him. The opening scene is him putting her head on.
Yeah.
And there's other body parts laying around, and he's just sort of like a guy who's making an android. And then all of a sudden he's like, "Well, here's your new outfit," and it's this bizarre like 80s S&M outfit, and the grandpa scientist had that.
I mean, it started out promising. You had the newsroom stuff, the font, the neat font, and then you have her head sticking out of the table, and then we thought it was going to be good until Robin started reading how-to books.
Oh my God.
I have placed thermonuclear devices in 12 locations and set them to go off in intervals.
Is the joke that he's doing this in front of cops?
Yes, that's the joke. That is the joke.
Oh yeah, Burt Ward is in this movie because Burt Ward needed to pay his rent that month.
Jay, our audience was born in 1999. Who is Burt Ward?
Burt Ward was the original Robin.
In the 1960s Batman.
In the 1960s Batman.
The original television actor Robin.
People know who Burt Ward is.
No one knows who Burt Ward is, my man.
No one knows who Burt Ward is because Burt Ward isn't a person.
Guys, what did Batman say to Robin before they got in the car?
What?
Get in the car.
Where do you come up with these jokes?
I got my writers. That was my favorite scene, by the way, where the end credits just continued over the policeman's lecture.
It sums up the whole movie, where it's like, you can't escape. You're stuck here.
This movie is so bad, it made me feel sorry for Burt Ward. Okay.
Oh. Well, that's an interesting element of this movie. It's like just a bunch of shit smashed together. There's numerous types of production values.
Yeah.
There's the handheld, like we're in the news station stuff. That is this movie, right?
Yeah.
And then there's the regular production. There's actually one scene where there's a riot outside. There's a hilariously named cafe called the Eat Me Cafe.
Yes.
Where the owner is
so
smiling and laughing while he's being held up.
Yeah.
There's a riot scene and Robot Chick shows up, or Robo Chick,
whatever.
She shows up and she lightly pushes people down.
Yeah.
And then she saves the day. And then it does a wipe.
Right? It does like a clock wipe to the same location.
The same location, the same type of scene where there's three guys like fighting each other, and then the owner comes out with a shotgun. Production value looks completely different, like it was a different director, a different movie. And then it cuts to the chief of police, and he's with his dogs.
Oh yeah, and the dog attacks him, which I think was a mistake, and they just left it in the movie.
And they just keep shoving in bizarre scenes that seem like they're from different movies, and that's had a kind of an interesting element to it too. It's like, what was wrong with your production? That on top of the fact that they used multiple actresses to play RoboCop.
I can only assume that the change of actress just completely threw a monkey wrench into the production. Maybe it would have made more sense, but they only
like you use a secondary actor as like the back of the head, or something, but not directly on camera. Like that's that's really bad.
So it's a movie that started out with a core idea. It got fucked over early on by the lead actress quitting.
I've got a lovely bunch of green science.
You're still gonna make a movie, I guess.
Is it noteworthy that is it the lead actress that's the producer, or that's just a
she was the executive producer?
Executive producer.
Executive.
Yeah, but she quit. We found that on IMDb trivia. She
Oh,
quit.
oh,
early into
that's
production.
real.
That's real.
Okay, then, well, but either way, that definitely explains the change of actress for the main character. Right?
Yeah.
So yeah.
Then that's unfortunate because that's the whole movie. The idea is you have this woman. I'm assuming she's like, what's her name, Kathy Shower, like a.
So
like
how
a
did Looking at
Playboy
Pianos
model
go?
Or something.
Pretty good. I will probably be buying it soon.
Robot chick, and then she quits. And, like that's your entire movie right there. It's all gone now.
Yeah, how do you quit a movie though? You have contracts and things.
I will probably be buying it soon.
You think anybody
Congratulations.
regarding this movie at all? Maybe.
Or I will definitely be buying it, or telling him I would like to buy it tomorrow, unless something changes between now and then, which unlikely.
I done good.
How many ivories did it have?
All the normal amounts of ivories. And you can tickle them. No. They're made with like
I wouldn't have thought so.
fake ivory plastic materials.
He's in it. We got this movie because we saw the trailer before we watched Elves, which is ironic because the guy who made Elves made Robot Chick. Is that right?
Yeah, coincidentally, we didn't realize until we started watching RoboChick it was the same director.
And so
both these movies are the same distribution.
Yeah. So the
Wait, how do I make wood? What the frick?
Yeah, no scenario if you personally murdered an elephant for it.
I'm Oswald!
You have to kill Oswald.
Oswald, you fricker!
But Dr. Stone wants it dead. At any cost.
Wait, how do I get a tree?
Hilariously bad, and we ordered it.
It warmed our hearts.
And,
Oh, that's how I get a tree.
Horrible disappointment. Jay, tell us all about
Okay.
Alien Seed.
Alien Seed is.
I need some glass.
Terminator. If you replace the Terminator with alien rape, basically.
Yeah.
Glass.
Yeah, there's lots of
Glass and these nuts. How do I get glass? Silicon ore. Oh, easy. That is literally the only way I can get glass right now. I've been storing silicon ore in a chest.
He's just a writer. Eric Estrada, as I predicted,
just put this here.
Only showed up for a minimal amount of scenes.
The prediction was 3. The grand total was 5.
Was 5. So
but 2 of those looked like they were in, in the same hour.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Alien Seed wasn't hilariously bad. It had moments. It was mostly just sort of generic B-movie stuff.
None of the stakes were really. It was
why
all these different people.
Why
is the alien child important? Is the most important part of the movie, and it wasn't. It was everyone wants to get the girl because she has an alien child inside of her, and no one knows.
Well, there's basically 2 groups of people. This woman is her sister was abducted by aliens, impregnated, and then Eric Estrada shot her in the head. And for some reason, these 2 sisters are important. For some reason, they're who the aliens are targeting. I don't know why. So then the sister that's still alive, she gets abducted.
Davis?
It's ambiguous whether she's
Dave?
or not.
Dave, why are you playing Street Fighter 6?
Her down because he wants to kill her.
If
If
Oh.
she's impregnated.
He doesn't know.
No, nobody knows.
No.
Even
Okay,
we
well,
don't know at the end of the movie. But
really know.
So he's trying to kill the alien baby, and there's this church that worships. There's something to do with worshiping the aliens.
They're pro-alien.
They're pro-alien, but they want to kill her
You're
too.
really I was promised Plains of Despair. This appears to be the mountain paths of despair. Fix immediately.
He's there, but I think he's gone rogue.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then there's the Men in Black, and they definitely want to kill the alien.
No.
I mean,
they want to take the alien hostage.
Okay.
They want to take her away so they can study the alien like he's Alf.
You apparently paid more attention than I did. Which is admirable.
There are so many things where it's like they want to kill the alien, they don't want to kill the alien, they want to kill the woman, whereas it's like
the problem with this movie is that it's kind of spelled out on the back, but everyone's motivations within the actual acting of the movie
I like Corm.
vague and shiftable.
Yeah.
So corn is 5 to 70.
Like you don't ever really know what's going on, but you don't ever really know what's going on.
No, well there's some weird surreal sequences.
Well, that's the question. I might need beans instead.
They were sort of like a low rent extra.
5 to 70, and this is 5 to 80.
Bad one. It's a low rent extra.
Yeah.
But they at least they were trying. That's what we can say for Alien Seed, unlike RoboChick. Like at least they were trying to do something interesting, even a little artsy. They had, they'd seen like.
But ultimately,
and it's a stretch. But
what were they trying to do?
You're talking about 4 shots out of the whole film.
I know I am.
But they were also trying with the action sequences.
Come on.
The low speed action chase sequences.
That was the worst thing I've ever seen.
They were very proud of it, so much so you could tell there were certain shots where they shot it in slow motion because they wanted to make sure you saw that motorbike jump 1 inch off the ground and go through a hay.
I wasn't supposed to go to this one. I was supposed to go to Old Stone. Okay, so
why not?
That's so unimpressive.
Okay. We're gonna do this great stunt. We gotta shoot it in slow motion.
Yeah.
what is the purpose of this movie? What are we supposed to be interested in? Is this supposed to be an action movie?
Eric Estrada.
It's supposed to be Eric Estrada? We throw out his name and you'll buy it? Is that the only reason this movie exists? Is it supposed to be an action movie? Is it supposed to be a drama? Is it supposed to be the Terminator? Because it fails at any one of those.
Both of these movies.
It fails at everything.
Yeah, no, both of these movies are like shove in these elements to sell VHS tapes.
Yeah.
This is like shit. This is Alien, has the word alien in the title, so it'll probably, you know, sell some copies. It has a B-level star.
Anybody involved with this care about any element?
Telling how.
Yes.
I think they did.
Yes.
I think they did.
You can use certain sequences.
Did
you
it
can
do that on its
tell
own?
There are, you know, things where like you have to care about a little bit to blow up a fucking car.
Yeah.
You know,
Okay,
there
you are
little
piloting it.
sequences here and there, which I mean, I'm granting you is not much to go on, but if we're comparing it to RoboChick,
Yeah.
no
Just
one's
like
fucking
driving
talking
through
about
these,
anything in that movie.
it's a maze. Like,
Yeah. So I was just gonna say, if you managed to get it to automatically do that, that's impressive.
You have to care to shoot action sequences in slow motion. You have to at least know
Impressively bad, perhaps, but
yeah, they're not as dumb as me.
Slow speed chases, you're saying that's care? That's as little as we can get away with is what that was.
And so it is, but at least they gave a shit.
They're driving the cars around the parking lot.
You know
No,
what?
field.
Yeah.
But at least they cared enough to try to get away with something. Something.
They have
so
to do
tiny.
something.
No, they don't.
You have to put.
That's what that fucking movie
You
is.
have to put something in the box. I'm saying they didn't really.
You have to put something in the box.
The action scenes were the best parts of the movie, though.
Yes.
I think we can all agree on that.
Best parts in a bad way, in a funny way.
Inside the box.
The whole movie
Something,
is boring as fuck.
says Rich Evans.
But, and just it was.
You have to
just
put
a
something in
pile
the
of
box.
shit. I don't agree with you at all on this one.
Okay, so
Like,
that
no
works.
Mud
there was some artistic
compost.
stuff,
So the issue has to be somewhere.
One, 2 shots does not make an artistic person who cares.
I think I'm just comparing it to this movie.
Yeah, it's a
Everything
work of
looks
art
better compared to
that.
RoboChick.
And the Kyle Reese character, his acting, how about that, huh?
Oh, Jesus.
The organization has grown into a CIA type outfit. It has evidence that not only do UFOs exist, there's even reason to believe that something.
Give this guy all the dialogue.
Our own government?
Now they're after us.
How about that acting?
How about everyone's acting?
No, it's death.
Let's give him
especially,
the
though.
Imaginary Academy Award for that.
My favorite part involving that character was when they were interrogating him and they punched him so hard that his shirt ripped apart.
You call it Alien Seed. You don't have any aliens in the movie.
Yeah,
Because
they're aliens,
you want to sell this to somebody who likes science fiction. So you say
Yeah.
Alien Seed on the box. You have a picture of an alien, and then they watch this movie. It's just some guy driving around a fucking parking lot.
Was this the movie with the drugged out women and the guy in the? Was that Robo?
No, that was
RoboChick.
My brain no longer retains the memory of these movies.
You know what?
It's just a blur.
That's your body fighting.
It's like my immune system is fighting off these movies.
Yeah.
Don't form any new memories. You've had enough.
Do you really want to think about RoboChick for the rest of your life?
No, God, no!
It's like I've never seen him.
The little brain goblins are just ripping apart the connections. Hurry! We have to stop this!
Why does he keep doing this to himself?
Oh, I was gonna say Mary. What's her name?
Mary Jordan.
Mary Jordan is so popular that when she gets shot in the head by Eric Estrada, the newspaper the next day, the top headline is not only local woman murdered, it's her name specifically.
Mary Jordan murdered 18-year-old student. Very important in
Very
Denver.
important information.
There's also the guy with the suitcase of cocaine, maybe? And that also confused us.
Yeah. No, that I got. He witnessed Lisa getting abducted from the
Then what was the
student
deal
quad.
with the suitcase?
He just happened to be a drug dealer.
He happened to be a drug dealer, and then when the Men in Black guys shot him, that was their excuse to leave a murdered guy with the police not investigating it further.
Okay.
Was, this guy, the police are going to find his dead body and just assume it was a drug thing.
Yeah, that was just
It's an amazing coincidence.
Amazing coincidence, and that's
They
a
could
lot
have
of this movie.
planted the briefcase. That would have at least been clever.
That would have been more interesting.
That would have been very
But no, I mean, like
As soon as I get this tower thing figured out, I'm going to rip my base asunder.
After watching all these fucking movies.
Combining elements of all three of them.
So then I'm just gonna
Robots will have
go
aliens,
full frickin' steam ahead.
barbarians from the future.
It'd be a better
That's a title.
That's true.
Robots, aliens, and barbarians from the future.
It'd
The
be
movie.
a better movie than anything we watched tonight.
That's for sure.
Would it be better than your?
Yes. Yes.
I don't know about that.
Let's talk about that.
Would
Right now?
Would our movie be better than your movie? Our third film of the evening is called Your Hunter from the Future. That's
Well,
from the past.
The title is kind of a spoiler by itself.
Yeah, a great classic 80s cover. Rich, tell us about Your.
Well, for one, you're never going to see these amazing spaceships. Somebody called that. I don't remember who, but it was a good call.
Oh, yeah,
Good call.
was it you?
That was you? Okay. Your is about a bunch of people who run around in loincloths, and some of them are painted purple. And then they fight Skeletor.
He teleports.
Here, back to you, Mike.
Freezes my skeletons.
The
Rude.
Emperor Vader.
Emperor Vader.
Emperor Vader.
Emperor Vader Skeletor.
And his Spaceballs minions.
Skelevator?
Yeah.
Emperor Skelevator.
If you want to talk about a hodgepodge of ideas, this is Conan the Barbarian.
Also, he appears to have the Moonlight Greatsword.
Meets,
But most
It's
of
He-Man.
the ideas are relatively low budget, run around in the wilderness.
But the thing is, they clearly had a budget. They made a couple really cool dinosaur props that Yor had to chop in the head.
He had to awkwardly stab all the paper mache monsters.
Yeah, and
Those dinosaurs were great.
Oh
They
yeah,
were
that
really
was the best
fun.
part.
They were really fun.
Soil! Put the soil there.
Turkish and/or Italian extras.
It's okay. It's a fine movie. It's not terrible, but it's no Beastmaster.
No. There were interesting enough ideas in Yor. I mean, it was based on a novel, which is definitely something we're not used to.
Yeah, like somebody actually thought about these ideas ahead of time.
Yeah.
This is weird.
Yeah, it was very strange, but there were.
That doesn't necessarily mean it's a good or respectable novel.
No.
It could be dime store trash.
I know.
I'm guessing it's time store
Yes.
trash.
But that's compared to I don't know what the fuck, and I don't know what the fuck plus Eric Estrada.
Look, relatively speaking, this is Academy Award material. Relatively speaking.
It's not the best movie we've ever watched in this show, but it's certainly passable. It's, it could have been on WGN on like a Sunday afternoon. There's no nudity, there's very little blood apart from the dinosaurs.
Which I enjoyed.
Yeah,
I like the fact that at the end they're in like this futuristic looking place, but there's still like old columns and caves and stuff, and it has these like future technology things
It
later
really looked like the new Gladiators. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So Yor's this warrior, and he fights dinosaurs, and he manages to acquire a lady and her father figure, and then there's another lady that has the same medallion as him that he goes to find, but she dies because she gets hit in the head a lot.
Well, also, other lady tries to kill her because she's jealous of Yor. Everybody
But she can't
everybody
stab
wants
anything.
to fuck Yor.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the point of the movie.
Oh, did you guys hear that?
Wants to kill the blonde.
Right.
And then they go to
She can
the
do that. She gets hit in the head and dies.
Sure. But then they go to the other village where he rescues the children.
I
and
sneezed.
The father gifts one of his daughters to Yor, who instantly
I'm
wants
dying.
to fuck Yor.
Yeah.
Congrats on Sneeze.
Tarita,
What about dying?
are my children. According to our
Congrats on dying too.
Tarita's
Thank you.
life now belongs to you. She will be your mate.
Take me with you, stranger.
Wow.
Now I gotta kill someone else.
Movies need to tell us things, and that's the problem with these three movies.
Well,
is they don't tell
this
us all
movie
these
in
things.
particular, I think, did tell us things, but we were too busy talking about stupid stuff.
That's fair. That's fair.
Because the movie stops dead in its tracks to explain things. There's the part when Emperor Skeletor is just going on and on about his plan, and they're like,
was that the shot where he's walking around him in a circle?
That was a
that
different
was
movie.
aliens.
Whatever. They're all the same to me now. So Yor, Yor has a
I
gold.
wish I were watching Thor.
I wish we were watching anything.
Your Thor has a gold bronze medallion, which means he's one of the people from the future?
Yes.
So they let him off the island to go run around and get raised by wolves or what?
His parents died somehow? So he
His parents were rebels that escaped and crashed, I'm assuming?
But the lady, the blonde lady with the male eyebrows, lived in the caves with the ice people.
I'm not real clear how she got out.
Okay.
But everybody else on the island knew that Yor was the future. Okay.
Oh yeah, the resistance movement against Emperor Vader. Oh, you lost me. It doesn't matter.
I don't know.
No, it doesn't matter.
The point is they make dildos out of Yor's dick and then he... yeah, no, Jackie Rogers Jr. Stops all the Spaceballs drones.
Yeah.
And Emperor Skeletor tries to make it to press this button and fails because he's been stabbed by a candy cane.
Wait, if this isn't a tree, I'm in Treeble.
And then they fly off in the spaceship to fix the world or some shit. The end.
Well, they ended on a cliffhanger.
Just make the tree,
were
bro.
so invested in the Yor saga that they thought they'd be making sequels to this.
They did.
The Yor lore?
The Yor lore.
And clearly, I know without even looking that Yor was a series of novels.
Oh, probably.
It had to have been because it's totally that style of a fantasy series that they probably like combined a couple to start this one, and then it would have gone on, except it's Yor, and no one wanted to see any more of Yor.
Yeah, I wonder if in the other books, if Yor's also constantly getting cock-blocked by monsters.
Every time Yor wants to fuck
I just want to fuck this lady. Oh, fuck, there's a Tyrannosaurus? Yor's entertaining. I enjoyed watching it.
Yeah.
There were elements that were very fun.
Destroy Mephisto's soul stone.
It could have been like a sword and sorcery epic, but for family viewing, because no nudity, not much violence.
Yeah.
A plot that you could sort of follow. You could, if your kid is sort of burgeoning sci-fi interest, fantasy interest, you could show them that, and then probably get them some, Robert Jordan novels or something like that, where it's like, this is how you start it. Fine.
And it was shot in the 80s, but it looks like it's from the 60s.
It's early 70s, come on.
Planet of the Apes meets Star Trek, meets Star Wars, meets He-Man, meets
definitely
the dumpster.
The wind's freshening.
Krampus drunk again.
What if you needed a metal hammer?
Now comes the time of the
I need a metal helmet. I need a tree.
Oh, fuck. That's easy.
And I think
That's the easier part.
Yeah,
I need a metal tree.
See how it goes here, Rich.
Oh, I'm freaking the stupidest human, I think.
By virtue of sucking the least, I'm going with Yor. It was good. It was entertaining. It was not.
How does it feel to be the stupidest human?
I don't know.
But it didn't suck as hard as Alien Seed or RoboJet.
Yor has a plot.
First, I need to figure out how to make a tree seed. 5 soil. Oh, because I need the seed generator. Never mind. I still do need it. Need a goddamn seed.
RoboChick and Yor. I hated Alien Seed almost in every level.
CDs.
RoboChick, I got some laughs out of the shoddy production and the how it seemed like the lead actress quit halfway through the movie and they slapped it together.
Yeah.
That had some laughs. I have to go with Yor as well, just because general entertainment value. It had some funny moments as well. But, definitely the best of the worst.
I also have to go with Yor. I was genuinely entertained by it. It's low budget. It's a B movie, but it was fun. It was interesting. The combination of barbarian movie and sort of sci-fi stuff.
You gotta be real careful, really, when you're mixing your swords and your lasers.
It's true.
And that's something.
That's what my mom told me when I was a kid.
She's
Every
right.
time I'd be getting bundled up to go to school, she would say that.
Don't mix your swords and your lasers, Jay.
Don't burn yourself with your fire sword. You just hold it for
You gotta hold it out like this, thus making it useless.
But, and so, since Yor is our best of the worst, we're going to give the axe to a movie tonight, either RoboChick or Alien Seed. Rich, we'll start with you. which deserves to be destroyed, if any.
Okay.
You can choose to give the, the pass.
In a perfect world, I would say both. But no, I'm serious. Both in a perfect world. But if I had to choose one, okay?
Yeah, we'll make you choose one.
As miserable as I was during RoboChick, at least I felt something.
All right. If I seriously have to pick one, I'm going with RoboChick, just because it felt like somebody cared at Alien Seed. They failed, but they tried.
Fuck you!
Fuck you! Fuck you, Rich Evans!
Nobody cared. Nobody.
RoboChick gets the axe. Mike.
While I agree that no one cared on either production, I have to say, if we're going on entertainment value, no one cared on either. But this was funnier because it was so shitty, poorly produced. This failed to live up to its trailer.
Yeah.
And for that sin alone, it deserves the axe.
See, maybe it's because I didn't see the trailer. I didn't have any expectations. Okay, fair enough.
Jay?
I'm going to go with Alien Seed as well. I did not think it was as horrible as everybody else seemed to. I was kind of bored by it. I didn't feel much from it. And that's why RoboChick is more interesting, because I was so confused and wondering.
Let me save.
Alien Seed, I'm with Josh in that I think that they cared. They were misguided and they were incompetent, but I think that they cared.
They cared about making money off of it.
They cared about running cars through cardboard boxes, and because that's what you do in action movies. So they tried. So Alien Seed to me is still the worst of those two.
Kill them both. Kill them both.
Give it the axe, Jay. Oh,
It's a good RoboChick hit there.
Yeah.
So it's now -11, and we're going to take advantage of this cold weather. We're going to put Alien Seed. We're going to put it in here, cover it with water, and leave it outside.
Oh, God.
Use tinfoil in hopes that it would keep the block that the tape is in separate. I can't get it out of the dish.
I see. That is a problem. Because I copied and pasted everything. You fool!
Every day we receive thousands of terrible VHS tapes and DVDs. Some are so fucking weird we don't exactly know what to do with them. That's why the Wheel of the Worst was designed. It's a torture device for the modern age. The wheel is spun 3 times. Each spin selects a video at random for the group to watch, and then evaluate which video is the best of the worst. It's now time to spin the Wheel of the Worst.
Isn't anybody gonna come and help me spin the wheel? Hello? I've been here for 2
Yeah,
days.
that top-bottom entrance is so
Told me 2 days
fucking
ago,
slick.
Rich. Stand by the wheel. We're gonna film
actually
soon. And then
works.
I heard some engines starting up, some cars. Were you getting lunch? Hello?
All right. Let's get started.
Oh.
Right. First up is a new one. Not quite sure how to pronounce this. The Shojai Tabuchi.
Does it have something to do with the Olympics? The Shochi Tabuchi show?
Oh, Sochi. Yeah.
I think it's bronze medal for me. And then next we have Dunkin' Donuts, 1994 Fall Donut Event finishing video with Bob Rosenberg.
That sounds great.
That sounds awesome.
That sounds really good. Now, I know that this one is your favorite. So, Florence Henderson's looking great, feeling great.
I think if we land on this one, the little whammy's gonna come up in the bottom of the screen.
No one's going to understand that reference.
This doesn't.
A tree!
Commotion. 7 cute, cuddly kittens.
Congrats on
They
tree.
wrestle, romp, explore.
Thank you. If I didn't find a tree, I was like, is my save just bricked? Glad it is not bricked.
Next up is fan favorite SOS.
Fan favorite?
Yeah, this is one that we always keep passing by and never land on it.
That's the one, right, right.
And everybody wants us to watch it.
Well, hopefully it'll finally land on it this time.
I hope so.
It's like the 4th episode we've done.
I know.
And we still haven't landed on SOS.
I know. We need to land on it this time.
Okay. And then we have Tom Parks in Diabetes, a positive approach. It's a very positive thing when you got diabetes, right? I hope I have diabetes now because my lifespan will be shorter and then I can die sooner. What's next on the wheel?
Tales from Genesis Space.
I don't know what but it looks amazing. And next on the wheel is my second favorite video of all time. The Art of Dining. The business.
Yo, I got Will Wheaton.
The complete guide to
Oh, no, now you're saving.
Now my save's bricked.
Executive horsewives and anyone who entertains for business.
Also, I've got scary news. These worms can shoot me while I'm trying to harvest these goddamn trees.
All right, new girl. Let's spin this thing.
I haven't researched for killing worms yet.
Okay, got one. Oh, that gives you 100 wood too. Wow.
Let's do it again.
Oh, fuck this.
Hold on, wait. Let's do it.
No, we can't.
Let's start again.
We can't.
Let's just.
You're gonna need that wood.
No, we have to. Here's the. You're wasting a spin. Now it's gonna land on something good we can't watch.
There's that 8 point finally.
All right, we have the second spin. We're ready to go.
Okay, shut it off.
I have one of each type of garden. This is actually this went actually very well.
Oh no! It's a horror film.
Oh no, these cats are scared.
It's shot on someone's video camera.
Yeah.
This looks like this doesn't look warm and cute. It looks like a serial killer's home video. You know?
It looks like a snuff
XP
film.
shot.
Yeah.
Like
Now I don't know who made this, but I'm gonna guess if they showed like an image of him or cut to footage of him, he would probably look like some sort of sex pervert. I just have a hunch.
Well, Mike, I think you can call that video a catastrophe.
you ain't kidding.
You could even say that video was a piece of shit.
What? All right, Rich, let's spin the wheel.
All right.
I can't wait to see what movie it lands on. Oh, the Dunkin' Donuts video.
All right. I'm happy with that.
Oh, a fucking spark went in my eye.
Let me get the fire extinguisher.
Look at all these donuts.
So when you greet customers with a smile and a friendly inquiry, you're meeting that expectation.
I just want to see Bob Rosenberg fall off a tree stand.
So when you take the time to keep...
Do you think Bob Rosenberg is happy?
No.
He doesn't look happy.
He just doesn't care about this stupid video. He's happy when he goes home and he counts his executive.
He counts his donuts.
And that's a great way to run a business. want to thank you for your time. I'd also like to express my sincere appreciation.
Wait, why is this graphic happening?
Because he's about to be done talking.
Is he?
Is it gonna flip away or
I
something?
think so.
Oh,
that was
now there's a
weird.
fake out.
That was weird.
He's wrapping up now, folks.
That might be the whole video.
Is that it? Was this just like the intro for an actual live event?
Yep.
Thanks, Bob Rosenberg.
All right.
On to our next video.
Zombie Calyptus.
Fire extinguisher. Fire. Oh wait, we're slowing down.
So he's got zombie plants.
Oh, I don't look good or feel great, so maybe Florence Henderson will help.
There's like,
It said I think mushroom tato is pretty good, so I need to farm mushroom tato.
Well, that's the way the wheel works, Rick. I'm so sorry.
all right, let's go.
Potato is not fungus.
I have my moist rouge, I have powder, I have applicators, I have my eyelash curler, and I have got a pencil sharpener for 2 different types of pencils, and I have got all kinds of brushes for eyeshadow, for lipstick. I have a powder puff. I know, it's amazing, isn't it?
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please make welcome to the stage the incredible Shoji Tabuchi.
Oh, this is
unexpected.
This is unexpected.
This is amazing.
What do we do?
I don't know. Did we watch it?
We landed on it. I don't know. I guess.
That's a big crowd, though. Yeah. Shoji fills up a theater.
Shoji's supposed to be popular down in St. Louis, Missouri.
Branson, yeah. Branson, Missouri.
I'm farming a 20% chance in Factoria. This feels wrong.
And see where everybody's from. How about our home state of Missouri?
Where's Shoji? They're dragging him out. They are. They know that's all anyone wants to see.
Here's one of my favorites I hope you might enjoy. It's called Why Haven't I Heard?
I don't watch the Shoji Tabuchi show to not see Shoji Tabuchi.
They're trying to get him cleaned up in the bag. He's
trying to get him sober.
Yeah. They're giving him coffee and trying to wake him up.
Stall them. Ask them where they're from.
I guess you call this not Shoji Tabuchi's
Yeah,
show.
this whole thing is
It's a
stupid.
random ladies show.
It's called the No Shoji Tabuchi Show.
Oh, see, that's good.
Oh,
Thank
the
you.
no
That's
show.
good. No Shoji. Yeah,
You know
no, you said no show.
I get it. I get it.
So
That's better than what we came up with.
Oh.
There it is.
Oh my god, it's a laser film.
It's a 3D laser projection. It's the big moment we've all been waiting for.
Alright, we'll give it 10 more tries.
Yeah, this has to be him.
Oh my.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please make welcome to the stage the incredible Shoji Tabuchi.
Look at that coat.
Everybody's going out and having fun. I'm just staying home.
Oh, he's terrible.
It sounds like so much impression of a Japanese man.
Well, I think we can say, if nothing else, what we watched tonight was very diverse.
By different kinds of cats in the cat video?
I guess there's diversity in each individual video, but I meant the videos overall.
Yeah, there's usually some kind of weird commonality with at least two, the same actor.
No,
same
nothing
theme,
here.
Nothing.
No. The first thing we watched was Kitten Commotion. And Rich, I know you love kittens. So why don't you explain the plot of Kitten Commotion?
Why do you always go to me, Jay? Why are you always picking on me?
What are you talking about? We ask everybody.
Kitten Commotion, it's a video somebody made.
And it does not contain Grandma and her grandchildren watching.
No,
Oh, you might.
Contain kittens.
You might have to process this.
But it is family certified.
The only thing in the video is they take these poor scared cats, and then they put them in front of a blue backdrop. And then they put them in front of a blue backdrop, and they just.
I got it.
Baskets on their heads.
Whatever garbage they found in the dumpster, they just.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. We got the mush-tater.
Because they're scared.
Yeah.
And angry.
They look like they just want to leave.
Look, I didn't notice this. You know, when we got this in the wheel, there's horrible.
Congrats.
Fake ones in the back.
I died, but it shouldn't matter, I don't think.
Huckleberry's one of the cats in the video. Yeah, so Huckleberry has apparently reviewed his own video.
That's very biased.
And he's a cat. They can't even find fake news animals to give them quotes.
Rich, you're awful passionate about this Kitten Commotion
I hate
video.
it.
Are you just biased because you have cat allergies?
You know, I'm going to tell you the honest truth. Everybody knows I have hideous cat allergies. Cut to wherever, picture of me with the swollen eye.
You see it, you know it's coming, right?
But I like cats. Cats are sweet. They don't get in your face. They don't slobber all over you. They mind their own business. If I was going to have a pet,
Oh, you know what? I might have to process these first. That's kind of interesting.
I'm sorry? Why did you just say cat?
Yeah, let's get back on track.
Yeah, let's get back on track? Is that what you said?
What? I said now let's get back on track.
No, you said now let's get back on
I
track.
said now let's get back on cat.
This is the perfect discussion.
Is there some redeeming value? Is this at least for a charity?
Oh, they say that in the credits. The
Okay.
proceeds of the sales of this go to some organization related to cats.
Because I was wondering if this is just a cynically, quickly thrown together cash grab. But
only partially.
Okay.
The cynically thrown together cat grab.
Stop! Stop! A perfect gift.
Why did you stretch that out?
There are 3 R's. Perfect.
Why?
I don't know.
Maybe Shoji Tabuchi typed it. Purr.
I spent 11 years in Louisiana and I...
Oh,
Oh, of course.
A perfect gift for grandma, babies.
Wait, what's it?
Grandmas, babies, ...
Back in Davis setting up glassmakers.
So from grandma to babies and anything they missed in between grandmas and babies.
I like your
When they
glassmakers.
filmed this, they actually had trouble.
Talon hates my ocean. Talon, compliment my ocean, god dang it.
No. How'd your farming go?
I got killed by worms, but I achieved my objective. I got some mush-tatoes that I think I can produce seeds from? Maybe.
What is it before you put the machine to try and seed?
Yeah, it saved after I save scummed a little. I already save scummed the first time.
Yeah. And remember to save the seeds as well.
Yeah, I mean that might be the only relevant one. You might actually not be able to get the raw seeds back from the thingy. Yeah. Yeah, it might not be able to.
Let me do a quick back calculation.
Jingle Cats, there was a lot of work put in.
It is like a living
This is a 30 by 30 space.
It's so much fun.
Yeah.
I could watch it over and over.
And a
They can get away with selling Jingle Cats 15 years after it was made because that has so much
set of
amazing
minors
special effects.
are not minors.
Majors.
Majors are 3x3, so it's 9. So 9.
Kitten commotion.
9
It's possibly
times
the worst thing I've ever
6.
seen.
How many things have you said that about now, though?
Well, it's not the worst thing I've ever seen,
Plus-
but it is a kitten calamity.
Okay, I've put a billion different types of seeds in this thing. Alright.
A kitten calamity, yeah, I was holding that one back.
So the most I could hope to ever fit in, assuming perfect use, would be 8 sets.
Cutting like a home video. And
Currently have
Doug
6.
And, whatever, Glenn and John.
So I think realistically I could fit in a 9th, or sorry, a 7th.
Then it would be worse, but at least there was music and graphics, so maybe not.
Bags? So bizarre. We're only 15 minutes in and they've already run completely out of ideas.
Alright.
Now let's move on to our next video, mysteriously titled Dunkin' Donuts 1994.
We're making seeds, boys!
There's seeds in them hills.
There's tree seeds in them tree hills.
Yes, but do you have much potato seeds?
No, because it's not time for that yet anyway. I need to get tree seeds so I can do any farming. The tree was actually the main thing I needed to find. I didn't have a single tree, which means I couldn't grow more trees.
He looks like a Bob Rosenberg.
Yeah. But he starts talking, and we're all chatting amongst ourselves, waiting for this intro to end. And then Bob
Cutting down a
Rosenberg
tree should
stops
aggro
talking,
every tree.
and the video's over.
Oh,
So
cheers to the Kingdom developers.
Video when we were waiting for the video to start.
No, this is just an intro video. There had to have been something after this. This had to have been part of a series of videos, and this is just the first one that you start with.
Well, I think it was something that played at a live event, like some sort of gathering of Dunkin' Donuts managers or something.
Franchisee owner.
Yeah, this was the introduction to that. But before Bob Rosenberg comes on, we get a little music montage that's set to a rendition, a cover of Let's Give Them Something to Talk About. Let's give them something to talk about. And ironically, we have nothing to talk about in the video.
Well,
one more level and that sounds
okay. Oh, okay. 1994 Fall Donut Event finishing video. So is this the video that finished the fall event?
Wrapped it up.
Or does finishing mean like you put the finishing touches on your donut?
Well, that's what the opening song was about. It was all about the frosting and the sprinkles and all that.
I'm growing a tree!
We ripped the original label off the VHS tape, right? And we found out underneath, because we had to put this on the Wheel of the Worst, so we found out underneath the original sticker was under there, and someone fucked it up and replaced it with the new one, but it says 1994 Fall Donut Event, finishing with Bob Rosenberg, which is possibly an entirely different kind of video.
Yeah.
Bob Rosenberg saw that, he just wasn't. We're gonna have to slap a sticker over that.
Yeah, someone messed it up and then replaced it, which I can understand to some guy who's making the VHS tape, has no idea what the hell this means.
Right.
We don't know what this means. Only people that own a Dunkin' Donuts probably understand what this video is about. Possibly. The second video, we had 2 Dunkin' Donuts videos, and the second video made much more sense to us. Jay, why don't you go ahead and grab that video?
Oh yeah, well the video was so short, it was over before we knew it was starting. So we luckily had a second Dunkin' Donuts video. This one actually says the duration, so we knew what we were getting into. This one's called Uniformity. Anyone?
Nothing. For a video called Uniformity, there's a lot of diversity. The strange thing about this video to me is, this seems like it's intended for owners, for middle to higher level managers, but it's done in kind of a stupid, entertaining way that you make for a video you are trying to use to entertain like lower, new hirees.
Yeah.
This is our policies, but our policies are fun.
Like if you ever
it's
see
done
those.
It's done in XXL. It's not like a dry video that you think an executive is in a uniform like they did in Blaze.
Yeah.
But they do a silly dance.
Pull your hair back and hand me pants. Women ain't big.
What is this, a Super Bowl show?
Yeah, that I agree.
They're a donut shop. Who cares?
They gotta give these guys some reason not to kill themselves.
I mean, they work at a fucking Dunkin' Donuts. Let's give them something to talk about.
And we're out.
And that's done. And now, Shoji.
There's nowhere to go from
I
there.
think you're just bitter at donut shops for making Krispy Kreme change his name.
Krispy Kreme! 2012.
This is true. It makes me very sad.
That's understandable.
I love him.
It's not even wish fulfillment for the manager. Like, I can see him putting it in, watch it, and they show the manager at the beginning, and no one respects him. And he's like, when we get our new uniforms, everything's going to change.
I'll be glad when those new uniforms get here.
But then at the end of the video, he doesn't get the new uniforms in real life. So it's sort of depressing.
Yes. You know what, though? I give it 4 stars. Out of 50.
Oh, this is so freaking slow. Who knew it was this hard to make soil? You just mash it together. Why does this assembler take so long to make some goddamn dirt?
I think we were hoping for some kind of.
It has to make sure it's good, clean dirt.
But it turned out.
C Talent, I think you're under the same problem. The dirt's got to be dirty. I need those microbes. I need those microbes.
That could have been happening. It was a shot from like.
Yeah, cultivated clean microbes, not dirty microbes.
Bob Rosen's last video before being fired.
He's just drunk and fucking donuts.
I got some glaze for you.
Time to fuck the donuts.
I feel like I'm channeling my inner Ivan right now.
Oh, that's a mistake.
Well, the Dunkin' Donuts video did not live up to the mystery of what it was about. We all wanted to see Bob Rosenberg.
You've truly gone insane.
Exciting,
Yeah,
some kind of event.
I don't know why I'm trying this. It's kind of like a interesting like sub puzzle that I
How are
want to see.
you even going to get things out of the?
Yeah, that's part of it. I want to see how.
You finally understand. Yes. Yes, you have to give yourself a little bit of a challenge. If you don't, you'll just get bored.
I'm just curious to see if it's possible.
Let's move on to our final tape of
Anything's
the evening,
possible.
Which is, the most famous tape on the Wheel of the Worsts, and another horrific letdown. The Shoji
Alright,
Tabuchi
dirt
Show.
water, fast dirt water electrolysis. I love fast.
Just some guy who does a country music show. It's basically exactly what I expected.
I think after a certain
Test
point, like maybe at
masters
the 3.5 hour mark, it starts to sink in what's happening.
I guess what I didn't
and
include
that
my calculation.
you're only halfway through, and that you have another 3.5 hours to go.
Yeah.
And you want to die.
Well, you remember when we thought we were almost done with the video?
So I would lose.
And then a screen came up that said intermission.
Assists.
And we're all like, oh fuck, we're only halfway there.
Tap rating. Air assists. Yeah, I don't think air assists.
That means.
Well, let's set this up. It's a concert film. It's just a concert by Shoji Tabuchi and his wife and daughter. But then he comes out, and we discovered that Shoji Tabuchi is he embodies the American dream, for one thing, and he is also a born entertainer. Unfortunately, he was born to entertain 90-year-olds.
Yeah, this was a solid 2 hours long.
Hmm?
And once we got the gist of it, we stuck through it. And we'll show the back here. And how many fucking songs were on it.
It was 2 hours of music and
watched
of
the whole
diverse, lots of different types of music.
But they really build up the shoji though. I mean, you know, the wife comes out, they have like 2 different musical acts, you just sit there, where's Shoji? Where is he? What's gonna happen when Shoji comes out? And the laser violin starts spinning around the stage. And then his name starts coming up in giant letters. And then you see these legs walking down the stairs and there's lights behind him. And he walks to the microphone, hello everybody!
Folks, we will try to do every kind of music there is.
I'm sure it's a butch.
Was he drunk? Or?
I think he was both drunk and English. I think it was both drunk English. That's
Get ready, we put together a whole mess of good old Hoda music.
We were trying to figure out the angle of the audience and what the big deal with Shoji was, because it was a fairly large theater, packed pretty much.
Packed full of old people. Some of them dead, maybe.
Lots of old white people.
Yeah.
And to me, in my opinion, the music was very bland.
Yes.
Shoji goes through pretty much every genre of music, country western, blues,
God damn it.
polkas,
Windows calculator.
gospel,
50s rock.
50s, and his shtick is that he plays the violin, which is
You need
also
a calculator in your head is fucked.
We discovered, we learned through the video that
Trying to,
they're
like,
big
Could be.
differences.
sensible operation,
And that
but
he
I
has
want
a
to be.
white
I
film
wanted to
that
be able to
was
edit
made
the
by
input that I
NASA.
gave it. 'Cause
Yeah, that's a weird thing.
Take
where he gets
correctly,
very
but
quiet.
There's no way of
Tells
like
everyone to be quiet. Don't take
treating it like a
pictures and
text
play
field.
NASA fiddle.
Absolutely no photo, please. No camera, please. Only this segment of the show.
Yes.
It's very bizarre.
And then it glows in the dark.
And we couldn't tell if he was joking or not.
Here's the thing, that's the problem, that's Shoji's problem in general. You can't tell when he's joking.
Yeah. He doesn't have a lot of. He's a fine fiddle / violin player. He's very good at that. He's not very charismatic. He comes across awkward.
Man.
There's one part.
Idling for those few hours was actually really good. Now I'm like ready. I'm at the like exciting point. I got like plenty of stuff to do now. It's so exciting.
Yeah. But then again, I can't tell when this guy's joking.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's like
So I redid the calculation, and actually it comes out to be under 8. So 7 is like the theoretical maximum I could get in terms of hold number.
Yeah, but we thought it was like is it supposed to be some kind of top secret fiddle?
So I have one too many here.
Well, choose one of your children to die.
Yes.
Select your gun and then select your pony.
Is Shoji?
Because I had to assume that
well-known fiddler
for
is
each
he really, like,
electric
respected in that, or is it
furnace,
sort of like the
I'm going to need
novelty of
one
it?
grabby
This
arm
Japanese
in and
man,
one grabby arm
is
out.
playing all these different
And then
genres
for
of
each
music.
pulverizer, I need one
What
grabby
does the
arm
audience
in.
get with it? Because to me, it's very
So
bland.
you take your
It's
30 by
not-
30
I mean,
and
I'm
divide it
not
by
an
the
expert
number
in
of
how well someone plays the
spaces
fiddle or a
that
violin.
that
It
kind of
sounded great to me.
minimalist setup
The whole
would
show is just
require,
very, very bland.
Yeah,
and
there's
you
a
get
lot of
like
production
7.75.
value, but it's all very just sort of like, yeah, there's nothing super, there's no edge to it, there's no, everybody's 90 years old in the crowd.
But looking at a crowd, looking at his crowd,
Yeah.
since they're all 90 years old, I doubt they're not there because it's a novelty in being a Japanese fiddle player. I really think they're just looking for something that they're familiar with.
I completely agree with that.
Yeah. We were joking during the video about people there being so old that they were dying during the show, and then at the end of the show they would have a in memory of the people who died during the show.
And the coroners removing their bodies at the end.
There's a special crew every night that cleans up the corpses. The people that stay in their seats, and, 3 hours later, pick them up.
Alright, so now I can go away, because that's going to just
I
happen.
don't think it's intended for any of us.
No, definitely not.
Both age and style of music. But I like Shoji.
You gotta respect Shoji. He explains you were out of the room and you were out of the room. He explains that he was like 7 years old in Japan, and this country group came from America. They were touring in Japan, and he saw them, and that's what led him into wanting to perform country music. And so he moved to America, and now he has this whole little enterprise, the Shoji Enterprise. He's performing for large theaters of people in Branson, Missouri.
He has his own dancers. He has his own backing band.
Yeah, he is the embodiment of the American dream.
Absolutely.
Okay?
Well, I find the whole thing suspicious. I said Shoji was the Tommy Wiseau of music, mainly because he's I guess you could say he's charismatic in a fun way.
He's awkward. He's dweeby.
Yeah.
Is that a good word to describe him? He's kind of a dweeb.
He's almost charismatic by virtue of being so strange.
Okay.
By being so uncharismatic.
But he's not like really bizarre like a Tommy Wiseau, who is just so weird.
Unlike Tommy Wiseau, he's talented.
Okay, bad example. But there's a million musicians out there that are all very good. Why is he leading a big show as this amazing front man who everyone has to go to see? Do people love him? Is he charming as much as it appears that he is? I didn't think he was. I thought he was a very good musician, but the head of the ringleader of this big grand show?
Yeah.
I didn't quite see it. Unless there, he just has a whole bunch of money and was just like a Tommy Wiseau, who's like, here's a whole bunch of money, I'm making my own movie. And Shoji Tabuchi is like, I have a whole bunch of money, I'm gonna be a band leader and run this whole show. Because it's weird when someone becomes famous and successful and you kind of go, how?
Yeah. Well, that would explain why his daughter is such a big part of the show, because she's not
Alright. We've got it. We've got the tech in our backpack crafting. Grant me technology. Grant me been a friend.
So the wife probably puts the daughter on. She's like, you're gonna be another Shoji.
What's it called? Fuel? No, what's it called? Nutrition? Yeah, there it is. Nutrient extraction. Oh, I need a bunch of text first. What the frick?
It's not obnoxious. It's not offensive in any way. It's very mild, and anyone can enjoy it if you like any of these.
Binge.
Well, he takes each genre of music and makes it bland.
That's what people like.
Yeah.
I guess so.
It's like Perkins food.
It's the old country buffet of music, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I love the 50s. Are you enjoying the dancing?
Mild applause.
Yeah.
Can I say that you're lumping all older people into a stereotype?
Well,
that they'll
obviously
accept
not
anything
all
that's
old
bland.
people, but
Jay Leno.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, though. He covers a wide range of different styles of music.
Okay.
You know, you can kind of pluck out what you like and then nap for the other hour and a half.
Here's another question I pose to the panel. Is Shoji Tabuchi and his show, is it only successful because it's the headlining event in Branson, Missouri? If Shoji took his act around the country to Los Angeles and New York, or would he get booed out of theaters?
Doesn't matter.
I don't know if he would get booed out of theaters. I don't know if there would be enough of an interest for him to come.
Yeah.
Because when we first started showing up on the wheel, like, we had never heard of him. But then we started getting messages from people saying, like, I live near Branson. Everybody knows him here. So he's very popular in that area.
Local.
Yeah.
Like a local show.
Yeah.
Maybe his tickets are super cheap.
Maybe they get free tickets with admission to the water park.
There you go. You know, the best part is that you can go to shoji.com and you can still buy this VHS tape. Still. That's great.
You know why? Because he has 10,000 of them.
He's got a warehouse full of them.
Yeah.
It's just his whole garage. He just wants Dorothy, his wife, is just bitching because she can't park in the garage anymore.
His home is made of VHS tapes.
When is our daughter gonna be a superstar?
She's just throwing whiskey bottles at him. I told you she'd be in the show. She'd be successful.
She's 35 now. Oh yeah. He introduces his the band members, and one of them is from Milwaukee, and we're pretty sure it's Jeffrey Dahmer.
Next gentleman is from Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Yay!
The audience is just like silent.
Yeah.
That's not the South.
Yeah, it looks like Jeffrey Dahmer.
It is Jeffrey Dahmer.
Oh my God!
It's very possible.
Yeah.
Jeffrey Dahmer had a very short-lived career as part of the Shoji Tabuchi.
As a squeeze box player.
Yeah.
It didn't work out, and well, we all know what happened.
From Milwaukee.
Well, I think that's all we can say about the Shoji Tabuchi show. 2 hours of fine, bland entertainment for elderly white people. Now we have 3 videos. We'll discard this since it wasn't part of our original 3 videos that we picked. And now is the time of the night when we pick the best of the worst. I'll start. Okay. I think the best of the worst was none of these videos. Thank you.
You gotta pick one. Pick one.
I have to pick one?
This should be
Shoji
obvious.
Tabuchi. Shoji Tabuchi is definitely the best of the worst. Most entertaining, musically entertaining video. The rest are the crappy ones.
I completely agree with what you just said. While it was the longest video that we watched, it had a variety of things. So even if you didn't like one thing, you know, maybe he would do something creepy or weird or say something dumb, and we could all laugh at it, and that was funny. This was just bore fest. The same with this, except there's, you know, if you like kittens, there's cuteness in that, I suppose, even though they look terrified. Yeah.
This was a non-video. I despise this. Shoji wins by default.
All right.
Wow. Okay.
Jay, best of the worst?
I'm going with the Dunkin' Donuts video.
What?
Because it was 7 minutes long, and because Bob Rosenberg is just so full of charisma.
You think the Dunkin' Donuts video is better than Shoji's big show that he put on for everybody?
Yes, because it was 7 minutes long. Bob Rosenberg knew when to get in and get out. He understands timing.
Yes, it goes right along with the finishing video.
Well, I think we all know what needs to get the axe here.
Yes.
It's unanimous without.
It's very unanimous.
We don't even have to say, yeah.
I know exactly what we need to destroy tonight.
Testing. Okay, my mic's good. Jack, you got levels? Check. All right, you're good. All right, so we're playing Into the Breach. I'm ready to go.
Yeah. Just quick note before we go live. Make sure you don't talk about that thing that everyone is really upset about this week.
Yeah.
I know it's a hot button issue. Actually, you know what? Let me go to the bathroom first.
Okay.
Oh, hi, Jack.
Hey, Mike.
Welcome to another episode of Best of the Worst.
Oh, actually, I was just about to start a stream.
What? Hey, did you notice the little red curtains here?
Oh, okay, I did. So tell me all about these curtains.
Well, do you have any guess of what could be behind the red curtains?
A very tiny one-act play.
That's a very good guess, Jack, but you're wrong.
Oh.
Let me explain. As I open the tiny red curtains. Ta-da!
That doesn't look like anything, Mike.
Well, it looks like a bunch of VHS tapes.
But none of them are labeled. I don't understand what the bid is.
So, this is the very first ever Black Spine edition of Best of the Worst, which is even more random than anything that we've done before, because not only could these be a movie, it could also be a blank tape, it could be some weird porno, it could be some kind of conference or lecture from 1992, anything. It literally could be anything.
This is exactly what Best of the Worst has been missing. More randomization.
And more nonsense and terrible, terrible videos. So, Jack, I guess you'll be the first.
Oh my.
To randomly select a tape.
I'm so excited.
And literally, to our audience at home, this is not staged. I just want to reiterate that. These tapes, I don't know who put them here. Maybe Rich.
I mean, most likely.
Like, oh, this is something weird. Let me just put it over here. But no one remembers what's on this shelf. And so this isn't a bit. It's not set up. These aren't all funny things. We don't know what the fuck is here. And this is our way of finding out, is why not do a show about it?
Right.
Instead of just looking at them. If one of these tapes happens to be a grandma who has recorded episodes of Bob Ross,
right,
you win the day. If that just happens to happen,
that
would just be
great?
an amazing coincidence.
Wouldn't that be great? One of these could be like a home movie from one of your home movies.
It's possible.
We don't know anything. So I'm gonna go kind of, right in this. Do they have front titles?
We don't know.
Oh God. The first tape is
Blackstreet Boys.
I'm done. I'm done.
What's the Blackstreet Boys?
That's not what you cut to every say that.
So is this supposed to be like, whoever's watching this, they're under the assumption that you know who these people are?
No, this is a tape introducing themselves.
But they're doing a bad job of it.
They're doing their best.
That could be.
This is, they do their comedy shows,
Yeah.
and they sell their tapes afterwards.
I think this is more for getting gigs.
Pay $1,500 to $2,000 a week. No topless dancing. So that means yeah. All that money you give it to close up. I don't know if it's a mistype or something, but we can go check it out. Let's check it out. Let's go see. Let's go check it out.
See, I don't know if this is like a skit in context with the video.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening.
A clip from a short film they did years ago, or what it is.
I'm actually getting really tired. I'm gonna go to bed early tonight.
Good night, sir!
Yeah, I think that is a real homeless guy.
Well, that was a success. Our first pick.
I remember when we used to watch movies and not just whatever random crap.
Yeah, I know. It's unfortunate, but this is the way it has to be. Are you ready to pick our next tape, Rich?
But Mike, you insisted on doing this. We have plenty of movies to watch.
I figured we had too many movies.
We can watch some of the movies.
No, I think it's funner if we watch random unmarked tapes, and our audience would enjoy that more as well. You ready to pick the next VHS tape, Rich?
I guess.
Not that one.
Oh God,
It's not that one.
it's gonna be a snuff film, isn't it?
Oh, it has a label. Oh God. Oh no. Oh God.
Don Beverage Customization Seminar.
What's the year?
From 1998.
Now, is it about beverages, or
I think his name is just Beverage.
is it about customized beverages? I'm really confused. All right, Rich.
Why?
It's time to watch Don Beverage's Customization Seminar.
We almost watched Crips today. We could have been watching Crips right now.
Quit complaining. 3 hours and 42 minutes.
said, you know, Mike, whatever you want to do with this episode. And he specifically, he went out of his way. He said he wanted to make us suffer. It's just like he wanted to take everyone else down with him. This is Mike's 9/11.
So I don't know what the issue is here. I don't know why you need to talk about it for 3 days. Clean it up. Watch. I told you I was consulting the Burger King for a long time. Okay, I dropped that in just for this presentation for one. I went out for crying out loud. We've been on all the members of the restaurant. I said, sir, do you know we spent $42 million? Yeah. Do you know that people are pouring through that damn restaurant? I said, yeah. Do you know that 70% of the time the Whoppers serve cold? Yeah. Tell the crew to push the Whopper button.
Tell the crew to push the Whopper button. You got a Whopper button, you gotta push it or else your Whopper's cold.
This is Don Beverage.
Talon, they're not pushing the Whopper button.
You gotta push the Whopper. That's a t-shirt. Push the Whopper button.
That's a great idea. I'm gonna put that in a t-shirt. We'll sell it with the Whoppers.
You gotta be proactively going. By the way, I'll never forget you, Manny Garcia.
Almost forgot it.
Almost a system malfunction.
It's like a robot malfunction.
Yeah.
I'll never forget.
He rebooted.
Don Beverage, world's first secret android.
90% of all their printed literature dealing with what they perceive to be DK are a deficiency of knowledge. No company has ever gone...
DKEY minus the sum value of X multiplied by FUBU. Remember that, FUBU.
Well, Don Beverage sure does know how to throw a customization seminar. How many times have I said that before?
So we gotta do a third one.
Yes,
right?
typically we do 3. I was thinking of 6, but we'll stick to format.
The first 2 were short. We could do way more. We could
do 'em all.
continue to watch all of these if we really wanted to.
That's not a bad idea.
We could leave.
We could leave.
All right, we'll do one more.
Okay.
And it's your pick, Jay, and your instinct says pick from the middle, but nobody has picked
No.
yet.
I was going to pick this one, I think, because it is in a case. It's the only one in a case, which makes it special. So maybe the contents of the tape are also special.
Let's see.
Is there a front thing? No, there isn't. Okay. So this adds an extra layer. First I have to
so much
dramatically pull it out, and now I have to dramatically pull it out of the case.
Wait, it's like opening a Wonka bar. Oh my god. What does it say? What does it say?
Plymouth International Ice Spectacular.
Oh, the word spectacular is in the title.
It's another short one, though.
All right.
So we got that going, which is good.
Let's go watch Plymouth International Ice Spectacular.
All right, I'll meet you. I'll meet you over there.
Okay.
Okay.
Don't run away! Oh, get back here!
Come on, Rich, go! Run! Run!
You fuckers! You fuckers! I got your car keys! I've got your car keys, you fuck! You think you can escape from me? Where do you think you're going?
Planning for this highly organized ice spectacular begins.
We're looking for sponsors.
Yeah.
Sand, saline water, benefron seed. Alright, I'm dumping all my saline water.
Who said Dave could leave?
Dave.
Oh, it keeps going. Gas MPTVCBBSIYG.
Take that home with you. Get your name on a toilet. Get your name
Discord,
on
that was
some
highly
Band-Aids.
unnecessary. Closing your pop-out window should not cause you to reconnect.
Oh, it did.
The enthusiasm
Now you have to watch me.
throngs of people attracted by the
That was
unique
why I was
nature of this
already watching you,
outstanding
but I had you guys picking up like half a screen each.
to sponsors like you.
Guy's addicted.
At the professional level, prizes include cash, tools, and trips. A grand prize is awarded to the first place winner. The student and professional competitors also select a car.
That's staged.
And a cash prize is awarded. The awards are
That's
presented.
staged.
It's just shown like dining outdoors with the snow.
The whole thing have to be outdoors.
As the Ice Spectacular continues to grow, it attracts nationally and internationally renowned ice sculptors. You can be a part of what has become an international event. We are now, officially, the Plymouth International Ice Spectacular.
It says it was canceled a year later.
Oh, I think that's the end. We should point out, like, I guess you kind of did in the opening, but this is true, is that we've had these tapes sitting on that shelf for a while. And I think the whole idea was, like, these don't have cases, these don't have labels, we're just going to stick them here and we'll do something with them.
Yes.
Cut to 3 years later.
We forgot what they were.
Enough time has passed where we forgot what any of them were.
And the
so
true test of figuring out what they are is not just to look at the sticker and throw it in the garbage, which is what we probably should have done.
probably should have done that.
But it's to physically watch them and record ourselves watching them and turning it into a show that you, the viewer, must endure. I mean, watch. Enjoy.
Our first tape is
Jay
Black.
took control.
Everybody wants to do it every episode.
What's
now.
our first tape, Jay?
But you were all rambling so much that I just did it. Blackstreet Boys is our first tape. Jack, Blackstreet Boys.
Oh my
What is
God,
it? What
I'm
is this
black
tape
again.
about? By the way, preemptive, you're welcome for having Backstreet Boys music stuck in your head for the rest of the day.
And hit it. But just enough not to get flagged by YouTube robots.
Blackstreet Boys, aka To the Crown. It has booking information on the front of the VHS, which I'm sure has been blurred out, maybe? I don't know.
Do you think they're still desperately clinging to their AOL email address?
We don't know.
We can't aim them anymore. AIM is dead.
Well, let's send a test email just to make sure it's an active account still. And go. Oh, the email got bounced back.
Oh, okay, it's inactive. So it has booking information, so we can only assume this is a demo reel of some sort of variety act that features dancing, stand-up comedy, some sketches, but it's like a 3-hour demo reel. It's just way too much.
Hey, what you wearing, girl? I'm naked. What you doing? What? Oh, this is a dude. I'm sorry. Hey. Is that your husband? What's wrong with him? In Montreal, we ran into a gang. Looking to buy this gang. But the gang, they were extra nice. What was they called? The bunny rabbits. That's right, yeah. Yeah, man, they gave us the keys.
I'm done.
Normally a demo reel for an actor would be like, here's 5 or 6 different projects I was on, a student film, a little bit part in CSI Miami, where I played like a homeless person on a bench.
Or Dead Body. That's
Dead
the best.
Body,
You know
yeah.
that's what Daisy Ridley did before Star Wars? She was like a dead cadaver.
Lots of different projects that actor or actress has been in, and it's 3 minutes tops. You do the best stuff up front, you kind of trail out with your crap, your student films, and then at the end you show your headshot and your contact info. 3 minutes, maybe 2. If it's really good, 1. Get in, you get out. But these guys had a little storyline going on, and the production quality was all over the map. The only thing that was legitimate was a TV show on Nickelodeon from the early 90s, which only Jay remembers remembers fondly.
Nobody remembers the show, but it was called Roundhouse. And the first time we see them dancing, I was like, that looks like the set to Roundhouse.
You're right.
And then it turns out it was actually Roundhouse. I was just thinking it looked similar, but it's so much higher production level than the rest of the video.
Well, don't forget about the other little bit with high production quality where the nurse was so hot that she made the dead bodies get up.
Oh, yeah. With a cameo appearance, we decided it's Charlize Theron because she refused to show her face out of embarrassment. So we're like, that's probably a big-name actress now.
Turns out it was. We looked it up on IMDb.
But we've had other jobs that weren't so successful. I mean, we did one job, it was the hospital guinea pigs. Let me take you there.
Oh, no.
Okay, so...
Oh, God.
This camera work is better.
Yeah.
What are you setting up fish farms or whatever that gives you?
I don't know. I think it's a while.
Oh.
Whoa!
Oh, this is for a thing. This is for like a TV show.
This is a little more produced.
This is better produced, yeah.
She does not want to show her face. So bad stand-up comedy, bad sketches, good dancing.
Racist stand-up.
Oh yes. They have all sorts of colorful characters that they do on stage.
I thought these videos were supposed to be short.
Hello, how are you doing today? Would you like a bag with that? I just walked in. Would you like a bag with that?
Oh.
No, I believe that's supposed to be
That's Indian, yeah.
Me and everything, 'cause you people come in all the time giving me a hard time.
But if I were to say positive, they have incredible dancing talent.
Yes, they're very good.
And I say if this was 1992, and I could tell them the message, focus on the dancing. And then their like live performance stuff, where he was riding around on like a little tiny tricycle, and they're trying to do
That was when you realized that they were desperate. We'll
smelled-
try anything.
It smelled of desperation. They're at like the state fair in Ottawa, Canada. And there's just a whole bunch of white people, and they're like, "You ain't never seen black people from Compton," and there's like, "Oh, oui." They're like confused Canadians, and they're like,
everything's wrong.
Stick to the dancing.
So here's the depressing thing. Here's what's going on here.
It's just one depressing.
It's like a slow fall. It was videotaped. It's like the House of Usher, where it just collapses over time because we see a date in this. When they're doing the street performing, it's 2002.
Yes.
On a camera that looks like it was from the early 90s. But it's 2002. We know that the nice-looking dancing, that's a show that aired in the early 90s.
Early 90s was Roundhouse, yeah.
And that stuff looked really nice.
Yeah.
So what we see here is, early on, nice production value, good dancing, TV show. Then we're at the TV show. We're at some student films now. Quality student films. Now we're doing a shitty stand-up. Oh, now we can't get booked in any clubs. Now we're just on the fucking street.
The height of their success, they look like they're between 16 and 18, and the low point of their success, they're 25 to 30, and they're street hustling Canadians. And it's like, ooh, I don't want to book these guys, and that's not the reaction you want from a demo.
To be fair, I can't imagine there's much upward movement in the world of b-boy dancing.
To be state fair.
Shit, dog.
In Ottawa.
You ready? Here we go. For the good stuff, now this is the uncut version. Oh, right in your face. Straight out of Compton, LA. Hardcore. Just in your face, NWA style. Hey, what? Hey, what? Hey, look at stupid mother. You can suck my beep, you stupid beep. I'll slap the beep out of you, dumb mother. Beep, beep. I'll bite your nose off like Mike Tyson, you stupid mother. Beep, 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 beep. Shut the beep up. I got you. Stupid beep.
Just dance. This is like embarrassing. So moving on, the next tape that we watched in this horrible failure nightmare experience experience was Don Beverage, 5198, Customerization Seminar. Is that a word? That must be a word. I trust Don Beverage. He's a man of confidence, that Don Beverage. He's a fucking lunatic.
He's a confidence man, is what you're saying?
He's a confidence man.
Yes.
But Rich, tell us about Don Beverage.
Don Beverage is, I'm not sure if he's a con man or a weirdo. He's both.
He's both.
He's some kind of corporate shill guy who does nonsense motivational speaking for like low-level managers for coffee franchises.
Yes, he's a very passionate man.
And if you go back to that operation and execute and implement and apply QSC&F, you own the damn market. QS quality, service, cleanliness, and friendliness. That is the business.
And he exudes friendliness.
You gotta be friendly! God, you're gonna be successful, you're friendly, you stupid motherfucker! Tell those assholes to clean it up! Push the Whopper button, for fuck's sake!
He looks so friendly there.
I think you had pointed out that it feels like he's doing the motivational speaking in an environment where he should be giving advice about how to run your business and be successful. It's like a weird contradiction.
You cannot sustain a competitive advantage in product or price. And the businesses that fail, and the people that...
Is this like, it's like a doctor gonna like walk in front of the screen and start talking about the symptoms of some kind of cognitive disorder? These are the signs.
Some new benefit and some new bagel and some new ice cream.
Don Beverage's disease.
Or what if this is like a social experiment where they get these people in to watch the seminar and then they just have this guy rant about nonsense to see how long it takes them to figure it out?
But for the past 30 years, no one has figured it out and have been taking his advice, so they're just making notes still.
And he's somehow become the world's leading business expert.
You're on your way out of business.
What is it?
Yeah, fuck yeah, bagels!
Why does he keep talking about bagels?
I looked up Don Beverage, and he's not just a fraud. He's written about 6, 7, 8 books about business. He was I don't know if he was a CEO or he worked with many businesses and listed them. So
Did he have anything to do with any companies involving bagels?
No.
We got bagels! Wow!
That's shocking.
Loves bagels.
That man loves to talk about bagels.
Bagels and Whopper buttons.
Well, we'll get to the Whopper button.
Yeah. Tell the crew to push the Whopper button.
Bagel is his word for widget, I think.
We get you into bagels. Anticipating bagels. You're ready to go. I told him we had bagels. I'm gonna give you bagels. Okay? Bagels.
Bagels. I got the Don Beverage.
Certainly isn't communicated in this video.
Well, I think it's a fraud in the sense that I don't know what these people are getting out of the seminar as far as practical advice goes, because he doesn't seem to stay on any consistent train of thought that, oh yes, I get what you're saying.
He has 5 minutes of material that he's selling to these people in an hour-long lecture, basically. He's conning these poor saps.
This could have been distilled into a fucking one-page pamphlet.
We should note it takes place at the Showboat Casino Hotel in Atlantic City, New Jersey.
So we often have next to his head as he's babbling on about nonsense, Showboat. it's beautiful.
As he is sermoning to the public, let me tell you about business! Not just you can do it, you're the boss, you're responsible, you're the father to your employees, and you can do it because your product doesn't matter. You gotta have a good product, but your product doesn't matter, you see. As long as you're clean, well organized, be a father to your people, your product doesn't matter. Also, it's gotta be a good product.
Participative management. The problem is a deficiency of execution.
Been a friend. Getting some been a friend done.
This guy's got beans.
Let me tell you about been a friend.
Also, you with this card, tell me something. What city this Clark Kent live. Come on. Metropolis, thank God, my friend.
Tell the engineer to push the Benefran button.
Ladies and gentlemen, one day and the bankers are banking and the tellers are telling. And two hooded crooks come running into the bank. They go bang, bang, bang. Teller dies underneath the table. President dies underneath the table. Crooks go bang, bang, bang. As soon as the crooks leave with the money, President comes out underneath the table. He picks up the telephone. Naturally, living in Metropolis, who does he call? Clark Kent! Clark Kent! They're robbing the bank! They're robbing the bank!
What? Why would you call Clark Kent?
Over here, mild-mannered reporter Clark Kent picks up the telephone and says, Clark Kent here. He said, they're robbing the bank, they're robbing the bank. He says, I'll see if I can get a hold of Superman. He dashes into the nearest telephone. That's not how it works. He got this big red S.
He's not a comic book expert.
No, apparently.
I want to know where this analogy goes,
This big red S, and he's got them silly-looking blue tights. Now you know it's Superman because he's sitting in front of the open window, flies out the window, sees the crooks running down the street, runs the crooks, goes bang, 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 knocks the hell out of the crooks, puts them in jail. Tell me something. What are the police in that town doing? They're eating donuts. Very good.
Oh, fish refugium.
Hopefully.
What's he getting at?
That's what I'm waiting for.
They're doing it in Krispy Kreme. They're eating donuts. Ladies and gentlemen, take it home with you. Ladies, you understand? Supermen destroy businesses. Supermen destroy people. This is the man.
What is he fucking talking about?
Okay, so number one, why are they calling Clark Kent
A mild-mannered.
a mild-mannered news reporter about this problem? Right. I really thought the analogy was going to be that.
Thank you. Happy day. Oh, happy day! Thank you, Pat. I'm having a happy day. Thank you, sir.
How old are you now, like 40?
Yeah, I'm like 840, actually. Like 8,400,000 years old. I'm ancient. The dinosaurs themselves ask me for wisdom because I'm so old.
Yep.
Yep. Thank you, Pat. How's patting?
It's Pat.
It's Pat. Living your life on the Pat side.
Yeah.
Nice. Nice. I need to make some more basic cables. How's D4? Any new hot takes? Oh.
I've been playing Street Fighter.
This guy's been fighting on the street.
Yes.
Pat, it's not good to get into fights on the street. Did you know that?
Then how am I gonna get my rank point? Fight them.
My fight money! I missed that guy. Is that guy in the game? My fight money? Aw, oh, man. It's the only character I liked.
He's probably gonna be in.
I mean, it's a Capcom game. Everybody's eventually gonna get in, right? That's what I just assume. Pat, you made me forget what I was doing. How dare you?
When's Minecraft?
Never. Never!
They're gonna be, you know, a good mod.
Yes, this is probably true.
You can play that Pokemon one that you were talking.
Over my corpse body.
I guess Talon.
I've never seen a Minecraft mod that I liked.
Did you say you want to play the Pokemon one?
You're confusing that with Power World Pokemon with guns. That's the new hotness pad.
Yeah, we just want to shoot the Pokemon. Okay, I need to make electrolyzer electrodes, which you rinse with water in 1 second, and this is 2 seconds. Okay. I need some chemical plant zones. Then I need carbon. And more, probably more purified water. That's when I said Benafran. I hardly Ninafran.
Alright, I'm gonna go to bed soon, so.
Alright, see ya, thank you, bye. Oops.
That when you're the employee, you have to have like 2 distinct personalities that you put on for different situations, right? Like you can't be the Clark Kent when you're doing the discipline. You got to be Superman when you do the discipline. But other times you got to be the Clark Kent, the mild-mannered. But no, he just wanted some rambling thing about how Superman was making lazy cops.
Cops were eating the donuts.
They were busy eating the donuts.
He had many acronyms, many analogies, many metaphors, and none of it made any sense.
I said, why? He said, we spent $42 million. The people are pouring through the damn restaurant, and we found out we got 3 major problems. I said, my God, what are they? He said, number 1, 70% of the time the Whopper is served cold. I said, you are? Yeah. He said, I'm going to bring in all the members of the managers of the
There's too many people. Don't cook the Whoppers.
Don't push the Whopper button. But boss, you said to keep the store clean. I've been keeping the store clean. No one's.
Sometimes you gotta be a policeman.
Sometimes you gotta be Superman.
Oh, I remembered what I was making.
Execute. Take the Whoppers out of the freezer. Execute.
Rule number 1 in business.
Oops.
How does the customer see you? And my friend, if the answer is ice cream,
John Beveridge. Sounds like it's like a character on The Simpsons or something. Like,
or The Office or Parks and Rec or some kind of TV show like Don. It's Don Beveridge.
But the funny part is, whatever that character would be on any of those shows would be Don Beveridge.
That's true.
This is him. He's real.
And he's beautiful. And he knows all the motions. He knows what a motivational speaker is supposed to sound like.
how does the customer see you? My friend, when those people come through that damn door and when you advertise. And when you
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Okay.
Tables and slot machines after it was over. We're leaving. Thanks, Don. Blow them bones. They lost all their money for their small business.
Here's the deed to my Dunkin' Donuts.
That was another strategy because now they have to work much harder to earn it back.
Don looks over his shoulder. Business investment.
We got bagels! Whoa!
So moving on to our third tape, our final tape of this Black Spine Collection series. The first and last in its series.
We're gonna do it again.
Was Plymouth International Ice Spectacular.
Well, this is a tape from a small town in Michigan, I think, that has an ice sculpting competition every year, and this tape is meant for corporate sponsors, so they can choose to donate money to sponsor.
Whether you choose to sponsor a specific sculpture, one of the many events during the week of the spectacular, a single sign or multiple signage in conjunction with the ice sculptures.
An event about people sculpting ice, and get some advertising in through this event. It features people sculpting ice, changing ice. Oh, fuck it. It's time that we talk about partners.
What? Partners?
What?
Oh my God! Yeah!
I'm throwing the whole Black Spine thing in the garbage.
This is now a spotlight episode.
Surprise!
We're done talking about these terrible tapes that we watched in our Black Spine edition, and we watched one of our favorite B movies of all time, a film called Partners, which is in our secret B movie vault.
Like the Disney Vault, but for terrible movies that no one should ever watch.
Yes, kind of like Suburban Sasquatch, a film that we've watched collectively many times before and enjoyed.
We've been sitting on this, waiting for the right moment to spring Partners on the world. Just the right, perfect moment. And instead we just did it because we were too bored with the other shit we were watching.
Yeah. You know, I don't know what I'd do without you, but
Now we're focused on the void between two people. That's the center of the scene.
They're walking too fast for me.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Oh, the montage.
Oh shit! The drug-tage.
I remember this.
Okay, so how did we discover Partners?
Well, about 6 to 14 years ago, somewhere in there, someone sent us Partners. And this person claimed to have been a student of the director, who was a film professor.
The director of Partners was a film professor.
Yes.
They taught at a film school?
Yes.
About how to make movies.
Yes.
Okay.
That's the least unbelievable part of the story. And the director talked up the film quite a bit. he referenced Heat as a film that's an equivalency of Partners.
Well, this is the amazing thing. In rewatching it tonight, in preparation for this discussion, there were so many things that I either forgot about or didn't remember or didn't see like I don't know if we've watched this all the way through too many times.
We have.
I think the first time through we were just shell shocked.
Maybe.
Because you see the like the 180-degree rule being like just blatantly violated 5 times in a row, and you're so shocked from that you.
It's violated in a way where you have to wonder if it's intentional. Like, is this a guy like I'm gonna break all the rules as a filmmaker?
Fucking dead tired. And all you want to talk about is the same shit that we always fight about.
You know what your daughter asked me tonight?
They're crossing the line.
Oh, they're crossing the 180 line.
Oh, sure.
And it's very upsetting. And his,
Oh my god, now he changed positions completely.
oh my. They cut back and he's doing a headstand.
Fuck you.
Hey, by the way, he got up. Don't worry about it.
Wasn't he on that couch?
He got up from the far side of the couch, but somehow appeared on the other
He
side.
walked around the room for some reason.
Time travel.
Well, this is the thing, is like now we've established that we think the movie's bad, we've enjoyed it over the years. This is the point where we would normally say, so let's talk about the story. But I have no idea what the fuck this movie's about. It's a cop movie, and that's it.
I think I know what it's about.
Your head's gonna twist all the way around.
You should be like a politician with that. I think I'm gonna pass that bill.
All right, there's a new hipster crime lord in town, and he wants to take over from the old crime lords, and so he has them murdered, and now he's the new big crime lord. And so the cops try to take him down, and then they do.
And then they realize
And
the
then they
movie was
realize
too
the
short.
movie's too short. So now, oh no, wait, there was a guy who was behind him who was the real crime lord, and then he's murdered off camera by the hipster crime lord, who actually isn't dead, even though we saw him get shot.
Because the movie was too short.
Because
and so
the
they
movie
made
was
more
too
scenes.
short.
No, because he hired his own EMT, an ambulance driver.
Johnny.
What? Who? He's still alive?
Hey, Jen.
What's the matter? Never seen a ghost before?
How are you?
How am I still alive? It's a funny story. You know, you never can trust anybody these days, can you?
Can you?
That's why I hired my own EMT and ambulance to get me out of there.
What?
How does that make any sense?
They covered up his death.
He was either planning to get shot, because why would you hire an EMT and an ambulance?
That's some pre-planning. That's how you get to be a hipster drug lord.
I hope to God when the cops try to fatally shoot me, they only shoot me through right here, instead of my heart or my brain. Something that an EMT could easily repair, that I've paid for.
Or I really hope that they don't like not shoot me and just like tackle me, because then they'll
and arrest me. Yeah,
they'll just take me to jail, and my whole ambulance plan will be for nothing. If they don't
it almost
shoot
seems like they made that up
As an excuse to have more movie happen.
after they decided they needed more movie.
Oh, and he killed Johnny Chaos off camera.
How do I know I can trust you now that Peshkin's gone?
Fuck that shit. I'm the backbone of this operation. We went in and out.
Oh yeah! We have this big shootout with Johnny Chaos. Johnny Chaos gets away, and then we cut to the next scene, and hipster drug dealer's just like, oh yeah, I just shot him.
I don't even think we should bother talking about the plot.
All right, well, let's talk about how the movie starts. Let's start at the beginning. Let's start at the opening credit sequence.
Yes, yes.
Do you love Miami Vice?
Do you like Michael Mann?
And so he has his detectives, who we don't even know are detectives at this point. As far as we know, there's just 2 dudes driving a car.
I like the fist bump.
And they do like the fist bump. They
Randomly
also,
after moments of awkward silence. They're just sitting there in silence, and then just out of nowhere.
You need another fist for that.
Are you saying you have a problem? We just did it.
But you were motivated to do it by the discussion.
It
Those
just,
unrelated?
it just happens every now and then.
Oh, okay. If you just don't talk for like 5 minutes straight, you gotta do something with your fists.
Or else it's super gay.
Yeah.
I've never driven around with just a dude for more than like 10 minutes without occasionally going like that. Or else it's so homo.
So how about the credits themselves? Can we talk about
Just the titles on the computer.
this is the first thing that's just wrong.
Well, everything's out of order.
Everything's out of order and everything's off center.
Yeah. Well, no, it's centered if you only have one line of text. When it's just like the actors' names, it's centered. But when it gets to like, director of photography will be right in the center, and then the actual name of the guy is below it, because I guess they couldn't figure out how to make the whole thing centered.
70% of the names is the director.
Yeah, over and over in the wrong order.
2 camera angles. By the wrong order, you mean, for an audience who may not know, written and directed by or directed by. Usually it's the very last credit because it's the most important one.
You have
Comes
written by,
right in the middle.
written by, produced by, directed by, or like the last 3 credits. Generally, there's
Like
some variation.
This was
sometimes.
written, edited, produced, directed by Peter James Engel. It right in the middle, and then it cuts to stunt choreography by so-and-so, costumes by, and then it's like...
And then after all these crew ones, then we get introducing, and it's like an actor's name, and it's like, well, aside from that being wrong, like this is introducing all these people.
Oh, what? Whoa, what happened?
They're all over the place. They're both shooting at the same person, I guess.
What?
Because they're shooting in the same direction.
Oh, this music doesn't fit. Also,
It's a gift that keeps on giving. It's like you see it, and I've seen this maybe 3 or 4 times now. New things every time.
Yes,
New
yes.
things. And it's a joy.
Yeah.
Opening scene. We have cop.
With an upside down badge.
Oh yeah.
5 minutes of driving.
Okay, so now what does all that tension lead up to?
And hard cut to something awkward.
Oh. Why even fade out then?
Oh.
What was
There was
that?
like a triple exposure with like other videos.
No comment. What do we got, Sarge? Right now, we got this gentleman shot in the head.
His badge is upside down.
The titular partners meet cop, and his badge is turned after many takes and no one noticed. They go to a crime scene. We have cop guy and his partner, bald guy.
And nice hair?
Nice hair man. They go to a crime scene, and there's a body there, and that leads them
Behind generic caution tape.
Caution tape.
But actually, before you go too far in this,
we're on the first scene.
Exactly. You were about to leave the first scene, and part of the roller coaster that is Partners is this opening scene actually looks kind of nice. There's some nice like brownstone buildings in the background. It almost looks like an episode of CSI New York.
Yeah. A little video-y, but
Sure,
yeah.
but I think there might even be a dolly.
There is a dolly, yeah. There's a dolly.
There's some production value, and
It's a
so
little glowing orange glow to the image. It looks nice.
it looks nice. And so after the baffling credit sequence, it's like, oh, this might actually be a real movie. But
then they start speaking.
I'm Detective Christopher Perez, and this is my partner, Detective Steve Clarkson. Any idea why you were just a target of a drive-by?
after he pokes the guy with his pen, they go to the police station, aka my dentist's office, and talk about their next move.
This is like, you know, in like old detective movies when they go to the nightclub and there's, but this is modern times, so it doesn't make any sense. But they've seen this in movies, so they put it in their movie.
We get to the first, I'm going to say like, the first scene, the first sequence where we knew that this was something very special.
The drive-by shooting.
The drive-by shooting sequence, of course, because they, Sunshine, whatever her name is, had a relationship with the dead guy. We think, because it's all, you know, very muddled. But, so the cops take her out to the front porch of this bar, which
Because all classy bars have a front porch that looks like a house porch.
all the time. And as soon as they got out there,
30,
the second they get out
50,
there,
50,
there is
40.
a drive-by shooting.
So almost 100. They'll need a lot more greens.
Look out!
But probably not that far away.
How are you? What is going on?
I'm Detective Christopher Perez.
What?
This is my partner.
You just got shot at! Why are you so calm?
It happens every night, Rich.
Well, the awkward editing around it, too, where you don't know who's shooting at what, and then it's just over, and everybody acts like it never happened. Our cops don't run out. Did you get the license plate? Call for backup. No, just they shoot back a couple times. Okay, so what we're talking about? Anyway.
You know this man?
Oh my God, Peter! What happened to him?
So that's what we're trying to figure out. Were you two seeing each other?
And to be fair, like there's even so much just in the drive-by scene because I am 99% sure that the cop shoots first. I am sure the cop shoots before we even, as an audience, know that the person in a truck has a gun. And so, like, why is the cop shooting at this car? Oh wait, the car is shooting back. Was that self-defense, or are they shooting at the girl? The other cop dives on the girl, and then everyone gets up and goes, "What's that about?"
It's bad editing, and that's what it is, because, before we forget about one other magical moment among millions, there's the assassination scene of the two Italian guys.
I want it done today. You understand? I want it done today. I want that motherfucker killed today. Now, today. What?
Okay.
Yo, back out. It's a message from Peskin.
He shot himself.
Who's shooting who?
He starts shooting his gun. He shoots one of the mobsters. The gun stops. One of the assassination targets takes out his gun, fires it, and then shoots himself in the chest. And then they never showed the other guy shooting again.
The gunman is done shooting at that point and started running away.
He fires his gun and then shoots himself. And whether or not that was a really unfortunate ricochet, or just terrible editing.
He bought those Australian bullets.
Boomerang! He did it! He did it! He made a successful joke. Australian bullets. It's a really good pitch. Okay.
Baby likes his flower.
Yeah.
What?
Maybe don't leave all this in.
Like, that's an outtake, right?
Yeah.
That is clearly an outtake.
It's method acting.
Oh, it just kicked in.
All we want is some info. We know there's a heavy shipment of blow coming in. We need to know where and when.
But the dirty shoulder should be out of focus.
It should not be
in
focus.
It should not be focused on the guy's ear that's in the foreground.
Whoa. Oh, look at how many bumps there are in the back of his ear. Oh.
Oh, he had his ear pierced in 1994. I can tell, by the way, that the technique was done. But listen. You're talking about. It's so in focus.
It's super in focus.
Jesus Christ. I guess you can't get anything right, huh?
Where's the top-up bell?
Wait. You're talking about spatial relations and amount of room. I just real quickly wanted to bring up the.
You gotta be friendly and push the Whopper button.
It's the Coke dealer guy.
Oh God.
Where their set was
Push the Whopper button.
Push the Whopper button!
And a conduit of metal, a pipe, an electrical conduit, and that's all they had to work with. And so they show the guy, and he's like, "Okay, we have 4 feet of drywall. Sit down here and say all your crazy lines, and now we're gonna get all the shots of the detectives, but they're like this.
The best part about that scene, though, was the desk lamp.
Oh yeah, this is a space cop comparison number 1 of at least 2, which is when you have the famous interrogation scene that all these cop movies have, and you have the overhead light that's like blaring down on everybody. But in this scene, they couldn't be bothered to do that, or they didn't know how to do that, so they just put a desk lamp and pointed it directly at his face. This is a tiny little desk lamp.
Frankly, it's adorable.
The cuts between that and just the extreme close-ups. Yeah. It's magic. Well, the corkboard scene. Let's talk about the famous corkboard scene, all right? And we call it the famous corkboard scene because it's the best thing that we collectively have ever seen.
well, our reaction to it in this was mine, in our screening room footage.
Yeah, because we've seen it before.
Because we've seen it a number of times.
First time we've seen this movie, and we watched the famous corkboard scene, we laughed tenfold.
We might have had to pause the movie at that point.
Yeah, we definitely had to pause.
I think I threw up from laughing so hard.
Oh, there it is! The corkboard scene!
The most important thing to remember is that this is not some type of routine operation.
Did you hear that sound effect?
It's like it was like a
the chatter of a concert hall and then it quieted.
They're standing in the same spot!
It's the same spot!
They're standing in the same spot! The corkboard scene starts off. It's a briefing scene, and we know this not because the camera shows us a crowd, but because we hear crowd noises obviously put in after the fact.
Not like if it's a briefing room where you have cops, not like general chatter of cops. It's like an auditorium of people making noise.
It's like a circus crowd sound effect. It's like you hear an elephant.
Children clapping.
It's the completely wrong sound effect because it just shows the two guys or the one guy.
No, we see the one guy.
Yeah, and it's like.
And he's standing in front of a corkboard with one piece of paper on it that says
Department of Buildings.
Department of Buildings.
We love this scene so much. We have the corkboard in Space Cop.
Yeah.
Space Cop!
Ooh, 147 green science. That might be enough to get to fuel oil.
It's always him.
Nice.
He's on the phone, and I guess they forgot to film the other end of the conversation, or they couldn't be bothered to.
Because Peter didn't die for nothing either. I have to call my partner. What's going on?
Oh no, they did it again! What?
Some kind of tape. He cut a deal with the feds.
See, that's what you do, you cut away!
Everything.
Or you just shoot the other part of the scene.
So he talks, and then they just do a dissolve to his next line of dialogue.
Clarkson, Sunshine? Sunshine, are you okay? Okay, all right, just hang on. I'll be right there, okay? Hang on.
Right, and it's not like they do something called jump cuts when you're trying to show a progression of a long period of time. It's kind of the same shot, but you kind of jump edit.
Sure.
To show that a long period of but he fade cuts to make it look like it's a different version of Hair Cop coming from the past or the future, and their phase alignment isn't quite in sync.
Or they forgot to shoot the other side of the conversation. And one of those memorable scenes took place when he goes and visits Sunshine at her house, and for some reason Sunshine has wedding photos of strangers.
Oh yeah, in her house.
On her wall.
Yeah. They didn't just film in someone else's house and not bother to take down their wedding pictures.
Which are clearly in the shot.
Yeah.
Come in the front door. Oh, there's wedding photos of a strange couple on your wall?
Right there in the center of your shot?
Maybe we should take those down. Oh, I didn't notice them. Maybe she just really loves those people.
Maybe her parents, maybe she's like a hipster and it's an ironic thing.
She found them in a thrift store.
She thought they were funny.
Yeah, it's possible. Yeah.
We don't know that much about her character besides
Because she's in the movie for like 5 minutes.
And also the main love interest.
Yeah.
And half the time she's out of focus.
We learn more about Kingpin's girlfriend, who turns out to be a secret cop.
Once they realized they didn't have enough
who
movie.
has a horrible past of drug addiction.
I grew up in Miami, and trust me, a bad part of Miami. Most of my life was drugs. I was an addict.
Really?
Who took a job as an undercover cop working with a drug lord who had to snort cocaine while in rehab for a cocaine addiction.
That was her therapy. That's how she got over it, by doing a bunch of cocaine while she was making amends.
But doing it for good. She was doing it for justice.
I'll do cocaine for the right reasons this time.
Jay, why don't you tell our audience what dead pixels are?
Well, that's when the image isn't working anymore, because an image is just a ton of pixels, and you have one of them that just goes out.
But that was one camera of maybe 6. There's one with really good depth of field where and it had that orange glow. They set up light, and it looked like it looked good.
It looked like a scene.
It looks like a scene from a film.
Characters in focus. You have a nice soft background, and then they cut. And the one scene that sticks out to me is the introductory scene of hipster cocaine villain, where he's in Grandpa's office. Grandpa has
literally Grandpa's office.
It's literally Grandpa's office because there's a framed like World War II is over.
Like news clipping. Yeah.
Yes, yeah, a news clipping. There's a bear rug on the wall. He has like World War I statues on things. This is Grandpa's rec room.
No, that's the drug dealer's room.
You can tell because the drug dealer's
He's in there.
He's really into World War II memorial.
That blends with his character as a crazy drug dealer.
He's really into World War II.
He lived in the house that had the grandma mirrors.
He's really into World War II memorabilia. When you cut to that scene,
It's completely out of focus. There's the dead pixels that you can really see because of the giant black bear on the wall.
that weird ass bear too. That almost deserves its own special notice, doesn't it?
Do you need your oxygen tank? I have a theory. Peter James Iyengar, he taught film, and it was more film theory. I, as Peter James Iyengar, don't know anything about the technical side of making a movie. I'm going to hire one of my students to help. Oh, that student had to leave. And he took his camera. I'm going to have this student help. This student doesn't quite know how to focus his camera, which is older than the other one. He had to leave. This other guy's going to come in and help. You know what I mean?
That makes sense.
Yeah. Where it's like, but he's relying on other people with limited experience to kind of help cobble his Frankenstein's monster of a movie together. And they're all kind of like on the adequate or below adequate technical proficiency. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt.
Sure.
With as far as
with the technical aspects.
The technical aspects, because yeah, you're sitting there and you're watching an entire scene that's out of focus, and you're like, okay, he's not sitting there behind the camera going. When he's sitting there behind the camera in those other scenes that are beautifully shot and in focus.
I wouldn't go so far as to say beautifully shot, but they're competently shot.
Relatively speaking, they look amazing.
Thank you. Relatively speaking, to the complete out of focus, like on a soccer mom camera.
Graded on what we're going to call the Iyengar curve.
The one interesting note in this movie is with other low-budget movies of this caliber, no pun intended, the gunshots are almost always either plastic toy guns with a fake muzzle flash.
Yeah.
But here they were really using blanks.
Yeah, you could see the shells
And
fly
you could see
out.
the shells flying out. You could almost see the burst of air on that one thing.
I just know, all right, as an actor, I would not let somebody shoot at me with a blank on a Peter James Iyengar production, because your ass is going to get Brandon Lee.
That's very true.
And that happened on a professional production.
Right.
Yes. You're talking about the execution scene in the grandma's office.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right, Mitch. I'd be like, no.
If things can go wrong in a big Hollywood production, imagine what can happen in the hands of Peter James
Can't even
Iyengar.
focus his fucking camera. Those blanks were loud enough. It roused the neighbors out of their slumber. they didn't even bother to put on their shirts. No,
They just wanted to come out and see what their neighbors were filming.
Jesus Christ. I guess you can't get anything right, huh?
I love you, Chris.
Well, the neighbors are watching.
Hey, what are you doing? You got a camera? Hey, see?
What's this? What are you shooting for? Staring.
Doing something with a camera over there.
Hey, Minnie, look over there. They got camera.
Look, another one came.
Yeah, they're multiplying.
Hot summer in New Jersey that year. Just a bunch of shirtless dudes in the background staring at your production.
They're multiplying.
To be fair, it's a big deal. Cameras are out. They had a reflecting board that you can clearly see blowing
That's
in
right.
the wind.
Yeah, the wind keeps knocking it out, so the face keeps getting illuminated and then not.
And so if you're a looky-loo and you see like a big old deal happen, you want to go out and poke your head out.
Here's a tip though. I'm no Stanley Kubrick or Alfred Hitchcock or anything, but when you're looking down the lens and you see a couple of shirtless neighbors, you go like this. Or as an alternate, you go.
Or, can you guys move? Wait. Or as an alternate, you could look down the lens.
I made a tremendous assumption
That they were looking at the shots they were filming?
They were looking then, as opposed to like.
But we have to assume that he glanced at the lens at one point.
I don't make that assumption.
We have to assume.
I don't make that assumption. How can you watch this movie and make that assumption?
That is outrageous.
Because even though it's not in focus, generally the camera is pointed somewhat in the direction of whoever's talking.
Well, speaking of people in the background, we have to talk about the special cameo appearance. The opening credits say special appearance by. Should say special appearance by the script supervisor. What I really need is a way to fit all these things in. I don't really know how I'm gonna do that. Well, I can move this. I can move a lot of this stuff, I guess. Like this isn't necessary. None of this is. Oh! I need another filtration unit. I'm just like throwing ore away right now. God, I don't know which one is a filtration unit. The frick is filtrate? Ah, resource refining. Of course, everyone knows it's resource refining. What the frick?
touch each other. There we go. Make myself some of these. I already grabbed all of those. Some of those. Oh, no, wait, that was right. Boop, boop. Job's done. Now I just need another one of these. Well, these need one every 4 seconds. This produces what? 5 every 1 second? Belt travel time might be a problem, but maybe not the biggest. I might just need to throw in a few more frames. Let's see. Alright, 10 more frames should not clog anything up. But I think it will fix, like, literally all of the problems. Perfect.
I've seen this movie like 6 times.
I've seen it at least 3, and I don't remember hardly any of this. Who's that?
That was a script supervisor.
That was a script, right?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh, now she's gone. She realized she was in shot. She ran away.
Yeah.
That's.
Oh, there she
And in this particular situation, which is we're going to talk to the Rastafarian drug lord who lives in a crappy apartment. I'm going to guess, and I'm going to give Peter some credit, that they only could film in a crappy apartment building, and the stature of Rastafarian drug lord might be above that. So we're going to show a fence maybe a little bit. What you here for? Give me. You have weapons? Show me your weapons. Close up, because you don't want to show the lady walking by with the laundry basket. You don't want to show like the cans of Bud Light on the ground, and the white trash guy and the wife beater smoking a cigarette. You don't want to show all that because this is your Rastafarian drug lord, who's wealthy. And in your script, exterior mansion. You know,
Mercedes-Benz.
Mercedes-Benz.
Gold-plated fence.
Yeah, and I think, yeah, his strong point is telling a story, and his weak point.
What the fuck are you talking about?
On a grade, Rich.
On the Iago grade. The Iago curve.
The weak point is the technical stuff.
Anyway, I'm here to tell you about my pitch for an exciting new film. It's about two NYPD partners who will work together to hunt down a psychopathic drug lord bent on controlling all drug trafficking in this country. They travel from Miami to New York deep undercover to stop this drug deal. These two detectives work together with federal agencies, and they fight to bring this drug ring to its knees and stop this maniac from his hurricane of terror. This is a story about brotherhood and justice. That's my exciting new crime drama film that I'm pitching to you guys. Thanks.
You broke Rich.
I'm working with what I got here.
Yeah. I mean, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
Relatively speaking.
Relatively speaking. He's trying to tell this story about two partners. One has wife troubles. His wife says you work too much. You don't care about her family.
I used to think it was something more, you know? But I realized you're just the same as they are. They do it all for the thrill, for the power, for the high. You're no different than them. You're just not a criminal.
The other cop he's like, I'm cop.
Rich is checking out.
And then at the end they have a little more like partner. We're partners.
Oh god, I need to make bronze?
They do. Yeah.
we have a new development?
I'm not gonna believe this. They found Detective Dana's car flipped in a ditch on the side of the road.
Oh, shit. What about, is she okay? I mean,
Make bronze. How do I make bronze?
well, here we go again.
You know, this job may suck.
Copper and tin.
The pay, the stress. But at least we don't have to go at it alone. Partners?
Partners.
Partners! Oh, by the way, that character that we were just given a ton of information about 5 minutes ago, she's dead. She's dead!
Oh, and a new third bad guy who they just arrest, and then the film ends. They arrest him in a VFW hall.
The DEA!
Well, he's the new bad guy.
He's introduced and arrested in the last 5 minutes of the movie.
In the same scene, he is introduced and arrested.
You sell the very same drugs you seize and you use Peshkin to sell them to the same drug dealers you took it from.
Masterful. Masterful.
It's the space cop plant.
How am I gonna do this?
You think you're doing this community a favor tonight by taking me in? Do you? I'm controlling animals around here. So you know what? Take me in.
They go to a church hall. That's where the DEA is having his big meeting on a fold-out.
Plastic folding table.
Plastic folding table with someone related to the production's relatives surrounding him because they all look horribly confused.
It's not free reign.
Oh my god! Are you fucking serious?
No.
The lower thirds are in the viewfinder?
Yes, they are.
Like airing on TV too, just be her chin.
The titles are outside of the title safe area.
And they faded out faster than her shot did.
The partners have had a long partner, and they go to the diner, and we get a little treat, little Easter egg, little director cameo.
That's when that happens?
Yeah, it's at the very end of the movie.
It's the last scene of the movie.
Well, it was obvious that this was the director's cameo.
Yes.
Well, it was blatantly obvious, but we had to.
Because there was a zoom in.
It's me. Oh,
Well, and he's
it's
wearing a T-shirt that's clearly a reference to something.
to
like-
some other thing he was involved with. He pulls the paper down. It's me. Who the fuck are you? It's the epitome of what makes a good bad movie. The clueless director.
The clueless director and a film that keeps on giving. And that is Partners. There's so much. Probably
so much giving.
So much giving. Probably so much yet to discover.
We'll probably be able to hear Grandpa snoring in the background next time.
We love this film.
Yes.
And we love it in a bad movie kind of way. And we encourage everyone who's watching this program right now to find their copy of Partners.
It's still available on DVD for about 5 minutes until this video goes up, and then it's not anymore.
Expect exorbitant prices.
It's worth it. It's worth it. And Peter Iengo is still working. We actually looked him up.
He has a movie on Amazon Prime now that it looks like a movie.
Oh, looks competent. Yes.
Yeah. We're like, okay, this is a movie.
We did, to be fair, we scrubbed through it a little bit. We didn't have time to watch the full movie.
I'm sure the movie's terrible, but it looks like a movie.
If Peter Iengo has any sense, he has done his best to scrub any trace of this movie.
Guess what, Pete? Start making copies. You're going to have some orders soon.
It's going in the B-Movie Hall of Fame. Just accept that fate. And make a buck off it at this point. Yeah. Yes.
Hey, Ma, we got I'm just doing generic. Hey, I'm a guy. I'm from New York. Hey,
suck my balls.
Hey, suck my balls, Ma.
I'm from Jersey.
Shut up, Ma. Look, we gotta get those crates of Partners DVDs out of the basement. They're worth a fortune, Ma. Shut up.
I know you're using them to hold the trailer up.
Ma, buy you a new trailer.
Partners.
Oh, actually, shit. I gotta go. I forgot something. Oh. What did he forget? Where's he going?
Oh, Talon, I'm almost there. I can almost feel it.
What are you almost to?
Using the beans. I want to power my base with farts. I can almost fart it. I just have to manually feed the old science machine. I have to boot it up. It's off in a corner of the base. I put it in Purgatorio. Nice. I actually got through all my slag, so that's good. Power-wise, I'm still hanging in there. Hanging in there long enough to finish this. Alright. We're almost there. I needed bronze to make a nutrient extractor. And I need to figure out how much L plus ratio I need to turn beans into fart. Cause the calculation is not actually very easy. Well, I guess it is pretty easy. 35 in 30 seconds. About 1 a second times these three things. And then we need to subtract 5. So 25 in 30 seconds. And then we turn them into beans. We gotta see what that freaking ratio is.
Then they're right there.
4 seconds. Okay, so we don't need many of these at all. So every 30 seconds. Yeah, we only need one of these machines, really. And then squeezing the beans into fuel oil. Squeeze the beans! Just squeeze the beans! In 4 seconds. Okay, so I probably only need one of those for now. Squeeze the beans. And we get 60 fuel oil, which is 60 megajoules. Out of 100 pulp, 60 megajoules. And we get... how many beans out of each beanifron? I'm trying to like see. Okay, you get 20 beanifron to 12 beans. So you get about 2.5, 18 beans. 18 beans, about 240. Ooh. Well, that's not bad. Okay, I need to grab me some landfill. It's time to start building. I just want to start building some of this, and then we'll figure out the exact ratio for things. Okay, we got the beans. And we're working on the fluid burning boiler.
Yeah, I'm back. All right, let's get going.
What does this actually need to make? Oh, just steel and iron. This needs steel and
Hello
iron.
and welcome
Okay.
to the first ever Best of the Worst Spotlight video, where we talk about one singular movie on Best of the Worst.
That's right, Jay. Best of the Worst started because we would all have bad movie night. And we would watch terrible, terrible films, and then we decided this would make for a fun show.
We should just film us watching terrible movies.
And talking about them afterwards.
Yeah.
Problem with that is there are many terrible, enjoyable films we watched before they were part of the episode.
It's also movies that we could probably elaborate on more than a regular Best of the Worst, because we're getting in 3 movies and we're trying to keep the episodes relatively short.
So if you really want us to go super in-depth on a shitty B movie that you're never going to see, this is the place to tune in.
This is the show for you.
This is the show for who?
Well, the first film that we selected is... Well, the first film that we selected is a classic. You've probably never heard of it, but it's a classic to us. Why, it's a film called Hollywood Cop. From the director of Samurai Cop.
Mike, this is Hollywood Homicide starring Harrison Ford.
Oh.
Remember Josh Hartnett? Who was he?
Here's the real film, with people that are not in the movie on the cover. Looks like Patrick Swayze.
I don't know what's going on. It's a shame because we have, as you've probably seen on Best of the Worst, we have a Hollywood Cop poster in the screening room. Its original theatrical poster is amazing. It looks like the Miami Connection poster, where that was like done later, and it's sort of like there's an ironic quality to it.
It's not a fan-made thing?
No, that's an actual poster, and it accurately represents everything that's in the movie, which is also rare on Best of the Worst.
Well, this case is clearly an attempt by someone to purchase the rights to a shitty, forgotten B movie and repackage it to look like a real movie.
Yeah, I don't know what they're going for with this cover. All I know is that it's a 5-day rental, and we've had it for 6 years now.
That's coming out of your paycheck. Yeah, I don't know who that is, and that looks like Patrick Swayze.
Well, that kind of looks like Harrison Ford. Is this the prequel to Hollywood Homicide?
That hooker left. That was a guy.
But like we said, this is an early Amir Shirvan movie. He directed such classic films as Samurai Cop.
Would you like to fuck me?
Bingo.
Killing American Style.
Isn't there supposedly another lost one out there?
There's a couple out there, yeah. There's Young Rebels, which we have not seen. And then there's something with Gypsy in the title.
Is it Gypsy Cop?
Gypsy Cop? Well, that's the interesting thing about Hollywood Cop, is that it's essentially a trial run for Samurai Cop.
Yeah, it has all the same hallmarks. Amir Shirvan is trying to perfect or recreate the buddy cop movie from the 80s, the Lethal Weapon formula.
Which is funny because that already perfected it.
Yeah. The weird thing is, he actually becomes more incompetent the longer his career went along.
What's the timeline? What was first?
Hollywood Cop followed by Killing American Style, followed by Samurai Cop, and Samurai Cop is the worst one. How does that happen?
It's just like falling apart.
I guess.
As he goes, he gets more and more jaded, and he runs out of money.
I think money's a big issue because Samurai Cop, you have shots that don't match, like the color temperature doesn't match. This movie, all the shots go together. And that's the only positive I will give the movie.
Don't be a goddamn fool!
Beans, the magical fruit. The more you eat, the more you turn into fuel oil.
Criminals, mafia, criminal, whatever. One of the other
I'm
criminals
feeling
stole
very
their
fuel
money,
oil right now, then.
And so they're gonna
Oh.
kidnap the child of the guy who stole the money and extort the money out of the family.
You got a complete layout of the ranch.
Every square,
Everything.
every
You
square
know
inch.
it inside
I
out,
swear
thoroughly.
I blindfolded.
You sure?
Positive.
Okay.
Joe Fresno is the guy that steals the money, but he hides it in the attic of Grandma's house. A filthy house.
One of many filthy locations in every Amir Sheridan
Isn't
movie.
it the house they're living in?
I guess so. It's like a hippie commune, it looks like.
So his purpose is that he's dying of blood cancer. So he steals $6 million from bad guys, hides it in his own house, then leaves his wife
Without telling her
And
about
small
the money.
child.
and small child without telling her about the money, so that he could party it up in his backyard with a bunch of bimbos while he's dying of blood cancer. And this, of course, sets off a chain of events that causes the mob to retaliate by kidnapping his son and murdering everyone who comes across them.
Okay, I do still need water for this.
So about 40 to 50 people die because of this guy's stupid plot.
Fuck that other kid!
Fuck the goat!
I don't know that they kill everybody. We never see the goat get shot. And it's the exact same location too, where they had the shootout in Killing American Style too.
Well, that's our theory. Yeah. There's like horse stables and shit everywhere.
It's gotta be the same.
Probably.
It's gotta be.
What do you want? Go away! Go away! Come on!
The kid, he gets abducted and they keep him in the kitchen, I guess, with no supervision.
You better behave yourself, boy.
Bad dog here.
Some weird grandma house.
It's one of many grandma houses that have been featured in Amir Sheridan movies, but they also have this vicious dog.
I know that you're kidding. Listen, I like dogs. I had me a goat, but when I get out of here, I'm gonna get me a dog. Dogs are better. They understand better. You understand, don't you?
And immediately the kid bonds with the dog, and it makes you think that the movie's written by the kid.
It's a classic.
The dog understands every word he's saying.
Yeah.
I've got to get out of here. I want to play with you, and I want to but that's my mom.
So the kid's like, help me escape. And then the dog doesn't do anything except scare the shit out of the kid at one point.
The plot is building towards, oh, this dog is gonna unhook that latch. Nope. It's like they couldn't get the dog to do it.
Yeah.
So the kid had to reach over himself to take it off.
Please take the dog's hand and like get a super close up.
Like a little puppet hand, maybe.
And then the real dog's paw. Super close up. It's like they didn't care when they were making this film. It's like they didn't try their best.
then they just shoot the dog and they get the kid back, and then that scene had no purpose.
Sure, it was a failed escape attempt.
That one of 3.
And so then the mother of the child goes to the cops, who I guess just aren't going to help this kidnapped young white boy. Like he's white and everything. He's the whitest kid ever. And the cops aren't doing anything about it. This is completely unrealistic.
Hey, Deb, how's business today?
Hey, how you doing, Turk?
Give me one of your best.
Why don't you keep that? It's on me.
Ah, you go ahead and take it.
No, you keep it.
Okay.
Rogue cop, tough guy, dirty Harry, Mel Gibson, Turk cop.
Turk. His real last name is Turquoise. For short, they call him Turkey, and for the short version, they call him Turk.
I think once they called him Turquoise too.
It's what I literally just said.
He literally just said it.
Well, this is very important. He's like, oh, there's cop shenanigans going on across the street.
Tell you what, why don't you keep this warm for me, okay?
Keep it warm for me, which is a samurai cop
Hey.
connection.
Oh, it's up and ready. You just keep it warm.
It's warm and ready.
And then mother walks. Who's that guy? Oh, he's a cop that can help you.
That hot dog vendor knows all about what's going on.
He's Turk. Turk, who's that? He's a cop. He is? He's a good cop. Really? Yeah. I wonder if maybe he might be able to help me.
The police station couldn't, but that random guy with a mullet probably can.
How come I don't remember any of this? After she sees him by the hot dog stand, she patiently waits for him to go handle the rape scene.
The most uncomfortable.
The culturally sensitive rape scene.
But there's a rape and or robbery in progress, is what they say.
Near as we can figure, it's a rape and robbery in progress.
So what the hell are you guys waiting for?
Lieutenant Maxwell's coming.
Oh yeah, with what? The fucking cavalry? By the time he gets here, they'll have raped the guy too. Come on.
The lieutenant has to show up, even though the cops were responding to an emergency.
Yeah.
We have to wait for the lieutenant for no reason. So it shows that Amir Shirvan has a very clear understanding of the workings of the police.
you want backup on site, it's actually right.
What the fuck do you know? There's a lady screaming in a hotel room. Turk shows up, and then a gun battle.
A very awkward hallway chase / gun battle.
Look, Turk failed his police negotiation courses. He's more of a just shoot at everyone until they die kind of guy, you know?
Do something, will ya? Look, mister, I know this guy just fucked your wife, but he's our prisoner now, so I'm not backing off, okay?
And Hollywood cop is like, look, I know we fucked your wife.
And he doesn't really even know that.
He has dishonored me. Milo says his life now is mine.
See, like in a normal movie, the point of this scene would be to show how spectacular our hero is, because he does something amazing.
But not in this movie.
No, it's like the victim who does something amazing with a sword.
Yeah. Well, then we cut to the police station, and this is where this movie trumps Samurai Cop, in that movie also has the chief that's angry all the time, but this movie has the chief that's angry all the time, played by Cameron Mitchell.
Yes.
God damn it.
And I think this was our introduction to Cameron Mitchell.
3 people are dead. 1 officer wounded.
A man in our custody lost his head. An officer lost his hand.
And McKay is still in the John, puking his guts out.
Years and years back when we first watched this movie.
Yeah.
I don't think we realized who he was or the significance and importance he would have in our life as the years went on. But he's a great police chief in this. So much so that we homage him several times in Space Cop.
Yeah, Space Cop.
Space Cop!
Chief, I'm right here.
I need a Tums.
He's got the Tums.
Yeah.
He's got the Tums.
The commissioner's on my ass. I get gas. Every day ends with a Tums festival. Right now, because of you, I gotta go to the bathroom.
He says that Hollywood Cop gives him so much grief that he's got gas all the time and it's like a Tums festival.
He doesn't say that.
That's Samurai Cop.
What?
He doesn't have the Tums Festival line.
Yes, he does.
In
Cameron
this
Mitchell
movie?
does. Yes.
I
The
could
movie that we
swear-
just
I
watched.
don't remember hearing Tums Festival.
Every day ends with a Tums Festival.
No,
Cameron
you're-
Mitchell says Tums
You're
Festival.
thinking of the other guy from Samurai Cop.
Every day ends with a Tums Festival.
We literally just watched this
I
movie.
don't remember Tums Festival.
I don't either, Jay.
Every day ends with a Tums Festival.
I referenced it while we were just rewatching it. It's a Tums Festival.
Tums Festival.
It was Samurai Cop.
Every day ends with a Tums Festival.
I am 115% sure you're
Let's go
wrong.
to the footage.
Every day ends with a Tums Festival.
I'm right.
Tums Festival.
I'm right.
Tums Festival.
Is it shocking
Tums
to you
Festival.
that
He
in this
didn't say
Amira
Tums
movie
Festival.
that is the prototype for Samurai Cop?
Every day ends with a Tums Festival. Every day ends with a Tums Festival.
Obsession with Tums.
There is not a single reference to Tums in Samurai Cop.
He does not say it's like a Tum Festival in my stomach.
Every day ends with a Tums Festival.
There's multiple references to Tums by Cameron Mitchell in Hollywood Cop. It's a Tums Festival,
I
goddammit.
am so right, it's painful.
Tums Festival. Tums Festival. Tums Festival. Tums Festival.
It's a Tums Festival.
Now, Jay, lean forward into your microphone and say, wrong.
Wrong.
Through the dinner. You got any Tums? I need some goddamn Tums.
Well, now, gentlemen, I think we both can move on from the Tums question.
No!
Now, I'd like to move on to the economy.
Are you gonna help me? Thank you.
Our first major sequence after Turk and Jaguar meet Mom.
Well, we have to mention that we're not really introduced to Jaguar.
Hey, Turkey, come get your hot dog.
Hey, is that thing still hot?
Yeah.
He's just in the scene all of a sudden.
Yeah.
3 days in a row I came here, and every day I come here, they tell me nothing. I want my child.
All right, calm down. Now look, you made the report. You got to give the police some time. They'll find him.
What was the officer's name you reported it to?
I don't know, some guy named Officer Maxwell.
Max? Oh, shit.
So they agree to help the lady and they say, look, tell me all about your kidnapped son at Arby's.
Well, they say let's go discuss this over a cup of coffee, and this is the scene in the cop movie where you have them at like a diner, only they're just at Arby's.
They couldn't get a diner.
Look, any other restaurant would have been too cheerful for a talk about your kidnapped son.
It's true.
You have to go to Arby's.
And I don't know how Amir got access to an Arby's. Maybe he knew the manager, the owner.
I think he worked there.
Oh, he was the guy who ran the fryer.
Yeah, he was the fry cook at Arby's.
But he's getting all the mileage out of Arby's because he has them framed in the left side, and you can see the registers and people ordering.
Yeah.
He's like, we're shooting in this Arby's.
Maybe it's similar to Pepsi, because he constantly has Pepsi in the foreground of shots. So maybe he thought, I'll film it in Arby's, and then afterwards, retroactively, Arby's will give me some money. Right. And I think he had the same thought about Pepsi.
There's a lot of Pepsi in this movie.
The strangest one, do you remember the Pepsi pyramid in
Yes.
the cat house?
But who's going to buy a warm Pepsi from the Pepsi pyramid at the front counter?
They're just for display. They have the cold ones in a
Okay,
fridge
okay.
under the counter. See, Jay does not know his Amir Shirvan lore.
No, he thinks the Tum Festival line was in this movie.
Every day ends with a Tums Festival.
We have a schematic of the cat house. There's a cutaway poster of the cat house. It's like in the Amir Shirvan's
It's like one
home.
of those Star Trek technical manuals for Hollywood Cop.
Yep, they have the bell there. And, the red book, which is under the counter.
Yes,
that has these super top secret clients, and they show the little fridge where they keep the Pepsi.
Okay.
It's not on camera. You'd only know it by reading all the books.
All right. It's in the expanded universe.
It's in the expanded universe.
Okay.
It's in one of the novels. Hollywood Cop 2, keeping it warm.
That would be Samurai Cop 2, if they didn't make Samurai Cop 2 and it didn't suck.
You know something? She told me that Joe Fresno had a cousin who was a championship wrestler.
And I don't remember how it comes up, but they say Joe Fresno's address can be found via Sampson, who is a wrestler, who now owns a bar/club that has nude female oil wrestling.
And
the idea of going there, they all decide to do a toast.
Let's go look for him. Cheers.
Hey, cheers.
Here's to finding my boy.
You're cheering to find Samson.
Way to bring us all down, lady. Jesus Christ.
To female mud wrestling. And
it's incredibly awkward.
To finding my son before he's murdered. And then it's like a real awkward silence.
Don't let these pretty women fool you. They're pretty tough. You gonna put some money on it? I'll get you in the ring. I'll show you what it's all about.
So they go to the club, they get the address, and then even though this woman just wants her kid back, Jaguar decides to oil wrestle?
Got a $20 bet.
Hey, I got
wait a minute. No.
We got business to take care of.
Hey,
We
knock
gotta
him
go
off
back.
in a second.
That's right.
Feel
But
free.
I know we're looking for this kid, but
You know what would have made more sense in a movie style? I don't trust you guys, but if you beat these ladies in mud wrestling, then I'll give you
there you go.
Yeah.
You just take those little pieces and you move them around, and then this scene doesn't seem like
nonsense.
They're wasting fucking time.
This movie needed to take some time to show us that man's taint.
Yeah, that's another Amir Shirvan staple is male taint.
Male taint. There's less of it in this than Samurai Cop.
This finds a way to squeeze it in, no pun intended.
Well, the scene ends after he sexually assaults these women, right?
He rips their...
Ripping their tops off and looking right at the camera and looking like a psychopath.
Yeah, he looks like Bill Cosby.
At least you can tell the difference between them. Because in this movie, apparently black people all look alike, even to other black people.
The dude we busted a month ago for cocaine! Okay, yeah! I'm friends of Africa. Get up!
What?
What?
Can we analyze this and figure out if that made any sense?
I think the joke was they thought they mistook him for someone else.
I think that's another racist joke.
Yeah, he's like, we busted him for cocaine, and then he goes, no, I am the Prince of Africa, and then he flipped out and goes, I'm sorry, Your Highness. And
Yeah, I guess that's what happened.
so I think that
the joke is that all black guys look like criminals.
I don't really get it.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird racist stuff in this movie.
Yes, what can I do for you, sir? Well, I just joined the club last week, and I came by today to pick up my membership. And I thought I'd bring a guest with me.
You very rich man. He's saving all his welfare checks for years now.
He's being racist in a racist voice.
That was like two different types of racism at the very same time.
Yeah. Because the Chinese man was like, I know what you're talking about.
It was like the s'mores of racism.
So after
time to see how much power.
House, which is Amir Shervan's equivalent of the Playboy Mansion.
None. I ate all your beans.
In his mind,
they're right
it's
there.
Playboy Mansion, but
Nope,
in
I ate
reality,
them.
it's just some guy's backyard.
I eat your
Joe
beans.
Fresno says, wait, I have a bag of money. Let's go do the trade-on.
But Stevie, they took him, they kidnapped him, now they're holding for the money that you took from them.
But first, for no reason, they allow Joe Fresno to have a touching moment with his son in the room.
Oh, yeah.
No, I hate you. Left Mommy.
Explain everything later. Right now, let's just get out of here.
Not with you. I'd rather die right here than go with you.
Where the kid says he'd rather be dead, which is the best moment in the entire film.
Son, I'm sick. I've been sick for quite some time. I have blood cancer.
Why didn't you come see me? I'm only 6. You didn't come see me.
Kid, someday you'll understand about bimbos. I made the right choice.
When you got the blood cancer, you don't have much time left. You'd rather spend it with bimbos. And your own son. Trust me, you'll understand. And Joe Fresno eventually gets shot.
It's fake! Get him!
Oh, his blood cancer's coming out of his mouth.
Actually, he bled out all of his cancer blood.
Oh.
So he's gonna be okay now.
All right.
But he'll die from his bullet wounds.
Yeah, after all this, he just gets shot in the back.
Jesus. And that kid never walked again.
He broke my arm! Should the kid have been the only one to know where the money was because the dad told him?
Oh, don't even try. Don't even try to fix the plot. The very basic construction of scenes is what eludes Amir Shervan, and that's why we love him.
Yes.
And that's why we love his films, because they feel like they're made by an alien. But not just...
Who has seen Lethal Weapon once several years ago and can only kind of remember it. Yeah.
Through like a space telescope.
Yeah.
And it's all distorted and convoluted.
It's a wonderful combination for us. Didn't do him much good.
No.
He died in disgrace.
He died in disgrace. Penniless, ashamed of his life's work.
They actually found him. Not many people know this, but the rundown trailer that's in the dump of a house at the end of the movie, that's where they found Amir Shervan's body.
Oh. Is that true?
Really? No.
Oh, it sounded really true.
Here's the thing, that sounded so believable. He lost it all making shitty Lethal Weapon knockoff movies.
My only thought was, how do you hang yourself in such a small trailer? Is there enough room?
He had to actually cut a hole in the floor of the trailer so he could hang far enough.
I don't know where this came from.
I don't know how we ended up with this copy of the movie or how we ended up seeing it.
This was in a store, to rent.
Yeah.
Can you imagine someone renting this? Watching it and going, oh my God.
There's a couple aspects about this movie that kind of make it interesting. Because it's not as funny as Samurai Cop, of course. Nothing is. But, the kid's relationship with the dog is so fucking weird.
But wait a minute. I have to see what those bad guys do.
That, Amir Shervan thought that was a good idea. I thought it was a good idea. It's the best part of the movie. Sure, but it's so dumb. It's like something a little kid would come up with.
It's weird, and it keeps your attention, and I think you said one time, like the best B movies, keep changing how bad they are as you go. And, and this falls in line with a good bad B movie. It's not one of the best.
No.
But there's so many, the weird shootout where the guy has the sword and he decapitates the guy, and then...
And it has Cameron Mitchell as the grumpy police chief.
Every day ends with a Tom's Festival.
It's a rough draft before Samurai Cop.
Yes.
And so for that alone, it's worth watching.
It's more coherent, story-wise, though, than Samurai Cop. Yes?
Yes?
Yes.
It's hard to say. Although now in my brain, I see Samurai Cop on Glorious Blu-ray.
That's true. It's different now.
And this is
super compressed DVD that looks like a VHS transfer.
Yeah, it's not good quality. But yes, Hollywood Cop. A quality bad B-movie night film for you and your friends to enjoy. Just not with us.
We've already seen it.
And we don't want to hang out with you and your friends. Thanks for watching!
I'm gonna look up Tums Festival.
Every day ends with a Tums Festival. Every day ends with a Tums Festival. Every day ends with a Tums Festival. Every day ends with a Tums Festival. Every day ends with a Tums Festival. Every day ends with a Tums Festival. Every day ends with a Tums Festival. Every day ends with a Tums Festival.
So, Josh,
Yeah.
did you know that in the burying a and it, you know, would you like?
Oh, that's neat.
Isn't that great?
Yeah, that's really fun. I mean, I'm glad that like.
Yeah.
And just
you can see the whole
no. So yeah, like the whole like just really like
everyone.
right there.
Like that?
You get every little like every like in this one. You know, so you've got the in the frame there, like ridiculous.
Right in the.
And they're kind of.
Well, it's going to be a large group of people. I'm sure everyone's going to have fun.
Oh, I'm sure they will. I'm sure it's going to be a great time.
So, Josh.
Right.
It's time for another Best of the Worst.
Yeah.
What are we watching today?
Well, so this is episode 1 of a brand new sub-series. You're familiar with our selection series, I'm sure?
Of course, of course.
This is the remote selection series, where we watch movies that someone picked that's not even here.
We need a new series for that? Can't we just watch the movies as if it were a normal episode? Why does everything have to be a fucking gimmick? We just have a normal fucking episode? Wheel, Plinkato, selection, premium series. Just
read that. Just read
the fucking box like it's a normal goddamn episode.
Fine, read it. Fine.
The Sweeper. With C. Thomas Howell. They're not very famous, but their name's on the top of the box.
Not very famous, you say?
White fat ass slut. What you looking at?
Either you're in or in the way. Ooh. That's something a 12-year-old thought was badass. Mark Goddard is an angry LA cop with a penchant for violence. That was fancy. Penchant. He has an infamous temper, and his prisoners are known for having deadly accidents. But when Mark is recruited by Justice Incorporated,
seriously,
a secret police society whose agents are known as sweepers. He's a sweeper.
Okay, I get it.
They're so awesome. They get their own special name for what they are, not like vigilantes or something. He suddenly has to use his rogue justice to survive.
Okay.
That last sentence is amazing, and it also makes no sense.
What? It's night? What? It got dark.
While they were in the stairwell, it got dark.
Yeah.
She said, "You want to make love? I want to see Thomas Howell."
That was a good joke. I like that one.
It was more embarrassing.
Jesus. Is that his boner?
Hey! Our second selection is Empire of the Dark.
Oh, it's a nice looking, like, rat demon thing.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Like, I'm kind of into this.
That won't be in the movie.
That looks like the dogs from Ghostbusters.
A little bit.
A little bit. Probably not in the movie, you're right. Richard Harrison, though, definitely in the movie. You might remember him as Mr. Bloodets.
Oh God, that's great. What's wrong with his legs? Look at him. Look at him.
Well, oh wow. Yeah, this is already great. Just right.
Okay.
Solid VHS capture there. That's gonna be good. A private detective searching for a killer comes across a satanic cult from another dimension. Monsters called up from hell and murderous ninja assassins.
Okay, I'm down with this.
That's the entirety of the description.
Unless they're trying for comedy. Then it'll be terrible.
No, not with Richard Harrison. He doesn't do funny, I don't think. I don't think he knows what funny is.
Oh my God, it's a portal to hell!
That was a
wow. That was a convoluted series of events.
Oh, why would you just do that? Why?
This is the best movie ever.
And our final movie for the evening, Rich, I'm very excited. This is a movie called Mad Foxes. Please, tell me all about Mad Foxes. I'm fucking psyched.
I'll have to tell you about it because we cannot show you this cover. Fewer of Radir, Stingray 2.
Okay.
Okay, here's the description. Per der Playboy Hell ist schwerreich und Gezeit sein Leben in Wallen suchen. Sein ganzer Stolz ist ein Weißer. Stingray mit dem Frauen abschleppt. Eins abends ist mit Babsi unterwegs on Germanisch.
Babsi.
Einen guten Tag zu Therin auf dem Weg zur Disco wird hell von einer Bande Nazi Motordoktor zu einem Veteran über det Welches für einen der Rocker
Welches?
Welches der Rocker toldisch entdeckt. Hell und Babsi storen sich nicht sonderlich daran und feiern weiter, als wäre nichts geschehen. Auf dem Weg nach Haus werden die beiden von der Gang aber gefangen. Babsi wird Virgo...
Oh my God.
Virgo Valtrig und Hal verprügeln. Stint auf Rache und Schlag zusammen seinen Kumpels von der Kampfsportschule zurück. Nach und nach desiren sich bieten sitzen und verlässt das Blutgeich Kubeweis.
Such a beautiful language.
Is he bathing in piss?
Oh no! He peed in the bathroom.
Why is that bathtub full?
Oh, gross! Oh God! He's like a pee fetishist.
Yeah. Come on, fuck me in this piss.
I'm gonna show you my gratitude. No. What are you gonna do? What? No! 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 No!
Wow.
Oh.
He disappeared.
That's kind of cute.
Okay, I can turn this back on now.
I'm glad the movie won you over, Rich.
No, you're gonna have to go. Well, this episode was a bunch of bad movies. It was a festival of crap. In fact, you could call it a Tums Festival of crap.
Is that a reference to something?
No.
We're just having a Tums festival. These things are dangerous if you take too many of them, Rich.
You really do 4 of those at a time?
That was more than 4. It was 5 or 6.
Look at this.
Do not take more than 7 tablets in 24 hours.
Ooh.
Watch it.
Oh, please.
If pregnant, do not take more than 5 tablets in 24 hours. Watch it.
Oh no!
Now that's a Tums festival.
Those are my actual Tums,
I'm
Josh.
sorry. I'm really sorry.
Don't worry about it, Josh. You just saved Rich's life. He's popping 38 of those a day.
Oh.
And his stomach's going to eat itself. Anyways.
What do you do if your stomach is upset from too many Tums? What do you take?
You take spicy food.
Yeah. you just drink some vinegar.
Okay.
You gotta have a chimichanga with extra hot sauce. It evens it out.
Pepperoni pizza. Clear that right
Oh, sure.
Well, so I'm done introing. Go ahead.
We watched 3 films. I don't even think we explained this in the intro, that this is the sub-selection series, but all 3 of these were selected by Colin from Canada. Colin from Canada is responsible for us watching Mad Foxes.
Apparently he's into flaccid penises and rape.
Yeah. But the first movie that we watched before we got to Mad Foxes is The Sweeper, starring C. Thomas Howell. And Mike, why don't you explain The Sweeper?
Okay, so this is very, I don't even know where to start. There's 2 cops and a little kid in the back seat.
Jeez, Dale, your kid's in the back. You don't mind, do you, Mark? Oh, I know about women. Oh, is that so? Yeah, he knows about women. This guy's a little pound one. He doesn't even have a schlong yet.
And then the cops say, hey, look at those minorities standing on the pier. They may or may not, but most likely may, be drug dealers.
Well, there's one guy that's just clearly a PA that somebody gave a long leopard print.
Yeah, one was dressed like a pimp. Anyway, so he comes out and goes, you can't sell drugs here on this pier. And then they get into a confrontation. And then a 30-minute long wacky chase sequence occurs on the pier.
If by wacky you mean awesome.
Whoa! Jesus! This is wow!
So many people are getting hit by that car.
How did they get there through all of this shit?
How long is this pier?
It's not really a pier, it's just a circle.
It never ends.
This pier just keeps going.
It's the transcontinental pier.
It's kind of like the Mall of America, where it's like, it's really big, but it's the same 3 stores over and over.
Yeah.
Because there's just endless popcorn stands.
Yeah.
Those Beanie Babies are just flying everywhere.
What?
Oh my God! What in the?
What? No. What?
Oh my goodness!
This is amazing.
I was getting Blues Brothers vibes.
Oh sure, yeah.
This
going
cop
through the
car
mall.
driving through a mall.
Yeah.
The people on the end of the pier with the folding tables had about 25 minutes to get out of the way.
Those cars way down there, they're heading this direction.
Looks
Let's
like
move.
it's just driving through everyone and everything. Cop dad gets on a motorcycle and leaps onto the car because the kid's still in the back seat.
He pops so many wheelies before that. Just popping all the wheelies.
How often do you get into a high-speed car chase on a bike? You have to pop the wheelie.
But the chase ends with the cop car going off the edge of the pier into the water.
Apparently the guy's not in there anymore.
Yeah, where'd he go?
I don't know.
Dissolved in the water.
Oh no, he's soluble. It's hard to run a crime syndicate when all your men are made out of salt.
Cop dad swims and rescues son, then cut back to their house.
Oh, you know what? I bet the reason why I have a lot more slag all of a sudden is because I'm not using almost any of it for power. I forgot that was another benefit.
That's true. Free slag.
That's the theme of the night.
How does it feel to get free slag?
Pointless scenes
pretty good.
that happen. And the scenes...
Yes, you're right.
In and of themselves, these scenes seem to make sense, but they add nothing to the overall structure of a film.
But yeah, so we get to the family's house, and there's a fight, and then all of a sudden some bad fellows bust in and kill everybody.
Oh frick, that's wrong.
This is a hospital.
You just have this amazing action sequence on a pier where thousands of extras.
They spent all their money on that.
And they can't do a hospital.
Yeah.
So then what is the general premise? A little kid grows up to be
an asshole.
An asshole, for one, who wears a House of Pain hat and looks like white trash.
Yeah.
He's evil Joey Lawrence.
Evil Joey Lawrence. He is a cop, I assume a detective. He's not a uniformed cop. So
Sure.
he's a
Yeah, he's
detective.
gotta be a detective.
But he dresses like white trash, and he acts like white trash, and he uses...
He's on the edge.
Let's just say he uses extreme tactics during his policing that don't necessarily apply to any rules.
Oh no!
That guy!
That guy got stabbed!
Don't run! Just chase him!
Fucking idiots!
We got a helicopter going. We're fine.
The fuck did they get here?
They ran!
Up on a roof?
Are they on a roof?
I don't know. This doesn't look like.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, he's on a bridge?
Where the fuck are they?
They're in cool chase lane.
Like a pier that just keeps going back into itself?
It's like a nightmare world.
How the fuck did they get up there?
Yeah, he definitely somewhat accidentally hangs some dudes from some cables.
Oh my god, this is grotesque.
This is amazing.
That's what you get for trying to rob someone.
And beats the shit out of some child pornographers in the mall before any charges have been brought.
Jesus. Oh, God. Where did this come from?
They're investigating child pornography?
Jesus Christ. Just handcuff him.
Nope. Can you stop getting blood all over my merchandise officer?
Jesus Christ!
His violent nature and vengeful nature gets the attention of the syndicate that are evil cops.
Yeah.
That basically just...
Justice
Well,
Incorporated.
they're vigilante cops.
They're vigilante cops. So they think he could be a good member of their secret society of killing bad guys.
They say, hey, we heard that you violently hung a guy from a high-rise because he was holding someone up with a knife. Come join our syndicate.
Yeah, all of this takes way too fucking long, by the way.
Yeah, this is
should
like
be-
the first 40 minutes of the movie.
Yeah, and this should be taken care of almost immediately.
There are 4 action scenes before we are introduced to that main plot.
Yeah, there's way too much.
Peer family murdered, hanging the mugger, and beating up the child molester.
Child pornographer, Rich.
Child pornographer.
Hand in hand, really.
Yeah. Okay, there's something more important that happens when he joins Justice Incorporated. Is Justice Incorporated?
Justice Incorporated.
Okay, it's that he becomes...
Who aren't an actual corporation, because I don't know how the hell you legally set that up. Yeah, we're a corporation who murders criminals who have not been convicted of crimes.
I guess it sounds better than Justice Unincorporated.
Justice Underground.
It was a little more subtle than Dirty Copsing. That was our first
That's
name.
it. Yeah, I'm getting the visions of this.
Oh,
French
mineralized.
story. Yeah.
I've got too
In my head
too much mineralized water now.
It doesn't play so well.
If we call it that, people might think we're dirty cops.
Well, we are dirty cops.
It sounds like a failed '90s comic book, Justice Inc.
Yeah.
You need a title that sounds more like a secret organization, like the All-Seeing Eye.
Yeah. They didn't have time for that in this movie. They were just like Justice Incorporated, whatever.
Or you operate out of the back of like a bakery, and you just use the name of the baking company. And then no one's gonna suspect you of anything.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh no! A company, a company that like they bag the ice, and just ice.
Oh, that's perfect. That's the perfect cover, Rich.
The logo, the logo on the bag of ice, the manufacturer will just be a gun.
Not even doing that great of
What
a
do
job.
you guys sell here at this?
Just ice. Incorporated.
I'll have a 10-pound bag.
Oh, we don't sell ice.
We're all out of ice.
But the main thing that happens when he joins Justice Incorporated is that he becomes invincible.
Why don't you just get out of the way and let him jump out the window?
Get away from me, get away from me, get away
Now
from me!
you're gonna have a burning man falling on top of you.
Oh, my God. He got out of the van before it landed. He leaps out of a 20-story building, lands on top of a van, busts through the van,
While another guy that's on fire is falling right behind him.
and is able to not only recover from crashing on a van, which would probably take a couple
Crashing
seconds.
through a van?
Yeah. And they're like, oh, God, what? Oh. He's able to get out of the van before the guy lands into it. Not a scratch on his body.
Which is super lucky because once the flaming man falls into the van, then the van explodes.
Well, that's what happens. Whenever a flame goes anywhere near a vehicle just immediately explodes into a fireball.
Here come the explosions.
It's like a nightmare world.
Pull over your fucking truck! All of your canisters!
How many canisters are on there?
Pull over!
Jesus Christ!
Somebody's gonna call the 1-800 number back. I think this movie was like a propane safety video.
Yeah, that's part of what I love.
Recut into a feature film somehow.
Everybody pull over!
No car.
The road keeps exploding! Get off the road! Jesus Christ! I know you want to get home from work.
Nobody stopped.
Jesus Christ.
This is a typical day on the LA street.
You're supposed to live through this?
See Thomas Howell's car.
Yeah! That's C. Thomas Howell in that car. Fuck you, come on! He's dead! He died!
Nope, he's fine.
No, come on!
The fire went out.
They cut out the scene where they show the driver. Always check your rear view mirrors. If your propane tanks are flying all over the street and exploding, pull over to the side of the road.
Yeah.
They cut that part out and they're like,
Like where he's got the headphones on, he doesn't.
Yeah,
that's
that's
the thing.
yeah.
always pay attention. If you see bright explosions in your rear view, they cut that out and they're like this.
It's gonna stop again.
And then he manages to get the last propane tank into the car of the bad guy. Nice!
Launching the propane tank off the hood of his car into another car,
Yeah.
and then shooting it to explode, may be one of the coolest things I've ever seen. I mean, it really is.
It was very impressive.
This movie knew where to spend its money. Fire. On lots and lots of explosions.
Yeah.
This movie was, a little known fact, this movie was funded by a company that manufactures electric stoves.
But as far as the non-existent plot goes, I don't have much more to say.
No, eventually.
I mean, I want to talk about the biplane, and we all want to talk about the biplane. We're going to get to the biplane.
Oh, he shot one of the Blues Brothers.
What? Oh my God! There's 8 people popped out. They all got shot.
But no, he's immortal, so he's gonna move through and destroy everybody. And finally, a Star Trek guy hops in a car and takes off. So C. Thomas Howell has to chase him down that same highway.
But it's during the day now.
It is during the
So
day.
it's a different highway.
Oh no!
Classic 45-mile-an-hour chase.
This man was barely on Star Trek.
I'm calling him Star Trek guy. I somewhat object to this.
He's more of a Star Trek guy than C. Thomas Howell.
You want me to call him Death Wish 3 guy? Because I will.
What? He's calling it the biplane! He's calling it the biplane! It's gonna drop bombs!
It was just up there?
It's gonna drop bombs on the highway!
I hope so. This is a Red Baron.
Yeah, Red Baron's just out for a Sunday fly.
And my vintage biplane.
What the fuck? Point being that C. Thomas Howell is chasing him. This biplane is hovering above, and C. Thomas Howell has no concern for the safety of anybody else on the road.
What did that guy do? What did that guy do?
That was a dummy!
Yeah, that was.
That was an obvious dummy.
Oh my god.
That's why he wasn't concerned about killing him.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, it's just a dummy.
They went full Griswold.
Oh no!
All these innocent people just dead. C. Thomas Howell has a slight grudge.
Oh no.
This is where we also learn that he's sort of a superhero because he has some sort of like sci-fi vehicle that can drive itself.
Yeah.
Why is
it there? Why is it there?
Why is it landing?
What is it doing?
How does this work?
How is this car still moving?
How is the car still driving?
Cruise control, baby! Yeah, he's got cruise control and the best alignment possible. As far as we know, that car is still driving down that road to this day.
Yeah.
It's a vigilante organization, right? Is this like Knight Rider? Maybe the car's like a kit.
Hey.
Kit 3000.
I'll take care of the road. You get onto the biplane.
Michael, you have to get onto that plane, Michael.
You have the potential to kill so many more people with that car now.
Yeah, it's just on its own. Goes right that way.
They have to show that car crash. They have to.
This is epic.
Here's the thing, though. You pointed this out.
Reconnect those
you
belts
take a look
right
at just
now.
all of the
I did.
ingredients they have here.
Okay,
This
good.
is like, you can turn this into like 2 good seasons of a cheesy action show on USA.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Get the
And
combo, the relationship with the wife, but here's the other love, and who's it gonna end up? You can play with this and have fun.
That's another. That's
Making
another
a slurry
character
yet?
trait. He
Yeah.
loved his wife.
This is
still
overflow.
wanted to get back together with his wife.
Yeah.
Because it gives her a bag of cash. You know, he's like, this is for you, and
you can
but
buy a restaurant
at
with
the same
this.
time, he's like, you know, he's banging broads down in Mexico, and then he's like, oh, I guess I'm done with that. You know, she should be like, want to do it, and I'm like, sure, but I love my wife, and I'm really focused on getting back. Again, every
yeah. Just
trace
as
of,
I suspected, not
decency
enough purified
in this
water.
man is non-existent.
I'm going
You
to
need
get.
to play it up like tragic anti-hero and less like just jackass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't have any sympathy for a guy wearing a House of Pain hat.
Whoa.
That's what my dad always told me.
That's sage advice.
Your dad's a wise man.
You need him.
Well, moving on to our next film, Empire of the Dark. Josh, explain. Empire of the Dark. Explain Empire of the Dark and not Mad Foxes. Explain this movie.
Empire of the Dark.
Yeah.
Yes, I can talk to you about Empire of the Dark.
Okay.
In Empire of the Dark, a cop foils a satanic ritual, and then 20 years later has to do it again.
That's it. All right. Moving on to Mad Foxes.
There's a wonderful pedigree to this.
We have to explain. There's a wonderful pedigree. Well, this movie is from the director of Aftermath.
And also, he starred in Aftermath.
Which is from the very second episode.
Yes.
For the worst.
Yeah, Aftermath. Yeah, we have to point that out because people don't remember.
That's true.
Right.
I don't remember what he looked like in Aftermath, but in this movie, we figured out that he reminded us of Ron Swanson.
Yeah.
From Parks and Rec.
Demons flash your cakes.
You mean those serial killings of those young girls?
Yeah, that's what the papers are calling it. Pretty tasteless, huh?
Not for your paper.
It was like his voice and his posture, and it was more than just he looked like Ron Swanson. It was more like the way he carried himself, the way he talked.
Sure,
And I was picturing Ron Swanson, replaced him, and it made me chuckle.
And I was getting very strong John DeHart vibes.
Not a problem. I got it away.
Yes.
Getavins. This movie is Steve Bartek's Getavin, where he cast himself as the lead, who is this like action badass hero guy. But he's just like a tubby guy in a black tank top that awkwardly wields a sword.
A mild-mannered tax accountant by day and action star by day for night.
Worth it!
Of the show!
Worth it!
Nailed it! You did it, Mike. You overcame your earlier attempts at joking the show.
You hit it. You hit it!
I failed with my Milli Vanilli tweet joke.
Oh my God, it's Milli Vanilli. I don't keep up with Milli Vanilli. No. I follow them on Twitter.
No.
I followed them on Twitter, but then I found out it was a fake account.
I gotta smile. Here. That got the not quite the joke of the episode.
Yeah, is there a swing and a miss award?
The participation award.
That's clever. It's too clever. It wasn't a home run, but it was a solid bunt.
Okay. First base down the line.
You got that bunt down.
Okay, good.
Down the foul line.
Ta-da! Beef purified by my flames.
I don't think there's any flames involved, actually.
Be purified by my dick.
Whoa, also not
So
involved.
there's a miniature hole in the wall that he
That's what you
awkwardly
think.
jumps through.
He does a nice little action jump into the other realm.
It's a portal to hell.
Which is full of beautiful matte paintings and miniatures.
I
and all
need
sorts of really cool shit.
a metal helmet.
Oh, that bridge.
You better get used to that fucking bridge.
Can we say supercut?
You can't because it's the actual same shots. It'll just look like he used the same shot.
Yeah, it'll just be like 15 minutes of this one shot.
So dumb.
Oh,
Fucking shot of the bridge.
here's the problem. There's your problem right there. Why is this going on to frickin' one side of the belt?
That was, but it was the same bridge.
It really looked like the same
I
bridge.
think the idea is that there's bridges all over.
Oh no!
All these bridges, you thought it was one bridge? It's many bridges.
That one bridge. It was clearly set up to break at that one point.
Yeah.
And it's been like that the whole movie.
That's just the way they construct all their bridges in hell.
But Richard Harrison is in charge of this ritual. Richard Harrison, who is Blood Debts, most commonly known to everybody as Blood Debts.
So he gets across the multiple bridges and stops the sacrifice, kind of. He's only got one bullet left.
He has to choose between his lady love or the baby.
Oh, no, don't drop the baby. Don't drop the baby into the hot lava. Just stand there. The bridge is only gonna get more and more secure.
And then a wonderful miniature puppet pops up.
I guess that's Satan.
Sure.
The movie never really makes clear if that's Satan, though, does it?
Yes, that's totally Satan.
It's a demon. I don't know that it's specifically Satan.
Why wouldn't you think that's Satan?
The hierarchy of demons and giant monsters in hell is unknown to us.
That's true. It's expanded on more in the novel that this film is based on.
I am not saying it is 100% certainly Satan, but I'm saying There's no reason to think it isn't.
Well, there's a reason to think that it's not. Yes, there is.
Okay.
Because I think Satan might have better things to do than to just kill a couple of teenagers in a tiny car. Right?
Yeah.
It's adorable! Oh my God! Satan's loose!
This guy's having a larf.
I know we talked a lot during this, which is a detriment to us discussing the film. But
School
did
bus
they ever say what the ultimate goal of their?
I think they said something about them taking over Earth.
Just like the hell, just
releasing the demon.
So,
well, the demons can apparently leave, though.
yeah, that is
they
what
just
I
leave
would.
anyway.
Maybe the hole would get bigger, then let out more demons.
You know what? You're
One's
right,
able to come
actually.
out.
Because at the end, she's struggling to get out of that hole.
Even though he's already been out before.
That is what I would call a plot hole.
Quite
There's literally a plot hole.
Yes.
Go, boy.
All right.
Now I know what it's like to be on the receiving end of terrible jokes. Usually I'm on the giving end of them.
The joke was like getting onto first on like an arrow. It went through the glove. He like bobbled the ball and dropped it, and then you got on first.
You don't feel great about it, but you're on base.
Yeah.
I was gonna make a baseball joke, believe it or not.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say Steve Bartek is just a huge fuck up. He once tried to catch that baseball at the Cubs.
Now. That's a reference to an old thing.
That's a joke that we need to have like an entire title crawl to
I
explain.
needed to find the right spot to squeeze it in, but I wasn't happening.
They had to smuggle Steve Bartman out of Wrigley Field dressed like a security guard because the fans were going to murder him.
That's awfully close to fan interference right there.
They also had to smuggle him out of Wrigley Field, too.
So we get title card 20 years later, same guy but with a mustache. He doesn't have a mustache in the early part. That's how you know with the baby too.
Oh yes,
The baby's grown up and he has a
baby's
mustache.
grown up and the baby has the same part in the hair and the same mustache, but now the baby is grown up to look like Jeffrey Dahmer.
Yeah.
Okay, I think it's unfair to compare the kid to Jeffrey Dahmer. Jeffrey Dahmer had better taste in clothes. Did you see his outfit? The kid couldn't dress himself.
Swing and a miss.
It's like one of those strikeouts where you spin all the way around on the last pitch.
And hit yourself in the.
Right.
That was pretty good. The blueprint looked better. The building collapsed, but the blueprint looked pretty good.
What you're saying is your joke was 9/11? The building collapsed?
Now you
Now
fucking
I
failed.
fucked up.
This is a night of failure.
Oh
God
my
damn
God.
it.
I'll see you next Thursday.
Oh God. Oh no, is this Dweeb his son? Or that kid? Well, the Jeffrey Dahmer kid, he shows up in town and he goes to a cop and says, "Cop, get me in touch with this guy."
I was. So you decided to take your mother's maiden name, your last name.
Why did he get up and move to another chair?
Because you have
For that shot.
I'll make you a deal. Suppose you tell me why it's so
That's what you do to keep your scene interesting. You can't sit in a chair for the whole scene.
Gotta get in a different
I mean,
chair.
get up and walk to another chair.
It's called blocking, James.
That was impressive.
Come on.
Apparently they know that Ron Swanson is going to be at a grocery store.
He's a serial shoplifter. It's a very, very, very bad crime. His biggest crimes are Fruit Loops, Wheaties, serial shoplifter.
Oh, God damn it.
I'm dropping great puns!
See, that's why I can't even,
This is a very frustrating night for you, isn't it?
Oh my God!
Oh!
That escalated quickly.
It's not worth the beat! or the baloney!
Well, the guy that they're following, he has a shotgun pulled on 2 women,
Yeah.
and he's holding it like it's a pistol.
Yes. And then he shoots it.
Well, he's a dumb criminal. He is shooting somebody over like stealing bologna.
The attempt to arrest a shoplifter ends in a bloodbath.
Yeah.
My baby! My baby! Please, someone save my baby!
The son, who is not a cop,
he's the one who takes the action.
He's the one who risks the life of the little girl.
It stops here, Stover. Hey, back!
Bagels! He missed with the stupid bagels!
It was just a distraction.
It was a distraction. But that guy could have just been like shocked and shot the little girl in the head.
Yeah. Yep. It was a calculated risk. It was just the life of a little girl.
I didn't want to kill her, but the fuckers threw bagels at me. What more can I do?
All for bologna.
All right, so Steve Barquette has a girlfriend or wife or somebody that he sleeps with who's a journalist. And she goes to what seems like antebellum Georgia.
Mr. Japan, you have never sought publicity before, so why have you contacted the press?
Oh no, it's Joe Plato! With sprayed gray hair!
Holy shit!
He's playing an old man! That's amazing!
Wow! Oh no,
He's walking!
He's got like a little limp and everything.
Oh my god! Joe Pilato, who
of Day of the Dead.
Day of the Dead fame.
I'm running this monkey farm now, Frankenstein, and I want to know what the fuck you're doing with my time.
Joe Pilato's hair is sprayed gray, and he's doing a little old man walk.
It's so
And
preposterous.
It's the most adorable thing. This entire movie I would describe as adorable. Everything about it, you just go, aww.
But what you don't know is that one of those murdered girls was my daughter.
Oh, Mr. Japan, I am so sorry.
It's charming in the way like it's on the level of like a high school production.
Yeah.
If a high schooler had a film camera.
But it's made by adults. And that's,
Yes.
we about halfway through, we kind of picked up on that with the Steve Barquette, where we're like, this guy lives in his parents' basement, and he shot this movie on weekends in between shifts at the shoe store that he works at.
Now, we're not saying this is true, but it just feels that way in our hearts.
We're not saying this is true, we're just saying that's exactly what happened.
Yes. That's why it took him 8 years to make this movie.
Exactly.
Mom, I gotta practice with my sword today. I can't drop you off at the bingo meeting.
I'm having friends over this weekend. You have to sleep in the yard.
Oh my god, speaking of Steve Barquette? Is Steve Bartek in Devo? That name sounds familiar to
No,
me.
Steve Bartek is in Oingo Boingo.
That's it! Anyway, Steve Barquette, thinking of him, filming this movie on the weekends around his mother's schedule. I was just thinking of American Movie. There's that part when he has to shoot in the woods and he needs people in cloaks, and an actor doesn't show up, so he like forces his mom to go out into the forest in the middle of the winter.
Lazara's coming.
Oh no.
So I'm picturing now there's scenes with him like sword fighting with these people in hoods, and I'm just imagining one of those is Steve Barquette's mom.
All right, I'll help you with your movie.
I'll help you with your movie as long as you promise to go look for a job on Monday.
It's very likely.
It's very likely that one of those robed people is Steve Barquette's mom, and then he threw her off a bridge. He had a shot just like that in an old half of the bag.
Yeah.
Or we could flick it out the bridge.
Do you remember when this guy, speaking of cold outside, do you remember when he got in a little action scene and then he jumped into the cold water of the lake and you clearly see snow in the background, and when he comes inside the house there's like steam coming off him.
Yeah.
And he's like,
I am such a badass.
Hardcore.
I look like the guy who works at Wendy's, but I'm a badass. It's like a sick fantasy. It is very much like
it's
the
like Getaven.
It was open. Clearly.
I just like to break things.
Oh my God! I'm gonna fucking kick through that door and it's gonna be badass.
He's a badass.
Watch me now, Mom.
Steve Barquette.
Yeah.
He at one point he has a black tank top on to show off his.
Just like Getaven.
Just like Getaven. If this is like a thing where there's a delusional director who thinks
Something
they're a
about
badass,
black tank tops.
and then black tank tops is also a thing. It's some kind of like mental problem that's a reoccurring, like diagnosable problem.
I wonder.
Like the psychologist is like sitting there. Do you often wear black tank top during your films?
Neil Breen wears black tank tops.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Neil Breen wears black tank tops.
Okay.
We have a pattern now.
We have a pattern now of delusional behavior by these fucking weirdos.
At this point, it's a theory, and we're calling it the black tank top theory. And we're going to investigate this. If you are an older schlubby guy who's pathetic in real life, but has to make a film to live out your fantasies of being an action star / ladies man, at some point in that film, you will wear a black tank top.
Yeah.
And that is a key. It's a hallmark of your psychosis.
Can you help me? I forgot my clothes.
Terry, get away from her!
Wow. So Jeffrey Dahmer gets taken into hell, and somehow Ron Swanson knows how to get there.
Signal's downscape. And this must be the entrance.
I demand to know how they know this.
Well, he has a little device that blinks that tells him here's the entrance to hell.
And it gets very confusing because once Ron Swanson has gotten to hell, there's this circular editing where it just things keep happening over and over and over again.
Well, it's they have 3 little sets. They have 3 little paper mache sets, and they just keep reusing them. And then the longer it goes on, the more like frantic and chaotic the editing gets. Yeah. Shot of the bridge for no reason?
What?
Swang for a real long time.
I don't know where he went. I'm not
Why,
sure where
why
he
would
is.
you keep cutting him off? The whole thing is like, it's like a reverse Aftermath. Aftermath is a boring movie that makes up for it entirely with a fantastic ending action scene. In contrast to this, most of Empire of the Dark is entertaining. And then the action scene at the end just kind of a letdown where they just loop the same shots.
Well, it
over
just
and over
becomes
again.
a fucking nightmare.
I can say though, this was probably the worst Spielberg movie.
I don't even get what that's a reference to.
I mean, I know the
Empire of the Sun.
Oh.
Oh, did we forget to talk a little bit more about
We're
how...
talk more about the stop motion demon.
Yeah. We do,
Well,
we
that's
do
coming
need
up.
to...
We'll have reasons for that.
We can cycle back to this.
Because there's a lot of the stop motion demon at the
What do you
end.
need the bottle?
No, that's all puppets at the end.
Haven't you had
They do a little bit of stop motion at the end. He chases him down the caves when he's escaping.
Okay. What? Come on.
What the fuck was that for?
I'm trying to enjoy my beverage. This IPA smells like a sweaty armpit.
What? No, Joe Pilato! What a twist! Is he here now? What? What?
They killed his daughter, remember?
Well, sure! Why is it there? How did he know about any of this? What? Downey Joe Pilato! Oh, no! They ripped old Joe Pilato in half!
Joe Pilato has spent his life, ever since his daughter 20 years ago was killed and sacrificed, researching the satanic cult, so he knows where the cave entrance to hell is.
Well, that's a real shame that he spent so much of his life devoted to this to immediately get ripped in half.
Yeah.
Again.
No! No!
What about his wife?
That poor woman!
Oh my God, there's a rainbow.
Ron Swanson didn't care. He forgot all about his wife because now he's got a hot 20-year-old.
You're talking about his son?
20 years.
What? What?
Yeah.
Well, the final film that we...
I'm adjusting myself.
Well, the final film we watched tonight that was recommended to us by Colin from Canada, Mad Foxes, or The Mad Foxes. This is a German Blu-ray, but it's an all-region Blu-ray. That's why we were able to play it. Rich, tell us about The Mad Foxes.
Don't eat more Tums. Rich, you're gonna injure yourself.
You're gonna OD, Rich.
3 more Tums? Are you kidding me? There's too much calcium carbonate.
No, you should have some more. You watch Mad Fox.
No, don't eat more Tums. You're gonna make yourself sick.
Oh my God, Rich.
Rich, tell us about Mad Foxes.
The fuck you want me to say about this shit?
Give us a
Tell us what
synopsis.
the movie's about.
This, we watched The Sweeper earlier, right? And that's a movie that has scenes that just, they're like compartmentalized. They add nothing to the overall picture. Just as Jason appeared,
Yeah.
it leads to nothing. But there's still a plot structure in that film.
Yeah.
There is no plot structure here. This is literally just his scene. There's a scene where people are dancing. There's a scene where they're riding a horse. Now here's a scene where a man's dick gets cut off. Now here's a scene with somebody's old mother in a wheelchair. Now here's a scene where we throw a grenade into a karate class. All right, it opens with a scene of a man in a car, a 50-year-old man who is on a date
With an 18-year-old.
with a woman who was not of legal age only 5 hours before that.
Now let's toast your 18th birthday.
Oh. Oh no.
Exactly. Let me continue that statement. Okay. Because that's where I was going to say. The 50-year-old man is driving around a sports car with almost 18-year-old Phoebe Cates.
Just turned 18.
Just turned
Phoebe
18.
Cates.
They're out to celebrate her birthday.
Spanish Phoebe Cates.
Spanish Phoebe Cates. A bicycle gang pulls up.
You want to go on necking with that little bitch?
Come on, beat it, will ya?
The fight just don't work,
You're making me sick.
Well, I'm getting a little fond of you.
Damn you, bastard.
You're an asshole and you're a bicycle.
I would love it if it was a bicycle gang. That would make this movie great.
They got a little bit about.
Yeah.
my place, and when we're there, you'll see.
And then he violently makes out with Phoebe Cates. Yeah, I'm gonna have the sex with you. You're now 18.
We have a very drunk.
Yes. And then his lady, who is set up as this lady he likes, gets raped by the Nazi biker gang.
Yes.
And that alone is enough to set up the revenge plot.
That's
I don't think he knows what he's doing.
I don't think he's ever had sex before.
Even though they don't kill her, she ends up in the hospital, but really, like, I'm focused now on getting back at these bikers. But he's like, I'm just gonna go home and fuck my wife.
Who that?
His lady.
I'm assuming this is the lady. I thought she was still in the hospital.
What's the matter with your eyebrow? Did you have a fight?
Yeah.
Not that different lady.
Different lady?
So yeah, they rape his 18-year-old girlfriend.
Yeah.
And then she's never seen again.
She disappears.
And then he goes home and he fucks his wife. She's never seen
She
again.
disappears.
This is the least likable protagonist in like any movie I've ever seen.
Well, he just keeps, yeah, he just keeps moving on.
Yes, even that one.
Okay,
Yes.
he sleeps with this woman. She's never seen again.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah,
he's
woman number two.
driving. He's just driving, and then we linger on these two naked people on the beach.
We have to go. It's too late.
Oh, we were gonna have more fun.
It's too late for fun.
Let's wrap up fun.
Fun in Spain has to stop by 5 p.m.
That's when it's pants time.
And then they're like, let's get dressed and get a ride back into town. We'll hitchhike.
But if you don't mind, a friend of mine will come too. We've come to the beach.
Impossible.
Impossible why?
I'm sorry, but I can't take him. This is only a two-seater. There wouldn't be room for him. I can only take you.
Hey, I'm going with this guy. So long.
What? Bye, sucker!
How did you get there?
And he says, like, I'm going to my parents' house. And I thought that was just like him fucking with her. But then he goes to his parents' house.
With her.
Why don't you come and spend a couple of days with us?
What? I hate this so much.
And we spend the next hour of the movie just like hanging out.
I get the idea that this is not the first time he showed up at his parents' house with a random
With
woman.
a random woman. I think this guy has a new woman every night of the week.
No,
Yeah.
the nanny was quite upset about it.
They both went to bed rather early, you know, and then they spent the whole night in the bathroom laughing and making all kinds of strange noises. I just couldn't sleep. I wonder what they've been doing.
Well, that's because he used to fuck her.
This is no.
He fucked that nanny. Are you
know
kidding
he
me?
did.
Are you fucking kidding
You
me?
know he fucked that nanny.
He had sex
Maybe
with
she
that
was
nanny.
jealous, but she's like, this is a moral household, and they made weird noises.
They made all these noises. I couldn't even imagine what. She doesn't even know that they're fucking. She just like, it's just noises.
Those are innocent friend noises. They're playing with toys and not having sex in a piss tub. A piss tub.
In a piss tub.
A piss tub.
It's just a piss tub, guys. Guys. It's a tub full of piss. I can't make it anything else. Even to you or in my head, it's a tub full of fucking piss.
Oh God, have I ever been less turned on in my life?
This is a first, both on Best of the Worst, and I think in my life, where I've ever seen a scene in a movie where two people have sex in a bathtub filled with piss.
What are you doing in there, son? Fuck if I tell him this.
Who's that guy? That's the guy whose job it is to make sure that the bathtubs are constantly filled with piss.
He's like a Starbucks barista. He's on his way to work.
I don't even think the weirdest pervert on earth could think of this.
Oh yeah,
Sex
they
in a
could.
tub of piss.
Yeah, they could.
They're fucking weirdos, man.
I
They're
know.
fucking weirdos.
Fucking weirdo.
Spanish people, man.
I can only
All
assume.
of those Spanish people.
I can only
like
assume
fucking
that
piss.
everyone in Spain has sex in bathtubs filled with piss.
Oh, and out in the woods after having shot at planes and not wiped themselves.
Yeah. Oh yeah. We can't even show that.
No, don't do it!
Did he wipe?
Next will be fucking in a tub of shit. Well, there's nowhere else to go but up.
I mean, is this supposed to be gross?
I don't know. No.
Oh my god!
We made a joke when we shot the intro when you guys were reading the box where we had you guys say, let's go watch this weird Spanish sex film.
All right, Josh, let's round up all the dudes and go watch this weird Nazi sex film in a small room together.
Okay. Guess what? That's what it was.
That's what it ended up being.
That's what it was, with some like action at the beginning and end.
It's a lot of butts, and a lot of piss, and bathtubs, and a lot of tits, and there's a Nazi sex dominatrix towards the end.
Oh no! Now they're naked.
For a second, I thought he was actually going to shove that bottle up his ass. Oh, the Mad Foxes are back, and they're naked.
One of them is.
One of them is naked for some reason.
Oh my god.
He just tried to pee and someone tried to put a bottle up his butt.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that.
Yeah.
Oh, and then he puts on his little like rider's outfit to go ride around on horses.
Yeah, and while they're riding around on horses, that's when the Mad Foxes show up.
Well, while they were riding on the horses, that's when I was worried that we were going to get some sort of weird bestiality scene.
I have idea for a great scene. Woman get linked out by horse.
I was like, that's probably gonna happen in this because so much fucked up stuff happens in this movie.
Make him swallow you. No, please, no!
And I guess that's an attribute, maybe.
Well, just that nothing seemed out of bounds.
Oh!
Yay! Oh, fuck!
Nothing seems out of yeah. The guy who gets his penis cut off and force fed his own cock.
What shall I do? Cut it off. No!
The maid that gets her intestines ripped out.
Holy shit!
The rape.
Yeah.
He breaks.
It seems like he like shoves his fingers
with his fingers
vagina and breaks her hymen.
Yeah, and then
like,
touches her, smears her own vaginal blood on her nose. And like
That's in the first like fucking 5 minutes of the movie.
And here's where I put a picture up of Colin. I want to say there's more dicks in Mad Foxes than Wrigley Field. Rich likes those jokes. Rich appreciates a good
of the baseball joke.
Rich likes the Sox, the White Sox. We both appreciate a good Cubs joke.
We're going to have, after the credits of this episode, like a in memoriam of Rich Evans. He died of a Tums overdose.
He's just like foaming at the mouth.
Cause of death, Tums Festival.
It's an official like thing on the coroner's report. Jesus Christ, this guy died of a Tums Festival.
Doing the autopsy. Jesus Christ, it's like a Tums Festival in here.
That's what I just said!
We put a litmus strip in there and it just vanished. It's just eating.
We could use this body is so base, we could use it to counteract the xenomorph.
You'd be bred to fight aliens.
Clones. Rich Evans clones? Rich Evans versus Alien? It's a new Ridley Scott film. It's what he's building towards.
You'd grab an alien and like squeeze it, and all its blood would come out, and it'd be like. It would just foaming. It would just foam.
Foaming Tums out of your mouth. All these
Rich would
pastel
just
colors.
rip aliens apart. Nothing to him. I'm so filled with Tums! You just keep eating Tums.
He's gone out of control. He stopped the xenomorphs, but we can't stop him from eating Tums.
Projectile foam at the alien.
In wonderful pastel colors.
Oh man.
So, on that note, best of the worst. Mike?
Okay, Jay, you asked me what my best of the worst is.
I did. I just did.
It's tough because there are many things that I liked out of all three films and many things that I disliked. This is probably one of the toughest decisions I've ever had to make
Not just on Best of the Worst, in general.
In general, in my life. I think I like The Sweeper the most. I think that's my pick for Best of the Worst. Because I really enjoyed those nonsensical, crazy action scenes. This is charming. This has like crazy scenes, and it's nonsensical, and it's hard, and it has so much potential for a great bad B movie. It's just not there.
He's working some things out.
Hold on, okay. While he's working that out,
yeah.
Are we allowed to have a tie?
I guess. I think we've had a tie before, but that depends on what we all pick.
I love both of these. Like Mike says.
Oh, you mean like you individually pick a tie?
We've never done that.
Yeah.
No, we haven't done that before.
I love both of these. These are the fantastically fun action scenes, and then just the adorability of this with the puppets.
I know, it's hard, isn't it?
Yes.
It's hard. I'm the first one put under the spotlight. I'm the first one put on the spot. And it's hard, and there are things in this.
Fuck this.
No, Rich. No. There are things in that. I mean,
technically there are things in it.
There's so many dicks. I'm going for a three-way tie. I cannot pick a best of the worst.
Wow.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So you're gonna say a three-way tie.
Three-way tie for me.
Okay.
All right.
Josh?
Empire of the Dark had the most charming moments. It's absolutely an adorable movie. It has all of the silly swordplay. It has those miniatures, the Muppet moments. Yeah, so my vote goes very solidly for Empire of the Dark.
For me, it's no contest. It's Empire of the Dark. I loved this movie. I thought it was completely adorable. Yeah. I thought everything about it was so adorable. So, no contest. Mad Foxes is so weird that it exists, and not only exists, but it exists on Blu-ray, that I think it's worth. Even though it's like sleazy and terrible, like it's something to see.
It's weird, but at times it's also really disgusting.
Well, exactly. And that's part of what makes it interesting to me.
Well, it's gonna win because I split my vote between The Sweeper and Empire in the Dark. I mean, the action scenes in The Sweeper are so fun.
They are.
They're so fun.
Yeah. So, whoa, man. So what? I guess technically,
that wins.
Technically, Empire of the Dark wins.
That is two solid votes and one half vote and 1/3 of a vote.
Yeah.
Two and 3/4.
3/4?
Half and
Well, 'cause he
half
split
and a, oh
half
wait,
and a
no,
third.
that's a third, not a quarter.
But I don't think any. Does anyone want to destroy anything?
Oh fuck no. No, this has its own charm, and this is too fucking weird to break.
I think I'm just gonna destroy myself.
Okay. Every day ends.
All three films deserve to survive in some way.
Yes. Can you give me anything? Colin, Germany?
You know what?
I think Rich is dying.
It's happening.
Anyway, what were you saying?
I was saying, is it possible that Mad Foxes, being that it played third after two really weird and interesting new films, kind of...
Well, this is gonna be great. I'm gonna have 50 new... The thing about mid-game and this is, like, now that I'm established, you get so many techs. I could reorient this whole, like, structure at some point soon.
Time to redesign it into a mega base.
I don't know about that yet.
Why don't you want to blueprint your beam setup that you can't use robots to put down anyway?
You're about to be scared. Hit it, Josh.
Ah! Oh my God!
I should probably also set up a dedicated landfill area.
There's a styrofoam pumpkin.
Oh my God!
Jesus, so creepy! Oh my God.
Set that landfill picker up and then let it idle tomorrow while you're
We
working.
have 3 films selected.
Yeah, I'm
for
about to
this
stop for tonight, I think.
Our first film is called Scary or Die. Not to be confused with the website Funny or Die, which is also scary because of how unfunny it is. It stars Bill Oberst Jr. and a cordon bleu chicken. Because I can't read what it says.
I hope their stage name is actually cordon bleu. Wouldn't that be amazing?
Yeah. And he gets scared real easy because he's a chicken. After 5 strangers attempt to escape a horrifying fate, one is mauled by a flesh-eating clown. So they're attempting to escape.
So is that like an upgrade?
Yeah.
To their previous situation?
Yeah. They were attempting to escape a different horrifying fate. And then one of them just...
Were they just fleeing like a garden variety serial killer at the start of the film?
The way it's written, it seems to be the case. One is mauled by a flesh-eating clown. Infected by the maiming, Emmett succumbs to a terrifying metamorphosis. As his body begins to change, so do his desires, placing the lives of his friends and family in jeopardy. That's it.
Okay.
His clown desires?
Is he gonna grow a clown nose while they're fucking?
Alright.
Right during the
I think it's time to stop.
He goes down on her.
Bye, stream.